Today, I got a special treat. I got a gentleman named Kaizen, and I got a gentleman named Stephen Bennell, also known as Destiny, one of the best liberal, blue-pilled debate bros on the internet. And even people who dislike him for his politics typically like his charismatic and rhetorically effective debate aura. That being said, he is steeped in controversy. He has imploded his personal life in some of the most horrendous ways possible, but I don't think that's going to affect our debate. He is debating Kaizen, who I don't know. I don't know his politics. I don't know who he is, but I am excited to find out and see where my own never Trump Republican allegiances lie. Without further ado, let's see what these gentlemen have to say about the state of modern politics.
This is a lie that's been repeated over and over and over again that every conservative will not believe until the day that they die, because once you believe a lie that Trump has told you, you can never, ever, ever disavow that lie. The easiest way to pull the plug on this argument is if you really cared about saving money for the government, then the number one most efficient program to put money into is the IRS. So this American president is the worst in all of human history for the U.S. debt.
Obama tried to do this too, right? He tried to make cuts. It was like trivial cuts on the margin, shutting down old websites. At the end of the day, what's happened is clearly our government by itself is not sufficient to actually solve this problem. You know, I'm a first-generation immigrant. My parents came from Ghana. They waited in line. I'm experiencing this dynamic in the conversation between us where you're talking to conservatives, I'm talking to you.
Protests are erupting across the country. Some people believe that Trump is our best chance to save America. Others think he's the biggest threat to democracy. So tonight, we bring clarity. Up until now, we've only asked people on the street these questions, but in this special episode of The Nate Friedman Show, I'm joined by Destiny, who is known as the most skillful and seasoned debater on the left.
History moves in one direction, right? Why? Because of time.
His debate with Ben Shapiro made shockwaves, getting over 12 million views.
Man, maybe we should go back and watch that. I'm not saying I want to watch Kaizen, but that's a pretty funny clip right there. History only moves in one direction. Why? Time? That's a great clip.
Today, he goes head-to-head with Kaizen, a creator that Elon Musk calls a clear thinker. Kaizen is a repeat guest on Piers Morgan and gets hundreds of millions of views every month on his analyses.
Last 2 weeks of Senate confirmation hearings for Trump's cabinet have revealed to me exactly why I left the Democratic Party. Watch this.
Gentlemen, it's an honor to host this debate. My job is to talk as little as possible, but to also be as fair.
God, listen, guys, I'm going to be rude, and it's not because Kaizen isn't a clear thinker or a beautiful creator. We're going to find out momentarily how great of a thinker he is and all that kind of stuff. But man, dude, I picked the wrong time to be a normie white guy in social media politics, right? No offense to Steven, but Steven is like a blue-haired, controversial gamer boy, and parasocial love to him, but he's like a little psychopathic, right? And he also lives like this crazy rock and roll sex lifestyle. And then this guy, no offense to him, I only know that his parents are from Ghana so far, but he's a good looking he's a good looking black gentleman who has politics that you wouldn't expect, wearing rocking a Jedi robe, And so, man, I should have been like a schizophrenic, or I should have been like a hot chick, or I should have been a black guy. That's what I should have been in order to pop off algorithmically. Being like a married white man, a classic mistake.
As possible. So the topics of today's debate include tariffs, DOGE, immigration, Ukraine, Russia, Israel-Palestine, DEI, and culture. The format of the debate is a dinner table conversation, just like millions of Americans are having every day. The only difference here is this argument might actually change someone's mind. Let's get into it. So to start off with Destiny, tariffs. Destiny, you believe tariffs are impeachment worthy. Can you explain why you believe that?
For the statement of impeachment worthy, I mean, I would say that the president was granted, I think, an understandable ability to take extra special measures in great times of national emergency. And I think that what he's done is he's taken the ability to do those measures, one of those being tariffs, and he's kind of fabricated a national emergency by claiming that because we have big trade deficits, it's somehow a national emergency, and now he's using that to unilaterally conduct economic policy as the president. Whether or not I think the tariffs are a good or bad idea, I know everybody knows my opinion on this. I think they're a horrible idea, especially the way that he's done it. He shouldn't be doing these unilaterally. These should be passed through Congress. The president is not the sole source of our econ policy in the United States of America.
Can you go into more of why you believe it's like a horrible idea, tariffs?
Internally, they lack consistency. They say that they want to bring back manufacturing, but then they say they're willing to cut deals with other countries. So I don't know what that means. If we cut another deal with another country, wouldn't that undermine our own manufacturing? They say that they want to use the tariffs to bring back manufacturing, which implies there's going to be a whole bunch more jobs here for, I guess, blue collar workers or whatever. But then they also say that most of the jobs that come back here are going to be high tech jobs because you're not going to have the old factory jobs of the past. So that's a delusion. They try to say that that we need like factories here so that people can build and work and do stuff here, but our unemployment is incredibly low. I think it's still at about 4.5%. So I have no idea where all these new workers are going to come from. They don't exist right now. And then the workers that we do have that likely would take those jobs, they're trying to deport in record numbers. So like no part of it seems to make sense in any way, size, shape, or form. The actual economic analysis is also just completely devoid of any logical rationale. Like the idea that just because we have a trade deficit with a country means that somehow we're losing, I think betrays a very poor understanding of macroeconomics. I mean, there's like a million things I could talk, but yeah, I'll just start there. Yeah.
Sure. Kaizen, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, sure. So first, I think it's important to just zoom out and look at what the macro issue is that we're trying to solve, and then where does tariff fit into the strategy to resolve it. So I don't know what you call a national emergency, and I guess that's a bit of a qualitative assessment, but we have a 127% GDP to debt ratio, or debt to GDP ratio. That's the highest it's ever been. And with $37 trillion in debt, $2 trillion deficit, we need to restructure things in America. Otherwise, we're going to have a bona fide emergency. So first, do we agree that there's something that we need to head off at the pass, whether we agree that it's an emergency right now or it'll be an emergency later?
No, I think that this is given as a truism with no qualifiers ever. I would ask you very simply, what should the debt to GDP ratio be?
I know it's the highest that it's ever been, including wartime, right? So the highest it's ever been, even post-World War II, was 119%. And I think we could agree that there's a point where it is too high. Could I give you a specific number? I couldn't. And
But it's not even a general number. Like, what's a country that's doing better than us, and then what's their debt to GDP ratio? I think that this is a truism that's given with zero thought. I don't think Trump's thought about it. I don't think Lutnick has ever given a justification. I don't think anybody has ever thought about it. It's just kind of like a truism. Like the debt is bad. Like, what should our debt even be? Is 50% good or 70%?
Well, part of it is the issue is it's a confidence meter in a sense, right? So it reaches a point where the debt to GDP ratio is too high for anyone to want to take on American debt. Now,
When we say confidence meter,
so,
and
hold
they don't.
on,
Oh, yeah, go
just finish what I'm saying.
Sure.
So obviously, I can't discern from here what that point is, right? And for everyone,
Oh no! Listen, I had Kaizen's mentality probably a decade ago. Okay, so if you have his mentality, I'm not gonna dog you, but I'm gonna explain it. Married and white, so we're just sitting proudly now. Yeah, duck and who made it higher. We also, Republicans is what Christian Blaris is scratching at. Sin Patty says, and the debt is grown by Trump, and so right now, yeah, before tariffs. What there isn't U.S. economy was the best in the world. So, anyways. Let's analyze this real quick. Okay. So debt is obviously something that can be burdensome because what you end up doing is you end up spending more money on servicing debt than you do on new things. I know this because I have debt. I have student loans, I have a mortgage, all that kind of stuff. And so that's obviously a drain on your capacity to spend on new things because you're effectively paying for old things. But those old things can be incredibly profitable. What I mean by that is my degree, while not used all of the time, did get me into more lucrative jobs than I otherwise would have. So it would be an investment, even though it's debt that I still have to service. Same thing with my house. My house is building equity, and not just that, but it's providing a living space for my family. It's a debt that I'm willing to take on. And so while it is a pain in the ass to have to pay, XYZ amount of money every single month, and it can be burdensome and it can be frustrating, that doesn't mean that I'm not getting something incredibly good out of it. So the question is whether or not we have good debt or bad debt. In reference to a substantive part of the debt, it's servicing our population in reference to like healthcare and benefits, which can be incredibly beneficial. And then not just that, it's the DOD as well. That's almost like a quarter of our stuff, which includes like research and development and controlling global trade. So these are 100% things that could be economically viable. And so the fact that we're acting like these things are burdensome, I think is crazy considering what we get in return, which is American dominance of the global economy, American dominance of the global economy, a shitload of trading partners, relatively global stable trade routes, and therefore access to the world market. It's actually crazy how much we get back in return for the way that we conduct ourselves. Not only that, but I want to show you this because this is crazy. What is America's debt? What is it? What do you call it? Interest rate. The average interest rate on US debt is 3.28%. What is the inflation rate? The US annual inflation rate is currently 2.3%. That's 1% loans. 1% loans. Now, I'm not saying that I'm a macroeconomist. I'm not saying that I understand everything. But what I'm saying is the United States government, on average, takes out debt at 3.28%, which is already an insanely low interest rate. That's already insanely low. And then since inflation reduces the value of money every single year by 2 to 3%, this is almost free money. It's free real estate. Okay, sorry. I know that fiscal conservatives are going to hate this, but I'm going to play the free real estate meme. Free real estate. There's some problems with it.
The following advertisement is intended for Jim Booney only.
It's free. Real estate.
We're giving you land.
It's free.
We're giving you a house.
It's real estate. Free.
It's a free house for you, Jim.
This is free real estate.
Well, you got to bring furniture, but the house is free.
2 bedrooms, no rugs. It's free.
You unlock the door to your free house. We got you the real estate.
It's a 2-bedroom house. It's free. It's got a pool in the
I'm
back.
not carrying this around all day. It's for your house.
Free real estate. I'll pee my pants.
Jim, come get your damn land.
It's a free house.
Jim, I got real estate.
Jim, to get better than this,
Jim.
the house is free.
Jim.
The house is free.
It's a free house.
It's free real estate.
So the thing is that we have to pay a certain amount of money in order to service the debt. How much do we pay to service US debt? And so $1 trillion in 2023. So we have to pay $1 trillion to get access to $36 trillion. Okay. So the point is that, so the point is that overall, we're getting incredible economic benefits at an incredibly low interest rate that allows us to do incredible things. And the truth is, how do we spend that money is important, but the debt is not anywhere near as alarming as people make it out to be. And then there was one more point about this. Servicing the debt is free real estate. It's very cheap. Oh, debt to GDP ratio. Nobody thinks of Japan as on the verge of collapse. This will be my final point because I am warming up and my brain is foggy right now. Debt to GDP ratio by country. Nobody thinks of Japan. I don't hear anybody talking about Japanese debt to GDP ratio. Okay. And if we look at debt to GDP ratio, plenty of people have low debt to GDP ratios, and these countries suck. Afghanistan has a 10% debt to GDP ratio. Albania has a 50%. Algeria, 40%. Angola, 61%. Armenia, 49%. Australia, 42%. Not that Australia sucks, but that's actually a pretty good debt to GDP ratio. But the point is that there's plenty of weak countries that don't have a high debt to GDP ratio, but we don't even think about them in the scale of the economic game. And then there are some exceptions like Sudan, 260, that sucks. Japan, 240. It's the second highest debt to GDP ratio on the planet, and nobody talks about Japan as if it's on the verge of collapse. Singapore, another wildly powerful city-state, 170. Greece is dysfunctional, but that's because they're lazy. Bahrain, 123. United States, 122. Cuba, 117, although Cuba sucks. Canada, 108. Spain, 105. Belgium, 103. The Republic of Congo, 99. Suriname, Portugal, these are all at 100. United Kingdom, all at 100. So Yeah, Australia is not that bad. But my point is, what is the actual crisis that we're trying to evaluate? What's the actual crisis that we're trying to avoid? And I don't think that Kaizen is going to be able to articulate it besides some vague gesture at impending economic collapse. With my 10-minute haphazard debt rant concluded, let's continue with the content.
It's different, but there's a point where we basically go over the cliff, and we're trying to avoid that. So to the question of, are there nations with a higher GDP to debt ratio that are doing fine? I don't know, genuinely.
Well, you should probably know that, right?
But the question is this something that we need to get a handle on at all? So if we don't even agree on that, then the discussion on strategy is kind of moot. But do you agree that this is something that needs to be resolved or not?
I don't know what we're even resolving it to. So like when, for instance, when you said confidence meter, the USD was about as strong as it's ever been, despite supposedly this debt, being horrible and about to take us over a cliff. It was when Donald Trump started to take corrective measures on it that the USD started losing a lot of power, that the bonds market started to shake, and it made it look like other countries were losing faith in America. So I feel like there's a lot of truisms given about the debt or given about macro econ, but like when you look at any of the numbers, you can't find any justification for it ever at all. Like, and nobody can talk about it. It's just kind of like, these are just truisms given for like political points, I feel.
Okay, so you don't think that this is proven to be an issue that we do need to prioritize right now?
I think that there is a responsible and healthy discussion to have around what should our debt look like, how much debt should we have, and what policy should we take to alleviate that. None of those conversations are happening right now in this administration because they don't even understand what the debt is or really anything about economics in general, I guess. Like, just for instance, because we have a trade deficit with a country, that doesn't mean we're subsidizing them. Trump says it over and over again. It doesn't mean we're losing out to them. Trump says it over and over again. And it doesn't mean that it's weakening our economy, but Trump says that over and over again. So how can you even begin to have a discussion on what the debt should look like if we don't even have a basic understanding of like what a trade deficit is, I guess?
Yeah. So where I agree with you is Trump administration has not been good about messaging some sort of comprehensive idea of what the debt should be, why it's too high, why we need to get a handle on it, and what the limits of that handle should be. So I agree with you there, and I'm not here
to be clear, real quick, we don't agree on that. I'm not saying they're not messaging on it. I'm saying they don't understand it.
Okay, and
I'm sorry for laughing. I am getting caffeinated as this conversation is going on. But I'm such an this is why Steven's the debate king and I'm a debate reviewer. Okay. So, not that I don't enjoy like a spicy debate, but that is awesome. So I'm an agreeable conversationalist. So if I had Kaizen, let's say that Kaizen and I are having a conversation and he seems like an agreeable conversationalist as well. So, which is how you can be perceived to be reasonable, even if you're saying something silly. The fact that Kaizen was like, yeah, well, I agree that their messaging isn't the best and they don't really communicate well, why this is an emergency, that kind of thing. And then Destiny, because he's an asshole, which is why he's an entertaining debater, he's like, no, you don't get it. I'm not saying that they have bad messaging. I'm saying that they're dumb and they don't understand it. Kaizen handed him an olive branch and Destiny swatted that away like a cat.
I don't know that they don't understand it. I'm curious what makes you confident that they don't understand it.
Because every single step they've taken has been bad for it.
Yeah, so this is one of those things where it's like I personally don't feel confident that I have such a strong grasp of macroeconomics that I could say that A, every move that they're making is illogical, and B, that they don't even have a strategy. What I can say is that I'm pretty confident that having a $37 trillion debt and $2 trillion deficit is unsustainable. And at minimum, we need to correct the trend, even if we think that at the absolute, like we can sustain a 127% debt to GDP ratio. So with that being a given, the question is, what should we do about it? And I think a lot of the time when we talk about tariffs, we talk about them in isolation. And where I agree with you is the tariff strategy has been opaque if it's there at all. Right? We talk about tariffs in terms of wanting to reshore manufacturing, and then it turns about we need to turn it into some sort of methodology for creating reciprocal tariffs, and it's more about fairness, and then it's about blue-collar workers, and it's really unclear. But I know that the overall strategy is to at least cut the deficit to zero by increasing revenue on the revenue side through tariffs and reducing costs through DOGE, which we're going to talk about in a moment. And to me, that's something that Howard Lutnick has said, it's something that Scott Bessenson said. To me, that's at least a compelling directional approach to dealing with this. And I think it's very hard to assess where tariffs fit in the overall picture, because we're also talking about things like deregulation. And yeah, as you mentioned, it's not as simple as, hey, we're going to put a tariff on this country and there's not going to be any negotiation past that. So,
Sure.
so there's been mixed messaging. I do like directionally, though, that someone is putting a stake in the ground and saying, hey, we need to resolve a deficit, because at least intuitively, this doesn't seem like something that we can sustain indefinitely. Tariffs are supposed to at least help with that by bringing back American manufacturing, and then that raises corporate tax revenues, that we can tax more on the corporate side. They've also said some things about cutting income tax below 150K and using tariffs to replace income tax. So for me, I just like that there's a president who's actually addressing this. And I think
Kaizen, you seem like a nice fella. Okay, so I'm not gonna go crazy. I'm not gonna go crazy. But this is the exact frustration with every critic of Trump. Okay, every single critic of Trump, every single person that I know is like, Trump says flowery bullshit. We're gonna listen to this. Okay, I'm gonna tell you. We're gonna go full screen for this, guys. As student body president, I am gonna have pizza every single day. If you want a healthy option in the school cafeteria, that's okay. But we're gonna have cheese and pepperoni pizza every single day. And nap time is gonna be tacked onto lunch, where we have a 1 hour lunch and then we're gonna have a 30-minute nap time afterwards. And if you wanna have your iPad or your cell phone as a kid in the elementary school, then you can play on your iPad instead of taking a nap. And then ice cream is not just going to be on Fridays, it's going to be on Wednesdays as well. Vote for me, okay? That's what Trump does at the macro level, okay? That's what he does. We all understand this. There's been a billion kids' TV programs about the populist school body president who promises 10 million things to their constituency, but isn't able to deliver any of them, because it turns out that there's good reasons why we do the things that we do. That's 100. We've seen this a billion times. But Kaizen, no offense, and other people like that are like, well, I like the sound of free pizza every day, and I like the sound of ice cream day 2 days a week, and I like extended nap time, and I like iPads. And then the opponent is like, okay, but we actually need to, have a school day with reasonable stuff. We can't eat pizza every day. That's bad for you. And also, we don't even have the budget to get that much pizza because we actually have a contract. And everybody's like, boo, boo. You want us to eat vegetables. You don't care about ice cream day. You don't care about nap time. You want the adults to tell us when we can use our iPads. Boo! And so the pragmatist loses to the populist, because while the populist has absolutely no fucking idea what they're talking about or how to execute their agenda, their goals are popular. It's actually crazy that we've taken a series of 1990s skits from like sitcoms and we extrapolated that out to the presidency without having learned our lesson. I can't believe it. I can't believe that this is the country that we live in. It's actually crazy. Connor for president, let's go. Turner Hoffman says, when did this debate happen? Because the big, beautiful bill contradicts everything this guy says. Yeah, I think this happened in the past 2 weeks. I'll check the date momentarily, but it's actually funny. Turner Hoffman, this is exactly what I'm saying is, you can't believe what this guy says if you actually look at what the Trump presidency does via executive order or via legislation. You can't just deal with the rhetoric. This is the problem with the rhetoric. This is the problem with the Republican Party. I love the rhetoric of the Republican Party. I love conservative, nuclear, healthy, happy, non-drug addicted families. I love stable, secure societies. I love vibrant economies. I love the government allowing me to shoot guns and enjoy my liberty. I love diesel trucks and bald eagles and pristine mountainscapes. I love all of these things. But when it comes to the actual Republican Party, what do they deliver? Tax cuts. That's what they deliver. They don't deliver anything else besides tax cuts. Frustrating. Yeah. Yeah. The only thing that Trump actually delivered is to the Taliban, 100%. Where he screwed over the Afghan national government in order to withdraw. All right. Anyways, point being, Mr. Kaizen is way too idealistic about what the Trump presidency is going to deliver versus their rhetoric.
I think many of the American people feel the same.
I think they feel the same because they're being lied to constantly. So this American president is the worst in all of human history for the U.S. debt in terms of adding to the U.S. debt. So if you want to deal with the debt, there's two ways to do it. You can either raise more revenue, which he's opposed to doing because he wants to cut or he wants to extend the Trump tax cuts, or, and he's also caused an economic contraction to happen now, despite the fact that he came in with a booming economy. So the economy's gotten smaller, which means less tax receipts. He wants to extend the tax cuts, which have had a massive impact on our deficit. So you can either raise revenues, he's done the opposite of that in both worlds, or you can decrease your outlays. And it doesn't seem like this president is willing to cut any outlays either. So you have the fact that they asked for another $150 billion from the Pentagon, the fact that they're asking for trillions of dollars increase to the debt ceiling, and then the fact that, again, this is one of those internal inconsistent things. We're saying tariffs are going to raise revenue. Well, the only way that the tariffs would raise revenues and the ways that they calculated it is if the consumption remains the exact same, which it won't, because obviously people are going to adjust their consumption based on the tariffs. And two, why would you want them to make a lot of money on tariffs? Why would you want the U.S. to make money on tariffs if the whole point of the tariffs was so that people stopped ordering international goods and started ordering domestic goods? That doesn't make any sense, right? We'd want to reduce the consumption of international goods, which would reduce the amount we collect in tariffs. So even if it's not even directionally good, it's just all of it is just horrible. It's just all of it is horrible. None of it is actually furthering anything to reduce the debt or the deficit, which is why by the end of this admin, the deficit likely won't go down. The debt absolutely won't go down. And there will be a failure on both those fronts, just like there has been with DOGE, as we'll get to that. But I don't think any of the Trump people will even be willing to admit that.
Yeah. Yeah. So obviously it's difficult for us to prognosticate. I would say look at the end of Trump's presidency,
he seems agreeable and he uses complex words, but he's not actually dealing with what's being said, which Stephen is saying, you use all this flowery language in order to describe Trump's ambitions, but all of his policies don't match his ambitions. And then Kaizen, which this can be perceived as humility, is, well, I'm not smart enough to say whether or not the policy will actually achieve the goals. But I mean, if you wanted to analyze it and see how these policies historically operated, you could operate it. And by the way, Kaizen already, he's a guy I would want to get a beer with. He's a guy that I would hang out with. He's a guy that I would want to talk to. He uses the word prognosticate. He has, look at this. This is a hematite bracelet. Okay. I don't know if you guys can see your screen right now, but he has hematite. I love hematite. It's this cool little rock and it's like a lucky charm and it's supposed to help you ground your mood and all this kind of hippie bullshit that my wife likes. And so I love hematite. So the fact that he's wearing a hematite bracelet, I'm like, oh man, this guy's cool. I want to hang out with this guy, right? But that doesn't mean that his policy matches his goals. Red flag loony moment. Listen, man, you can like rocks. I like rocks. You don't like rocks? Cringe. Christian Valera says 2 things MAGA base pushback on were 1, dumb stocks, and 2, the vaccine. Lol, yeah. Obama admin followed the proper legal deportation procedures and deported them to the right countries, not to gulags. Yeah, and then also with the, hold on, whatever 4690, I'm probably going to come your way a little bit. So with Trump, there's such a stick when it comes to immigration that he's reduced immigration at the border substantively because people don't want to come in and get deported to gulags. I would say deporting to gulags is still bad and not good. Also, I'm curious why we have these issues, right? Like inflation. Inflation might not be an issue right now, but we have this issue that was crowed about during the election season, which was inflation, which was the cost of goods going up and Americans not being able to afford those goods. What do you think happens when we eliminate 40% of the labor force related to agriculture and related to construction? Do you think that construction prices go down or do they go up? Same thing with agriculture. If 40% of the labor force for agriculture is, undocumented, illegal, so to speak, and then we just mass deport them and eliminate them from coming into the country, what do you think happens to food prices? Do they go up or do they go down? And we haven't even seen the knock-on effects of mass deportation. So the question is, what is the economy going to look like in 6 months? And then the follow-up question is going to be, will we mass approve work visas in order to get the workers that we need for these industries, or are we just going to let these industries collapse? Or are we going to subsidize them for the federal government? Because that's also not good for the deficit or the debt. So he's pointing to a problem. He's pointing to rhetoric. He's pointing to what the Trump admin says, but he's not pointing to how these policies are actually going to affect anything, which I guess I shouldn't be surprised at this point. Quick shill time. Like the stream if you haven't liked it already. Liking is free. Engage with the VODs as well. If you miss a stream, you got to go work. You got to do this. You got to take care of your family. You got to go pick up the dogs. You got to blah, 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 blah. That's all good. Just leave a like on the stream and then check out the VODs. We actually are building up a healthy chunk of ad revenue from the VODs that are growing and growing and growing and growing. So please check out those VODs. Leave a comment. Like the VODs. And if you have a super chat, they're never required, but they're always appreciated. Claire says, if undocumented people are farm working, they seriously have no time to be committing crimes, but many will be paying taxes. Well, yeah. So Claire, just to steelman your point, we have a whole bunch of consumption taxes. We have sin taxes. We have sales taxes. We have all that kind of stuff. And when undocumented people come here and they live 3 to an apartment and they're paying the rent on the apartment, then they go to their gas station in order to get some soda and get some Monster and get some water and get some food and get some this and get some that. And then they work for 8 hours a day. And then they send the money home to their Central and South America. Not only are they building homes in Central and South America, which helps stabilize Central and South America economically and socially, but they're also paying taxes inside the United States, and they're providing a labor service that is difficult. Let's face it, agriculture and construction is grueling. There's a reason why Americans don't want to do those jobs for $10 an hour. Now, you can make a blue-collar argument that blue-collar people should be getting paid $30 an hour in order to do those jobs. However, what's going to end up happening is you're going to increase the costs of all those costs and services, which is what ultimately not a lot of people want. Christian Blair says, I play a VOD on silent and then do something else. Based. Ad revenue left, right, and center. Appreciate it. Let's go.
Presidency, the debt and the deficit have not gone down. That is a failure. And then we'll just objectively know because they said they were going to do this thing. They said that all these policies are meant to do this thing, and then they didn't do that thing. What I would say is that we need to consider the tariffs, again, as a toolkit in the overall toolbox. Because one of the things I don't even like about the framing is, hey, let's talk about tariffs. Because that doesn't make much sense to me. It's like, no, let's talk about what the economic strategy is and what piece tariffs serve there, right? So you mentioned, for example, that assumes that consumption remains even. But if tariffs raise prices, then consumption will go down because prices will just be too high, right? Well, then we have to consider other things, right? So if we deregulate, for example, and we make it cheaper for companies to actually make.
Conservative liberalism says, increasing the cost by providing a fair wage is a moral thing to do. We are a rich country. The invisible hand can sort it out. Okay. I largely agree with you, conservative liberalism. However, actually, I don't really have a however. The question is if you have Central and South American labor who's willing to come in and do things for $10 an hour, let's say $10 an hour is a fair wage for Central and South American immigrants. And then let's say that domestic labor wants $30 an hour in order to do it. Are you willing to have unions in order to negotiate living wages that are good for both domestic and foreign workers? Or are you saying kick all the foreign workers out and we just suck up the costs? Because you're talking about rewriting the American economy, which is fine. I don't care. It's not, to me, that's not necessarily like moral. I don't have some moral addiction to, Central and South American labor. However, I do think that the benefits massively outweigh the costs. So we would have to talk about that. Zenith says his only economic strategy has been tariffs, you mook. I don't think mook is a racialized term, but watch it. Gen X says, dang it, I can't listen live to this gem of bad faithfulness. Oh, well, I'll be able to chat responses at least. Okay, well, good to have you, Gen X. Good to have you here. Zena says, I'm yelling at Kaizen, not you. Love you, Connor. Oh, well, thank you. Conservative liberalism says, keep the foreign workers. They're all right. Just let them collectively bargain. I think in the long term, we need to create a sustainable domestic population, though. Yeah, conservative liberalism, we could break bread on that, 100%. I think that if, let's say an unfair wage is $5 an hour for a foreign worker, but let's say that $10 an hour, like the foreign worker is happy and we get a healthy chunk of domestic workers. And then let's say that they form a labor union that actually gets them medical, dental, and a matching 401k. $10 an hour plus benefits, that might not be that much realistically, but that could be enough that enough working class people are like, yeah, sure. I like drywall. I like demo. I like plumbing. I like this. I like that. I like the construction industry. And then boom, you have like this nice synthesis of foreign workers and domestic workers who are making not quite a living wage, but an okay wage, and they have benefits. I would be 100% okay with that. That would be great, actually. Whatever says, I think money, if you have none but money alone does not bring happiness. Okay, you're talking to a guy who's broke and has 2 kids, you know? Like, no offense, I parasocially love you guys, but we're not the size of Destiny, right? We're not the size of Hassan. You know, I'm not rolling in cash that I get to swim in like a Scrooge McDuck bank. You know, the grassroots hegemon does his best to get me a Scrooge McDuck pool, but we're not there yet. Gen X says, I looked up Kaizen and he's a lifestyle coach, and I think his I used to be a Democrat stuff is a grift. It's highly successful. God, why couldn't I be a minority who used to be a Democrat? I wish sometimes, man. I wish. Unfortunately, I have an addiction to the truth. Unfortunately, I have an addiction to what I perceive to be real. Gosh darn it.
Goods in the U.S. might prices actually remain the same and consumption remain the same. That's possible.
That is impossible. That will never be the case. I'll bet any amount of money right now, because in the United States, we just can't produce. We don't even have the companies necessary. The capex, the type of investment that we're looking to build those factories and train those people, we're at least a decade out in a lot of industries for this ever happening. There's no world where you peel back a couple regulations and all of a sudden magically the United States is competing with Thailand and China and Taiwan when it comes to manufacturing. That's never, ever happening.
Okay. Well,
Bud123 says, I am done with my astronomy conference and I am back. I also went to Yellowstone and saw a ton of bison. Number 1, seeing bison, based. Number 2, traveling through Yellowstone, one of the most beautiful parts of the country, based. Thirdly, astronomy conference. You went to go talk about stars for a weekend? That is based. What? I love astronomy. Like I said, just start identifying as non-binary. Yeah, I'll show up. I'll show up looking like this, and I'll just be like, yeah, I'm non-binary. Sometimes I'm uncomfortable with the male gender or the male sex. So sometimes I'm uncomfortable with the masculine self-expression. And I'll just be like this. Oh, bruh. Yeah. Oh, okay. Gen X says, Pisco talked to the one black girl in the cowboy hat from Tim Pool debate on stream last night, and it was about like this debate, just complete insanity, proposes reasonable opinion. Yeah, she was terrible. She was like, you just want to unleash criminals in the black community of Baltimore and just let people in Maryland suffer. And then Pisco was like, no, I just think that if we're going to deport people, they should get due process. And she's like, they're not citizens. Why do you want citizens to suffer on behalf of illegal aliens? And Pisco's like, because they're human. Zenith says, I'm non-binary. Sometimes I shave. Listen, I get it. It's not whether or not I could do a non-binary grift. It's whether or not a non-binary grift is honest. And it's not. Dude, when I was growing up, I loved playing with trucks and guns and mud and dirt. I loved, wrestling animals and my brothers. I had no problems with masculinity growing up, besides the fact that my how do I phrase it? Just like many men, my father was insufficiently expressive in his emotions, and therefore I was like, I need to prove my masculinity by joining the Marine Corps and being a law enforcement officer. I have all this unresolved trauma that makes me express my masculinity, besides that. But I enjoyed that too. Like I shot guns, I drove cars fast, I traveled the world. So even in my trauma ended up being cool. So Zenith says you're overselling it. You can say you're non-binary and make literally 0 changes about your life. I get it. I'm just saying it wouldn't be honest. We're joking around. Thank you for being a nitrate. Well, you're welcome. All right. Due process just means they can't be deported because of an army of Saul Goodmans. Okay. I'm not goth. I'm emo, Perks. There's a difference. All right, let's go.
I'm not so confident.
My wife is not responding to my text messages. She's ignoring me. So I'm gonna go get a Diet Coke and a refill of water. I'll be right back, but I'm gonna leave you in the competent hands of Kaizen being agreeable and Steven being disagreeable.
That's never going to happen, and at least we see early signs that people are attempting to make it happen, and that's why we see different companies trying to invest in America. Yeah,
companies have always been investing in America. Most of the investment that Trump tries to credit for came from the CHIPS Act.
Stephen, this debate's not going to go very well if you interrupt me and I don't interrupt you.
Sure.
So yeah. So we've seen Taiwan Semiconductor.
But when you're saying wrong shit, though, I'm going to correct you. Yeah, Destiny needs a notepad. And by the way, it's more entertaining when Steven is abrasive, but obviously not everybody signs up for that. But Steven needs to get a notepad. That way, when somebody says something wrong, he can come back to it in a minute. He's smart enough to remember, but it would be better if he had a notepad for these debates where people moral frog about getting interrupted. Harmonic says, Midwestern women have those things. What's your point? They have daddy issues and they join the Marine Corps? Try a bell. It doesn't work for me, but it might work for you, lol. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Are you still criticizing my non-binariness? I don't know. Anyways, be right back.
To do that recently, this past week, we saw Saudi Arabia make investments. Obviously, that's more sovereign, not private companies. But we've seen many companies. We see Honda say that they're going to make the next Honda Civic over here rather than in Mexico. So we've seen companies at least making moves to try to reshore manufacturing. Whether it's going to happen by the time that Trump exits office, that's unknown, right? And then we have a timescale issue. But to say confidently, no, this is just never going to happen, I'm not sure how you can be so confident on that. I'm not confident. There's a level of confidence that I have, but it's not 100% in either direction. But the point is that moves are being made. We see early signs that companies are responding to it. And there's an open question of, is it going to be sufficient? And how much are tariffs going to lend to the strategy or take away from it? So look, my general note with economic discussions, I mean, even actual professional economists get this wrong. And this is one of those things where, honestly, I think what's underlying this whole debate for a lot of people is fundamentally, do you trust that this is a problem that needs to be solved? Do you trust the person trying to solve it? And do you trust the strategy that has been articulated? It sounds like where you're at is you don't trust that this is a problem that needs to be solved. You don't trust that Trump is a person to solve it. And you don't trust that there's a strategy. I trust that this is a problem to be solved. I'm unsure if Trump is the man to solve it. I am unsure on whether he has a correct policy to solve it because you haven't heard it thoroughly articulated comprehensively, but I think we need to do something because I don't think this is a sustainable track. And personally, I'm just happy that someone's trying to solve it at all.
Yeah, I don't know how we can say we're happy someone's trying to solve it at all when Trump has proven, he had his first whole term where he proved he was horrible on things like the debt and the deficit. He added more to the debt than any president prior to that. A lot of the debt that accumulated even under Biden's term was a result of the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And a lot of the debt that we ended up, and a lot of the interest we paid on the debt that was accumulating under that. So there's no reason to believe that Trump would do anything good here because he failed on his first term. He's continuing to fail on his second term. Maybe something magical will change. The thing that bothers me the most when we say, is this something that we should talk about? In terms of like, what is a healthy debt to GDP ratio? I think there probably is a good conversation to have there. And I think there's a good set of steps that we can probably take to alleviate some of the fiscal burden that we have in the United States. That conversation can't take place now because nobody has any idea what it should look like. A lot of people are deluded into thinking the debt should be zero. And a lot of people are now fixated on, should we have a worldwide tariff policy that's been enacted unilaterally from the executive branch from a guy who has bankrupted casinos? And there's no reason to look at any of this and think that it's going to end positively. Nobody internationally thinks it's going to end positively. The markets don't think it's going to end positively. No foreign governments think it's going to end positively. Half the United States. Like there's just, I mean, like the frustrating part is that all of this will end up not working out in 4 years, and everybody's going to, on the conservative side, will be scratching their heads, like thinking, like, well, who could have guessed? And it's like, well, we saw it didn't work in the first admin.
Who could have guessed? Everyone. Listen, the way this isn't going to work out, and I'm trying to scry into the future. I'm trying to use my psychic powers in order to look into the future. The way this isn't going to work is if the judges knock down Trump's tariff policy, the economy comes roaring back, and then in the midterms, Trump claims victory over the economy, and he's going to be like, "Oh, it's a golden economy. It was 5D chess. We're doing great. Blah blah blah." And then half the population falls for it, and then as a result, there's like a middling a middling midterm result that actually reinforces the legacy of Trump. That's actually what I would think would be so funny, is if the guardrails reel Trump in, but then the country succeeds, not because of Trump, but in spite of Trump, and then Trump declares victory. That would actually be almost predictably what's going to happen.
He added record levels to the debt and the deficit, and now it's not going to work in the second admin. He's taking even more catastrophic steps. So I don't know what conversation we can even realistically have about alleviating the debt now.
Trump on the campaign trail promised to hire Elon to cut waste, fraud, and abuse from the government. If you were to give DOGE a grade, how would you grade them?
Okay, so I'd say, DOGE's stated goal is to remove $1 trillion from the deficit on the spending side. Today, if we take their numbers to be accurate, they've saved $170 billion. Some of this is pending congressional approval to actually be concretized. But that's, I consider, a pretty good clip considering that they're less than 170 days even in office. Now, in order for them to save as much as they want to, I think they probably need to do more than just efficiency cuts, and then we get into more sensitive conversations about entitlements and things like that. My general thesis is, and this kind of goes back to the debt conversation and deficit conversation, something radical does need to be done. So I proceed from the basis that I'm happy something's being done at all. My biggest criticism of DOGE is I think the messaging has been really poor. It's been really unclear what their criterion is for making cuts or for laying people off. It's been unclear how much of this is politically motivated, like when we consider the stuff with USAID versus it actually about massive efficiency gains. That said, what I've seen from him is a level of flexibility when it comes to making cuts where they're actually not impervious to feedback and they're amenable to making changes. So for example, I know that they cut about 10,000 jobs from Health and Human Services, and they ended up reinstating 20% of them because they realized, hey, we actually need those jobs. I think it was similar with the Nuclear Security Administration. They cut, I want to say something like over 100 or 177 jobs, and they ended up reinstating a lot of them because they realized they need them. So there are cases where they overcut, and obviously when people overcut, like that's bad, but they've shown that they are willing to be dynamic and flexible with correcting those overcuts. And I also think that the way that they've been treating the layoffs in particular has been a lot more humane than they've been given credit for, because the vast majority of the employees who have been let go have received severance, in many cases 8 to 12 months of severance. And that runs contrary to a lot of a dialogue on like, hey, people are just losing jobs and it's just complete chaos and they're using a cudgel for everything. So overall, I would say I would give them a B+. I think it's a little early. I know it's meant to be sunset by July 2026. And look, there's a clear objective goal. Either they cut $1 trillion or not, and then we can be much more objective about how much they cut and whether it was enough. But overall, I'm positive on the changes that they've made. I'm positive on the fact that they're willing to take feedback. And I think one thing that people don't understand about the way DOGE is structured is they don't actually have statutory authority to make cuts unilaterally. It's not like Elon or anyone else in that department is just going in and cutting things without consulting with the agency or department heads. So given that in many cases they have an engineer, a lawyer, and then some sort of liaison for DOGE embedded in the department, and the department is actually agreeing, hey, yeah, we can make these cuts. I'm just happy that there's some sort of influence in these departments that is looking at this with a fresh eye and recommending cuts. B, I'm glad that the departments are agreeing with those cuts and following through. And I think this was necessary. I think the question is just on the margins, are they doing as good of a job as the ideal DOGE could do? So for me, it's B+.
Wow, bro. This guy is like, he's like the king soft boy propagandist, man. They wanted to save $1 trillion. They got to 107 billion. By the way, I think that they're arguing in Congress right now about what cuts are going to be formalized. How much of DOGE cuts are a part of the big, beautiful bill? I think it was like laughably small. DOGE cuts would have to be done through what is known as a rescission package. Okay, and then the rescission package, Congress rescission package now. A $10 billion Doge spending cut. Bruh. These are your boys, bro. These are your boys. These are your fiscal conservatives, bro. These are the people who are tackling the deficit, bro. These are the people who are tackling the economy, bro. 10 billion. Doge, by this guy's own admission, had a goal of $1 trillion. They found 107 billion, and Congress approved 10. And by the way,
from prototypes to large production run
cuts, bro. Look at my $10 billion. Let me show you them, bro. I'll happily eat a pancake. Thank you, baby. PEPFAR. Cuts. Deaths. So look at this. This is one of the things that they paused for 90 days during the executive review, and now is no longer funded and potentially not going to be funded through the next 4 years. Okay? So PEPFAR was a pretty cheap international plan that the 90-day pause is going to kill between 60,000 and 75,000 people over the next 5 years. And if it stays paused through 2030, it's going to kill, a few million people? If PEPFAR is canceled, how many people will die? Just a little bit of light reading for you today. So, hold on. It's still giving me the 60,000 to 100,000, but it's like a few million. $25 million deaths. What could happen if the U.S. ends global HIV? 25 million people could die in the next 15 years. So if Congress doesn't step up, and if the presidency doesn't step up, and this program stays permanently canceled, then hold on. Let's find this evangelical mission doctor. Now, she might not be a statistician. Okay, I'll admit that she might not be a statistician. But even if we were to cut this by a substantive degree, that's 6.3. Okay, the UN nations claimed in February that if PEPFAR is not reauthorized, there could be a 400% increase in AIDS deaths between 2025 and 2029. That's 6.3 million people, 6.3 million AIDS deaths related that will occur in the future. Christine Stegling, Deputy Executive Director of UNAIDS, said at a press briefing last month. So we're on the verge of doing a mini Holocaust for $10 billion. That's cool, Trump. Thanks for a mini Holocaust. Awesome. I'm happy we saved $10 billion, which is almost nothing. Take a bet with your MAGA friends and not one person has been charged with fraud and there won't be any charges for the Trump Department of Justice. Sure. How to fix the economy, give amnesty and hope it makes up the debt. What are you trying to fix? Whatever 4690. Okay. Last time I checked, the United States runs an international global market that's worth $70 trillion. We have a $4 trillion annual federal tax revenue. We run a $2 trillion deficit. We're the most economically powerful. We're the most militarily powerful country on the planet. What are you trying to fix? If you're trying to fix the K economy, where the working class is not surviving, and the upper class is getting richer and richer every single year, I'm going to tell you something crazy. Tax cuts aren't going to fix that. So congratulations on saving $10 billion. Turner Hoffman says, these SEALs will clap for $10 billion, not understanding it's 0.001% of the budget. Yeah. Pay say a lot of things. Trump didn't give them AIDS. It's not the U.S.'s fault. Yeah, so whatever 4690. What you're saying is, by the way, I appreciate you being a conservatarian right-winger who's hanging out in our chat or whatever, so I'm not trying to dog on you too hard, but I'm going to dog on you a bit. What you're saying is 6 million people, meh. We could save 6 million people, but meh. It might cost me 3 cents on my tax bill. Therefore, meh. It's their fault for being African. They're not a part of my country. I don't give a shit about soft power. I don't give a shit about helping other people. I don't give a shit about, America's reputation on the world stage. Fuck them. That's what you just said. Like, you might not have said that with all of the moral loading that I've said, but that's what you said. You said they're African, they're in a different country, who gives a shit? That's what you just said. So, okay? So you have two options, whatever 4690. You can add 5 cents to your tax bill, or you can let 6 million people die. What do you want to do? Right? So as a matter of fact, let's go ahead and do the exact math. I know I'm being an asshole, but let me be an asshole, okay? How much does PEPFAR cost every year? How much does PEPFAR cost every year? $6 billion. Okay, so let's bust out our calculator. 6 billion. 6,000,000. That's million. This is billion. Divide by 330 million, because that's how many people we have in our country. That's $18. You can spend $18 a year and save 6 million people's lives, or you can save $18 a year and you can let them die. What do you want to do? I would love a specific answer. Do you want to spend $18 and save 6 million people's lives, or do you want to not spend it and let them die? The new tax cuts are criminal, by the way. Yeah, tax cuts. Thanks. How do you feel about your MAGA family and friends claiming they never supported Trump in 10 years? They still will. They're too deep in the cult. Claire said, so 47 managed to kill 0.5 million in the US and 6 million outside the US. I mean, adding COVID deaths if you want. We are rightfully blaming them for decreasing PEPFAR, thus decreasing U.S. soft power around the world. Worth it. 6 billion is nothing really, so okay. Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Listen, I'm being an asshole. And my apologies to whatever 4690. You are bearing the brunt of me being an asshole. So my apologies. However, like $18 a year, right? Per citizen. And should you, there's a moral argument here. Should you have to pay $18 a year for HIV-infected people in sub-Saharan Africa? No, you shouldn't. Sub-Saharan Africa should be handling its own shit. I agree with you on principle. But the whole point is, this is the point of soft power, by the way. The point of soft power is you build up your allies to the point that hopefully they become economically and militarily self-sufficient while still relying on you a little bit so you guys can still have a good relationship. But then you get like trade benefits from them where they give you, because you help save 6 million people from AIDS, they're like, you know what? The United States was good to us in that regard. Therefore, we're going to give them preferential trade deals on lithium in our country, right? That's it. That's like all of soft power. All of soft power is I do something nice for you in the hopes that you give me economic concessions in later down the road. It's just good business, right? In a time in which the Russian and Chinese are incentivized to invade and annex sovereign territory of our allies, yeah, we've given up our soft power. It's crazy. It's less because rich people pay like 50% of the purse. Exactly. $9 a year. $9 a year to save 6 million people. Dude, it's like a trolley problem. It's like a trolley problem, but instead of like a human being on one side and then 6 million people on the track, there's 6 million people on the track, and then on the other track, there's $9. You know what I'm saying? That's how crazy this is. But because it's obfuscated through depths of policy, nobody understands this shit. So frustrating. Perk says the top 1% earned 22% of total AGI and paid 40% of all federal income taxes, as they should. Soft power is literally the idea of being nice to get ahead, and some people cannot fathom the idea. Yeah, straight up. Anyways, that's enough of me yapping. But dude, I can't believe that we're in a position in our country in which $9 a year is too much to pay in order to save 6 million lives. Like, ooh, the Holocaust, the Hutsis and Tutsis, the Rwandan genocide, the Yugoslavian genocide. These are all horrors beyond, human comprehension that we should have done more in order to prevent. And then they're like, bro, would you pay $9 a year? Would you pay $18 a year in order to save 6 million people? And they're like, I wanted to get Grand Theft Auto 6, and Grand Theft Auto 6 was bumped up to $80 instead of $60, so I really need that extra $20, So I'm sorry, but we're going to have to kill 6 million AIDS people so I can buy Grand Theft Auto 6.
Yeah, this is the easiest F in the world. DOGE came in promising $2 trillion in cuts, and they've walked away with anywhere from 50 to 150 billion, maybe. I don't know in what world you miss your target by an order of magnitude and still manage to get a passing grade. Also, DOGE's mission was to come in and find waste, fraud, and abuse, not try to make personnel cuts in programs that they don't like. So they didn't even hit their original mission at all. I'm going to be honest. I think every liberal was a little bit scared to see DOGE come in and find a whole bunch of waste, fraud, and abuse in the government, because obviously that would look pretty bad. I did expect them to find some stuff. I'm actually astounded that they came in with like an open book to go through everything and came away with absolutely nothing. There was not a zero credible claim of waste, fraud, or abuse that DOGE came away with, despite the firings, despite going in and, kicking out security guards, despite getting to go through as much data as they wanted to. The only thing we've gotten is a worse understanding of a lot of these agencies, because Elon Musk himself has been involved in the proliferation of a lot of lies about them. For instance, spreading the lie that Social Security is paying out people that are over the age of 120 or whatever. This is a lie that's been repeated over and over and over again that every conservative will not believe until the day that they die, because once you believe a lie that Trump has told you, you can never, ever, ever disavow that lie. They didn't manage to find any credible amounts of waste or fraudulent behavior or abusive behavior. They just went through and they control F for DEI and cut every whatever program they felt like they didn't like. I think it's a cowardly way for Trump to try to curb the size of the government rather than presenting to Congress, here are systematic cuts that I think we should make in large, or programmatic cuts that we should make in large government programs to save money. They haven't done that. They're just trying to fire random people to make savings. So, I mean, I don't know. They came in looking for waste, fraud, and abuse. Seems like they found none. I haven't heard of anything regarding that. No credible claims of that. And they missed their mark by at least an order of magnitude, maybe 2 orders of magnitude, if they end up getting only 20 billion or whatever worth of cuts approved by Congress. So I don't know what world that's ever, especially given all the political capital expended on it, all the drama related to it. I don't know what world that could ever be seen as a success in any way, size, shape, or form.
Cool. So it sounds like we have some facts to reconcile before we can even get to the subjective analysis. So let's just see if we agree on this. So I have heard from Howard Lutnick and Elon that the goal is 1 trillion. Maybe at some prior point they said 2 trillion, but my understanding is they're most up to date.
The reason why it would be 2 trillion is to stop deficit spending. That's why it would be 2 trillion.
Goal is $1 trillion in cuts to a deficit. Have you heard differently? Because you said 2 trillion.
Elon himself stated 2 trillion multiple times. They might have walked that back to 1 trillion. Even at 1 trillion, it's still an order of magnitude miss in terms of the cuts they found they recommended. Yeah.
Okay, good. And do we agree that the goal is to sunset DOGE by July 2026? So any cuts made now is not actually.
Yes, but my understanding is
not actually complete with the process.
Yes, but my understanding is the majority of what they've suggested is basically done, that they've kind of taken a step back now. So they might find little things, but basically the bulk of the work is done at this point.
Okay, my understanding is not that. So my understanding is that Elon is a special government employee. He's there for 130 days. He's used up the majority of that, so he can't be full-time on the team. But they have other people in DOGE. They have Amy Gleason leading it now. She used to be in the government, or was in the government, and she's a more traditional full-time employee. And this work is going to continue until July of 2026, which means we have a full year to make up the gap between, you're calling it, 30 to 150 billion. They're saying on their website 170 billion. Probably the truth is somewhere in the middle. I don't know. And that there's a question of how much of this actually gets approved by Congress and concretized. But to say it's an F, for me, it just sounds hyperbolic, just because we're literally not at the finish line yet. And if we expected them to cut $1 trillion to $2 trillion, 130 days in, I think that was an unrealistic expectation. Now, if it is true, and I have not heard this, that the bulk of the cuts that can be made have already been made, then obviously that's a failure. But my understanding is no one is warranting that. The bulk of the work that Elon can do in this fiscal year has been done directly, but there's still a team there, right? There's still dozens of DOGE employees embedded in these departments continue to make cuts. So again, this is one of those things where, unfortunately, the timing of this debate is such that we're a bit early in the process to assess the long-term impact of things like economic shifts or changes to spending. But I think to have a sense of proportionality, we're not even halfway in to the amount of time that's been outlaid to make the changes on the DOGE side, and to already call it a failure doesn't make sense to me.
Well, have they found any waste, fraud, or abuse?
Well, so the Government Accountability Office in 2022 said they identified $250 billion in improper payments. Majority of that was overpayment, right? So there's tons of
Yeah, but what you
For
just
sure,
said, that
wait,
was the
for-
Government Accountability Office, not DOGE.
Yeah, and DOGE is looking into the particulars of what those improper payments were. So what I'm saying is there's a bucket of at least $250 billion here that we know that in 2022 was wasted. Now, how much of that is fraud? How much is that abuse? I don't know, but that's what DOGE is looking into now.
I don't think DOGE is looking into that. I think the Government Accountability Office and I think that the Office of Inspector General is looking into that. The easiest way to pull the plug on this argument is if you really cared about saving money for the government, then the number one most efficient program to put money into is the IRS, of which they're trying to pull people out of. There's some $400 to $600 billion annually. That's every single year of money out there that the IRS just can't go after because they don't have the manpower for it. And Republicans gleefully try to pull employees out of it or take employees out of the IRS, as Trump just bragged about it. So, I mean, like, I just don't think there's any real genuine effort there to actually save money, because if they were, they would just fund the IRS.
Okay, so there's a discussion.
Christian Blair says, well, I got a job meeting to attend. Be back in an hour, hopefully. See you, Christian. See you in a bit.
To be had about what should they be doing instead, but let's not talk about what they have done because you think they haven't done anything. So at minimum, there's the $20 to $30 billion in untagged payments that were identified, and we don't know where the money went. We don't know what it was for. We don't know if it was coded to the budget, but it was identified that, hey, this is a very simple thing. For anyone who's ever worked at a corporation where you've had to pay things on behalf of the company, when you pay for things on behalf of the company, you tag it. You just like tag
they
it
do
in
that
the
in
field.
the government. Every time that DOGE brought that up, it was a lie. Every single time it was a lie.
My understanding is it's not a lie.
That's fine. It is a lie. That's why that's why there is no prosecution that's been referred. That's why nobody's talking about specifically.
But hold on, let me finish. So you're saying
okay. So right here, obviously, this is why Steven's a debate lord and I'm not as popular of a debate lord, is because I always like leave room to be wrong. But I do like that this guy is kind of dealing with the ephemeral of like, well, you know, we just don't know what they are. Why don't we know what they are? Okay. Why don't we know what they are? Payment went from an office and it was approved by a person and it was sent to something else and it was identified as an improper payment. There's a couple of things that can go wrong there. Number one, it can just be improperly keyed where somebody just did it wrong. Number two, it can be like a program that's no longer there that we overpaid on. So, you know, Lockheed Martin wraps up a program. They've been getting paid for months. It takes 60 days in order to, you know, like shut down the payments. We accidentally didn't shut it down fast enough. As a result, they got overpaid a month or two, right? And that could happen across a 330 million person country. That could happen dozens of times. And then the final one, which did happen, I've seen this in corporate America, is people create dummy accounts for businesses that don't exist, and then they pay themselves. And because they have financial access to different departments, they actually route money to organizations that don't really technically exist. And then they run away with the cash and they get a boob job and they live in Mexico, right? That's happened too. So if that's the case, and those are the 3 of maybe 4 or 5 options of what could happen, why don't we know? Why can't we figure that out? It should be relatively simple to run down. Sean says, I'd be super down to see you break down Ben versus Destiny someday. Yeah, let's do that. That could be fun. LB says, by the way, Congress has already approved the money in Article 2 doesn't have the power to stop payments. Yeah, brutal.
It's a lie. Let me tell you how, if it were true, it would work. It's literally, there's a field that's optional where you can indicate what the payment is for. It was not indicated. And this doesn't mean that there was a mass amount of fraud, but it was one of these very simple things where, hey, the systems were not properly designed to make sure that we have accountability and transparency over how every single dollar was spent. Now, how much of that is incompetence? How much of that is malfeasance? I don't know. You're saying it's completely a lie, and I guess I don't know what the implication here is, that every single payment is tagged and we know exactly where every dollar went.
Government stuff. Right? If you know anybody that works in government or does anything, they're pretty carefully accounted for. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if appeal to authority. I don't know if like, you know, someone in government who's told you this is a lie, but at minimum.
Well, and by the way, this isn't true. I'll go ahead and say this as a former member of government. So in supply and logistics with the Marine Corps, there was, I was responsible for, I don't know, $200,000 of equipment that was purchased that didn't need to be purchased. And the reason why, I'll actually explain how this error occurred, is that I was a property accountant. I'm going to go full screen for the story because I think it can highlight the actual abuse and all that kind of bullshit. So I was a property accountant. my job was to reconcile what equipment we had between two different property reports and get them as accurate as possible to the inventory that was actually had. And what happened was our unit in Iraq in particular had used one property accounting software, but it hadn't updated another one. And that one was the one that reported to Headquarters Marine Corps, which is our bosses. And so what ended up happening was I reconciled the accounts where I took all of the transactions that had happened on one report and I shifted them over to the other report. And as a result, I was able to eliminate like 7,000 property accounting errors. We were almost able to get the sheets to match. Sorry, my dog just walked onto my power cord. So again, for like the 50th time, I seriously, this dog, I love him so much, but he's such a pain in my butt. So anyways, so I was able to reconcile 7,000 property accounting errors by specifically reconciling these two reports. But what happened was we had authorizations for the equipment that we needed. And I'm a crazy person. So I was like, I want to get this done. I want a perfect balance sheet by the time we're going. Hey, ordering clerk, order all of this equipment. This is all the equipment that we're missing that Headquarters Marine Corps said that we're supposed to have as a battalion. And so I got in trouble because my boss basically said, hey, we don't need 500 parachutes. We're not invading Iran. We don't need, a new set of cold weather gear because we only have this amount of people who are deploying outside the wire. So you just ordered a bunch of cold weather gear that we're not going to use. And so as a result, there was like probably $250,000 of equipment that got ordered that we were substantively able to cancel, but it would still ended up being like a healthy chunk of change. And we ordered a bunch of stuff that we didn't need. Now, as a battalion that could have gone to war with Iran because this was 2008, then we could have done that. But realistically, nobody told me to go back to Headquarters Marine Corps and tell people, like tell my boss's 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 boss that we don't need any of this equipment. Fuck off, right? That's never happened. Nobody ever had that conversation with me. So it was my fault for being zealous in reconciling the property accounting accounts. But that's the kind of like waste that can go on where there's 500 parachutes in Al-Anbar province right now that the Iraqi army could use to invade another country if they wanted to. But realistically, there's 500 parachutes sitting in Al-Assad Air Base that's never going to get used. So my bad. I'm sorry that I cost the American taxpayer, $100,000. My bad. Connor, it's not your fault, or it's your fault the DOD can't balance the budget. True. It was my fault. My fault. Those 500 parachutes and that cold weather gear that nobody's going to use. Although I'm hoping that I hope that an Iraqi army guy is warm because of me. I hope there's an Iraqi army guy who went through the warehouse and he found the cold weather gear and he's like, you know what? Thank you, Connor. Thank you, Connor, for ordering too much cold weather gear. So anyways, that's my story. So Steven's saying like every payment from the government is justified. No, it's not. I once shipped $100,000 worth of product to another country. It has to be a hospital 2 days later. Yeah, I lost the company $7,000 in shipping and customs and tied up an additional $100K to replace them. Whoops. Whoopsies. Hey, listen, it happens. When you're dealing with, I don't know, multi-trillion-dollar institutions, it's easy to lose a few $100,000 here and there. Conservative liberalism says, glad we have someone to blame when it comes to military spending. I can only assume Connor is the reason that Rumsfeld was talking about a missing $1 trillion before 9/11. Conservative liberalism, at the risk of boring chat some more, here's the thing. He talks about property accounting. He's not talking about we lost $1 trillion cash that disappeared. He's talking about exactly what I did. This report says we spent $4 trillion. This report says 3 trillion, and we have to reconcile the reports in order to figure out where this money actually went. That's what he's saying. That doesn't mean that the money didn't go towards military expenditures or salaries or equipment or training or any of that kind of stuff. It's just that the reports didn't line up. K-Soko says, didn't lose my job, and they were like, it's no big deal. We balance millions here. Yeah, I got yelled at by a gunnery sergeant, and he kind of like mean mugged me for the rest of the deployment. But then he still got a Navy and Achievement Medal based off of me balancing the property accounting books. So, you're welcome, gunnery sergeant. Yeah. I keep hearing the U.S. faces going bankrupt in 10 to 20 years. It's just not true, bro. It's not true. Anyways, back to the content. Sorry for yapping. It's my show, so I'm going to yap. But, you know, not everybody's interested in the property accounting of the war on terror.
Minimum, if we agree that we trust the GAO and we trust that when they say that there's $250 billion in underpayments, overpayments, and payments that they don't know where it went, then the question is, okay, well, how much of that $250 billion at least has DOGE captured? I'm identifying 20 to 30 billion and saying, hey, we know that, or allegedly, according to them, and you don't believe them, but I'm taking it at face value, they're saying it was not tagged, and now it's getting tagged. So that's a very simple change that's been made that it doesn't get us all of the way there, but it's a demonstrable difference in moving the needle on actually cutting the amount of spending that the government is doing. In addition to that, I mean, the Social Security Administration for years has identified that yeah, there is fraud in Social Security, there is fraud in payouts, and DOGE has been on top of looking at that too. So unfortunately, it feels like there's just a bit of an unbridgeable divide, because if you're just saying it's a lie, like, I'm actually interested in how you can prove the negative here.
Well,
Like,
it's super simple on my side. So when you're talking about those mistags of payments, okay, fine. Let's say that there was some fraudulent behavior there. Who's been recommended for charges? What is the FBI or the DOJ going after? The answer for these is always going to be nobody and nothing, because all of it is a lie. Whether or not there's like a payment tagged on a database, anybody that's worked with a sophisticated enough system knows that there's sometimes multiple systems, sometimes stuff is tagged, sometimes it's not. Just because it's not tagged doesn't necessarily mean that it's fraudulent, wasteful, or abusive, or that somebody else is accounting for it. A really great example of this is the claims that Elon Musk and Trump have made about the Social Security Administration paying people that are over the 120 years old or whatever. There is a file externally that is the SSA updates called the DMF, the Death Master file. That file they'll update sometimes with cause of death or death that other agencies or creditors can kind of like use just to look at it to help them monitor stuff. That's not the same record, for instance, though, that the Social Security Administration uses to pay people out. The idea that we're paying thousands of people who are already dead was a total lie that was said over and over again, and is still said to this day by the majority of conservatives, by Trump and by Elon. But when you actually read, because the SSA has its Office of Inspector General, you can read the report. This has been known that updating that Death Master file sometimes is like really difficult for a variety of reasons. It doesn't mean there are fraudulent payments going out. When you're talking about payments going out as a result of inappropriate payments, my understanding is about 60% of those are recovered, 40% aren't. Sometimes it can be as simple as like a person dies and then an SSA check goes out like the next day, and then they have to like recover it. Most of the time, it's pretty easy to do. It's pretty trivial. I don't think DOGE is helping recover any of this. And like I said, if there was any actual like waste, fraud, or abuse, then I would expect we would see some type of criminal charge or something recommended to the DOJ, and that just hasn't happened, and it won't happen.
Yeah, so I mean, again, we're prognosticating about whether it will happen. We're very early into the administration. Maybe it happens. Maybe they actually do prosecute people. And in many cases, I don't think a prosecution is needed, because if it's simply waste and it's simply error and it's simply entropy, you don't need to prosecute someone for that all the time. As you just acknowledged yourself, sometimes there's many systems, some of them are antiquated, some of them are not talking to each other. And even in the case that 60% of these funds are recovered, 40% are not, then there's a 40%, there's a large S that we can actually recover and we can actually be looking into. So
fund the SSA.
Sorry?
Stop pulling employees in from the SSA. Fund the SSA.
Yeah, and it might not be an issue of funding the SSA. It might be an issue of making the SSA more efficient and actually updating the systems and updating this DMF, as you pointed out. Or, as I understand it, there are systems that are coded on really old code called Cobalt. And there's not many coders who actually code in Cobalt anymore. So it's like, why are we using old systems? So some of this is just modernizing the systems that we have in government and getting off of old software licenses we're not using anymore, canceling old contracts that we're not using anymore, and just modernizing and making things more efficient. And the proof of that being
so here's the funny thing. I actually agree with this part of the conversation, but I think that it's actually weird that the Trump admin doesn't seem to acknowledge what this actually means. Okay, what this actually means is that in order to update all the software systems, I was using something called the MAL and the SASE and the CMR. If I remember correct, bear in mind it's been like a decade and a half. But SASE was a program that created code that then went into the MAL, which was some kind of property accounting software. Then there was I'm not even going to try to remember. But the point is that there was a requisition software. There was a property accounting software that was generalized for the headquarters Marine Corps to see what we had. And then there was a localized property report that had all the serial numbers on it. So it was the CMR, the MAL, and then I forget what the requisition software was called. Now, SASE was a software program that you enter in all of your transactions, and then it generated code for all three of those programs. But that program was created in like the 1980s or like the 1990s. It was very old software. And so as a result, there was all sorts of property accounting and requisition errors that would happen just through coding issues within this outdated system. But what ended up happening was it was so expensive to get a new system that the Marine Corps just pushed off getting a new system over and over again because it was easier to eat property accounting and requisition losses due to waste and due to error than it was to spend billions of dollars on updated software. So what's actually funny about this is, I don't know if Kaizen would admit this or if DOGE or the Trump admin would admit this, but you would temporarily need to increase costs in order to reduce the long-term costs. And I don't think they're capable of understanding that because all the people are looking for from Trump and DOGE is cuts.
Done effectively wouldn't mean necessarily that people are going to jail. The proof of that would be that the actual amount of spending goes down. So again, as I said before, the proof of this should not be that people are going to jail over waste, fraud, and abuse. Well, the fraud for sure.
Big Mitchy says, it's 1 a.m. here down under. I'm check the rest out of this in the morning. Well, thanks for being here, Big Mitch. Big Mitchy, please remember to like the stream and click quick shill time, okay? Like the stream, it's free. That lets other people know that we're live and they can come and check out the content as a result, and they can check out our commentary, have fun in the chat with all you beautiful, fine folk. Number two, if you are not able to hang out like Big Mitchy here, then go ahead and watch the VODs. Those are live on the Counterpoints channel, and it gives me that sweet, sweet ad revenue. So if you don't have the capacity to super chat, you don't have money burning a hole in your pocket, you're just trying to make ends meet, then you can help me out by liking the stream, liking the VODs, leaving a comment on the VODs, giving me that sweet, sweet AdSense revenue. If, however, you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, you're, it's just payday, you're having fun, you're swimming in cash like Scrooge McDuck, then feel free to give a super chat. We obviously had lots of really generous people yesterday, including our Daddy J-Mac grassroots hegemon. But the truth is, I don't think it's fair to always rely on Daddy J-Mac / grassroots hegemon / Sake Tanuki. I think that, we should all pitch in our fair part. I'm pitching in my fair part by creating the content. If you could pitch in your fair part by either liking the stream or engaging with the VODs, that would be fantastic. And if you got some money to spare, then super chats are always appreciated, but never required. Then Eben says, by the way, older tech has been foolproof. They're fail-proof because their systems cannot fail. See air traffic control systems post-updating of systems. Interesting. Claire says, thanks, Connor. This has been great. Awesome. LB says, hold on. Where's Kaizen getting any of this retooling rhetoric? Congress has not approved any of the stuff he's talking about. It's just yap. Yeah, like that's the thing is he's just looking at press releases and statements by Trump and by Elon Musk, and he's just going off of what they're saying. He's not actually looking at what's being executed as far as legislation. So Grassroots says, you absolutely need to press on spending when you're up. We in the USA, gross gray area, 100%. Kesoko says, our inventory software is 40 years old. Company refuses to switch to make integration easier. The software is reliable, stable, and bug-free. Switching isn't even a considerable option, lol. Well, yeah, there you go. So does Valor pay a wage? It does, but it's only going to pay a wage for like the next 6 months or so. And we have really the next 6 months to build up the channel. You know what I'm saying? So, we got until, I want to say like October to be cooking. And to be honest, we're kind of cooking, whatever, 4690. So number one, I got the Warhammer channel, which is great. Number two, I got a good editor for the Counterpoints channel, and we're starting to post VODs every single day. And so as a result of that, like, it's 2K here, 1K here, 500 here, 600 there, 300 there, 400 there. Memberships, good point, Kesoko. We should update that. Sorry, I need to harass Philip about that. I'll send him a text message right now. But the point overall is that if we have a 5-month library of content that's all VODs of debate reviews and debates themselves and hanging out with other creators and all that kind of stuff, listen, there's plenty of very dumb people who do this job. So I have to figure that we're going to be able to. I have faith. I'll put it that way. If I go back to work in 5 months, it is what it is. But realistically, I have faith that we're going to be able to do this. Gray Jedi says, why do these people fail to understand that the government needs to be as big as it needs to be? The SSA needs so many people and they don't have them. I don't know, man. They just don't like spending money. They'll save a dime in order to spend $1. It's crazy.
But the proof of this should be that the actual number is going down. And you've acknowledged that there's somewhere between 30.
But the actual number isn't going down. So if you guys, we Googled this earlier. Let me give you gifted memberships, you bad, evil man. I'll work on it. Thank you, King. Thank you for the super chat. The grassroots. Thank you again, King. Then what he's talking about is rescissions. So Congress has the capacity to take the DOGE recommendations. Let the man wail. Okay, we will. But rescissions are where Congress sends back the money to whoever, to the executive, and they say that we don't need this money anymore. I actually don't know who they send it back to. I think the executive sends it back to the legislation, and then the legislation appeals the rollback. And so what's happened is DOGE had a proposed $100 billion cut, which again is nothing. It's spit in the ocean. And then Congress only recommended 10. So yeah, here comes that pesky math again. Exactly.
And 150 billion that they actually have saved. So there's something. It's not nothing, as you've been saying sometimes.
It's almost
They're
nothing.
reporting that's 170 billion dollars in saving. Even if the truth is somewhere in between, even if we cut it at halfway, let's say we take the halfway point and it's somewhere between 80 and 120 billion, that's substantive. And my question to you, Stephen, is do you think that there should be well, actually, it's not fair to say that because you did say that there should be a plan presented to Congress and that's the way that we should do it. I would say, well, we've tried that so many times. The best that we've been able to save is like $30 billion. And I'm glad that there's some sort of different approach where we're bringing in people from private industry. We're focusing on not just conventional government planning to actually reduce the amount that we spend and actually trying to modernize systems, make them more efficient, and just update government. So yeah, that's why I give it a B+. I can understand why you wouldn't want to give it a B+. I don't understand how you can give it an F, given that we're literally not at July 2026.
DOGE came in to find waste, fraud, and abuse. They didn't find waste, fraud, and abuse. They came in to make suggestions for cuts to programs because Republicans have given up on trying to govern this country. If Republicans want to cut from the government, if they actually want to decrease the amount that they spend, then you go to government to do government. You don't get to bring in a guy who's frying his brain on ketamine to try to make a whole bunch of arbitrary cuts in personnel because you're too lazy or stupid to figure out how to actually write the bills to cut the departments. I don't like this idea that conservatives go, well, it was too hard, so we brought in a guy unilaterally to just start hacksawing stuff, and this is our way of doing it. DOGE was brought in to find waste, fraud, or abuse, not reread to me in a less coherent voice things that are on Government Accountability Office or Office of Inspector General reports from 2022 or 2023. It's a waste of money. It's a demonstration of a lack of ability to do business. Elon Musk became everybody's worst middle manager. Anybody that's worked in private industry knows how annoying it is to get a random email from some C-level exec saying, send me 5 things that you worked on this week. Like it was so annoying that half the cabinet heads were like telling their departments. I think Kash Patel, maybe Hegseth was saying like, guys, don't waste your time responding to this. This is stupid. Okay, this is dumb. It was a total failure in every single like size of the way you can measure it up.
Listen, I'm getting a little bored with DOGE, and they argue about DOGE for like another hour. I really don't care that much. And the reason why I don't care is because I disagree with Destiny, and I think Kaizen is just he's effectively accepting the rhetoric from Trump and from Elon on face value, and he's not following up on whether or not any of these things are being executed. So I'm actually going to fast forward to illegal immigration. And then what's going on, though, in my opinion, is this is exactly why we need to cut through populism, because populism is oftentimes purely aesthetic. And so like I joked about earlier, hey, it's going to be pizza. We're going to have pizza every single day. We're going to up ice cream day to 2 times a week. We're going to extend nap time. You're going to be able to have your iPad during nap time if you want, and no adult is going to be able to take away your electronic devices. And then you actually get into office as the student body president. And number one, you can't execute half of your agenda. And number two, half of your agenda sounds good to the average student, but it actually has nothing to do with like education or school. The kids call it vibes. Yeah, it's vibes-based politics. When the fuck did we get ice cream? That's an old school reference. So whatever 4690 says, also the Trump Melania coin was bad. Not only was the Trump coin and the Melania coin bad, where Trump and Melania, the president and first lady, were responsible for a rug pull coin. What? A rug pull. They sold fake currency, and then they sold fake currency to their people. They held on to a very small stake, and then they sold 90% of it when it lost value, meaning that the people who bought into the coin that inflated the value lost their money to all the rich people who were able to play the game. They fleeced their own supporters. Absolutely insane. And then not just that, he's accepted a $400 billion jet from Qatar, which we formally accused of being sponsors of terrorists. I don't know why we can't afford our own Air Force One. And then, so that was number 2. And then number 3, he just did like a $32 billion Bitcoin reserve. Hold on, let's take a look at it. Bitcoin reserve announced. It suggested that the U.S. government's new strategic reserve billions in seized crypto. Some crypto insiders have mixed feelings. I don't know. Trump Media Group announced its plan to establish 2.5 Bitcoin treasury. The U.S. government, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if they're seizing it, which would be interesting. If they seized it, I would have less complaints. But it suggests the crypto reserves will together hold more than $21 billion in cryptocurrency. 1 hour ago. Yeah, sure. Is this paywalled? Let's take a look at it real quick. President Donald Trump. Oh, come on, man. You're going to paywall me free, create an account? No. Gosh darn it. Anyways, point is that the government is effectively buying Bitcoin. Because guess who donated to their campaign? Crypto bros. All right. Conserve says, I think the subject matter of the populism matters. Trump didn't promise people ice cream. He gave them RFK Jr., who wants to make people healthy despite cons going nuts when Michelle Obama tried. Yeah, because he wants to make people healthy by reducing their trust in vaccines and making them believe that autism. Matter of fact, conservative liberalism. Let's circle back on this in 3 to 6 months when we're supposed to know definitively if vaccines cause autism. Because if I don't hear anything in the next 6 months about what's his name again? About Kennedy proving the link between autism and vaccines, this is going to be another failed, stupid program. You picked up my CD and you scratched it. Oh, man. Yeah, which is collectivizing a rug pull. Yes. Connor, get Ground News. You can compare the sources. Dope. Connor, you might find sources on Ground News. All right, we'll become a Ground News sponsor. Yes, let's start listening to junkies on government. Yeah, I'm also pro-choice and think the right are nuts on abortion sometimes is the left. Sure. Yeah, whatever. I'm sorry. Whatever, 4690. I'm sorry if I attacked you specifically, and I'm sorry if I dislike your support of the character Sargon of Akkad. However, you know, you're kind of like a lightning rod for me where I have all this frustration with the Trump admin, and then, you know, and then I take it out on you. So my apologies. Anyways, let's move on to illegal immigration.
Everything that's happened so far.
So there are millions of people in the U.S. who are here illegally. What should be done with those who are already here? And what, if anything, should change to prevent illegal immigration moving forward? Would you like to go first?
Sure, yeah. So we touched on, or Stevens touched on this super briefly when you talked about deporting the people who are doing a lot of the jobs that actually are necessary for the economy. And I agree, that's something that needs to be reckoned with if we are going to deport people. But before we even talk about things like the economy, or some people incorrectly believe that immigrants are committing crimes, and that's not true, or at least not at a higher rate than the average American, I think fundamentally and instinctually what's going on is a lot of people just feel like it's unfair to allow illegal people to enter the country illegally. And to give you a very simple analogy, it's almost as if you're standing in a line, right? So let's say you're at an event and you're standing in a line, and you're standing in a line not because someone is wagging their finger and saying that you should do it, but because there's a basic understanding of that there's a social contract that we all stand in the line, even if we don't like it, and we wait our turn. The perception is that illegal immigrants are not waiting their turn. And it's from a humane point of view, I totally understand a lot of these people are leaving desperate situations. A lot of these people are just like everyone trying to live a good life, and they want to live it in America. But the reason why America is actually so desirable is because we are a nation of law and order. We've actually created a system that where we have relatively reliable judiciary system and legislative system and executive branch, and they work together, unlike a lot of these countries that people are coming from, especially in Central and South America. So not only does it feel unfair to the average American to watch so many people just bypass the rules, while, by the way, there are many people who are trying to enter the country legally and not willing to break the rules, it also undermines the very thing that makes America desirable to be in the first place. Because if it's a nation of law and order, and we're allowing people to enter the country while violating law and order, then very soon the community that people are trying to break into is not actually desirable anymore. So from my standpoint, this is about fairness, and it's actually not a moral claim. It's a claim about what actually creates a sustainable community. And I don't...
Well, I mean, it is a moral claim. Moral claim is analysis of good and bad. LB says, what the F is a groiper? Well, welcome to schizopolitics. A groiper is a supporter of Nick Fuentes. They're effectively far-right Christian nationalist race realists. So I think that's the best way to sum them up. The keystone of chat are Razzle Cherub. True. I miss Razzle Cherry. But anyways, groipers are lame. Sure. I forget what a groiper is. Yeah, it's just a supporter of Nick Fuentes. And Christian nationalism, they want a Christian theocracy in the country. And then also race realists. They think that there's differences between the races that, effectively we should segregate. A lot of them are incels or volcels, which means that they don't have active sexual relationships, that kind of thing. So anyways. Yeah. So I'm okay with what he's saying, and I think that it's intuitively true to a vast majority of Americans that they think that you should have to wait your turn and do it legally and all that kind of crap. But also, I have to ask if the cure is worse than the disease. I want a secure border, but guess what? I want a secure border. That way we can vet all the people who are coming here. That way, effectively, every Central American and South American immigrant gets stopped at the border. We get their name, we get their date of birth. We're able to check with their host country, see if they have a criminal record. If they don't have a criminal record and they do have a reason to be in the country, then we can let them in. And we could give them a work visa if they're willing to work in agriculture. Well, not just exclusively agriculture, but if they're willing to work in an industry that we need, then we let them in. And then, especially if they're willing to learn the language and gain citizenship over time, and we could make those work visas temporary. They want to work here for 6 months, and then they want to dip out. Awesome. You got a 6-month visa and then dip out. And if they're like, no, I want to be here for 20 years, and I actually really love the Constitution of the United States of America and freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, right to self-defense, and limited government, and I want to contribute positively to your economics, then I'd be like, all right, sick. Fill out this application. We'll get back to you, right? So I want a secure border so we can get the right people in the country, not because I have some kind of vague distaste for Hispanics, which I think that the Trump admin has a vague distaste for Hispanics. Oh,
I think it's sustainable.
I think we should have swag and confidence in colleges. Save the incel, save America. I agree. Unironically, save the man, save the republic, save the incel, save America. True. Nobody cares about stopping seasonal workers, but they don't leave. Sure. But that's where, we could enforce that. We could, that would be a higher priority to me rather than deporting rando people who don't have criminal records to gulags in Central America. That's how I would be spending my time and energy, is actually physically securing the border and then actually vetting the people who come into the country and then basing who comes on the country based off of our social, economic, and cultural needs.
To have a community where we have this perpetual underclass of people who the only difference between this underclass of people and the other and legal immigrants is that this underclass of people managed to make it into the country. This underclass of people is now getting actually abused because they're working jobs under the table. A lot of the time they're getting scammed. A lot of the time, they don't have worker protection because they're undocumented. And I don't think it's a good situation for those people. I don't think it's a good situation for people who are legally. I don't think it's a good situation for people who want to be in the country legally either. So in my opinion, look, we can't do this in the middle thing where we have second-class citizens.
You can't afford to have vague distaste for Hispanics because reasons? No. I don't know if I'm improperly articulating. I'm not quite sure at the joke that you're poking at, but let's break this down seriously temporarily, okay? So I have a vague positive opinion of Hispanics. There's plenty of Mexicans that I served with that were awesome. There's plenty of Central and South Americans that I served with that are awesome. Many of the Hispanic members of my community, even the ones who don't speak English, generally speaking, seem like people who are working in order to provide for their families. That's what most Hispanics seem like to me. And I'm surrounded by Hispanics. I'm in Central Florida, okay? And by the way, I think that, I don't know if this is bigotry, but I feel like Puerto Ricans are sometimes worse behaved than Mexicans. And what I mean by that is that Puerto Ricans, because they're citizens, even though they're in a territory of the United States, sometimes they'll be very snobby. Sometimes they'll be very rude. You'll go to like a Puerto Rican restaurant and they're like, oh, you don't speak Spanish that well? Lol. You know, they'll be dicks about it. And then same thing, like I've seen probably 2 or 3 times now, people with a giant Puerto Rican sticker, the sticker of Puerto Rico, driving their Honda Accord, and then they throw trash out the window. And I'm like, that guy is an asshole, right? And so I quit being law enforcement probably the second and third time that I saw it. And the first time that I saw it, I wasn't a cop yet. And so as a result, if I was a cop, I would 100% be like pulling that dude over, making him walk back and pick up his fucking trash, right? Because that, while it's a small crime, right? Is it that big of a deal to have trash on the side of the road? No. But is that kind of like the social degradation that can ruin society over the long term if everybody does it? Yes. And so if I see you throwing trash out of your car, I basically want to beat you within an inch of your life. Is that a fair punishment? Probably not. But anyways, whereas all the Mexicans I know, they typically bust their ass. They got 3 roommates. They're sending money home. They're trying to take care of their families, right? And so, yeah, do they get a DUI every now and then? Probably. Do they get arrested for not having a driver's license? Probably. But are they all these like MS-13 is a different country. Are they all these like Sinaloa cartel gang members who are chopping up bodies and throwing them into 55-gallon drums filled with acid? No, that's probably less than 1%, probably less than 2% of the population. And so to treat every single Mexican as if they're Sinaloa cartel gang members, I think is crazy. And we have to be able to, in my opinion, discern between the actual predatory members and parasitic members of the Hispanic community. And we need to be able to screen them this way. And then we need to take the economically and socially productive Hispanic folk, and we need to welcome them, right? So for me, like my ethno-religious bigotry against, Hispanics is very limited. I'm actually not that bigoted against Hispanics. I just like making jokes. Old School says, Connor Sacut is not a gulag, you jackass. A gulag is a slave labor camp. Okay. Let's do it. Sacut. Old School. Okay. So we got 60 dudes, shaved heads, all looking down. We got the actual... looks like an air-conditioned gymnasium, and then you spend your days 60 people to a room on metal bunks with no blankets and no whatever, and then you have like a single wash basin and toilet between 60 people, and if you act up, you get put in solitary confinement. Now, I'm happy that El Salvador has cracked down on their gang problem, and this might be something that ends up being socially productive in the long term. But should we take people like Andre Hernandez, the gay hairdresser from California, who looks like he couldn't hurt a fly, who was accused of being a member of Tren de Aragua, who's here crying and praying that he doesn't get murdered in Sacut? And should we send him to effectively Guantanamo Bay, El Salvador? Do you think that's a good thing? Do you think this is good to send this dude to Sacut without process, without like review, anything like that? Is that cool? Then Kilmar Abrego Garcia, which by the way, he could be a scumbag. I'll admit that he could be a scumbag. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, DV, tattoos, all that kind of crap. Wears a Bulls hat, which is like a dog whistle for MS-13, hung out with MS-13 gang members, etc. But this guy, I think he's been moved since then, but he was put in prison for having the wrong tattoos. So is that a precedent that we want to set in our country where we violate deportation orders because the dude has the wrong tattoos and we send him to Central American gulag? I'm going to use it whenever I want. I'm going to say gulag if I want, because I'm not talking about slave labor. I'm talking about the fact that you're incarcerated without due process Old school, yeah, jackass, as you so kindly referred to me as. Grassroots for 10. I'm your resident Hispanic. That was a joke. And yes, us Puerto Ricans are worse behaved. Well, depends on the day, but sure. Like, I would rather you litter than chop up human bodies and throw them into 55-gallon drums filled with acid. But that's not all Mexicans, right? That's a very small part of the population. I'm one of the good Puerto Ricans. Dang, we got a lot of Puerto Ricans in here. Good. Hispanic nationalism. Good afternoon, beautiful people. Good afternoon right back to you, Jeff Lewis. You better migrants in the U.S. than we got in Europe. That's true. That's I got into arguments with like the distributist because he kept trying to conflate European immigration with American immigration. I was like, I don't think you can. Central and South Americans are very easily adapted into American culture. Grassroots says, as long as Jono Boy continues to be chaotic good, I continue to be chaotic evil, and zero bigotry is made. True. It all comes out. Sociologic says, tapping in late Puerto Ricans or corporate Mexicans. They are office bros that are already technically kind of American. I agree. There's just some like rude, haughty ones. So, I mean, that's true of every race, right? But I'm just saying, I saw three separate dudes with Puerto Rican flags in their vehicles throwing trash on the side of the road. That's not cool. Somebody told them that was cool, and so they do it. It's not cool, and they should get stomped. Gray Jedi says, at Valor, do you have any opinion on Trump using that woman that was killed by an MS-13 member as an excuse to yeet people out with no due process? Yeah, I think it's evil. Obviously. Anyways, sorry for my mildly racist Hispanic rant. My apologies, but the point is, in general, I think that Central and South Americans, 95% of them, 98% of them are good dudes. In the remaining 2%, we need to be able to screen out. We do need border security in order to do that. We do need to have an element of fairness in reference to our visa and whatever program. But what Trump's doing right now is evil. So anyways, continuing. Let's let Kaizen cook. And I'm also going to start lifting. I don't want to lift today, but I think that I need to. Quick shout out to Grassroots. Thank you for your donations, King. Quick show real quick. Like the stream if you haven't liked it already. Comment in the chat. There's lots of really funny people in chat, to be honest. We have like a really funny, interesting, eclectic community. Check out the VODs if you don't have the capacity to support financially. Like the VODs, comment for the VODs. That way I get that sweet, sweet AdSense. And then if you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, please do a super chat. Grassroots for $50 says, everyone is American if you give them enough time. It's true. As the movie Full Metal Jacket would say, inside every Vietnamese person is an American waiting to come out. Thank you for your support, Grassroots. It's always appreciated.
In the country, and we say, oh, well, they're providing, essentially, we're saying cheap labor, like, oh, they're building our houses and they're farming our crops and they're doing jobs that Americans don't want to do. We need to either legalize all of them or we need to remove them all from the country. So if we look at these two branches, like, okay, well, what's the relative upside and downside of this? The upside of keeping these people in the country is certainly from a humanitarian point of view, it's more palatable, because no one wants to force 10 to 20 million people to leave the country. They have communities here. They have bonds here. It would feel really bad. No one wants to see women and children crying as ICE kicks down doors and kicks them out of the country. But what we would...
Actually, this isn't true. Plenty of people on Twitter are ecstatic at watching women and children crying as they get deported. LB says, first off, you can't cook if you lie or make misstatements. Kaizen is a joke. Another skin folk against the people. Well, that's racist, LB. Don't be racist against POC. He's allowed to have dumb opinions, even if he's black. Come on. Don't be racist.
Lose there is a fundamental sense of trust in American systems of law and order. And I think that would be... it would actually not just create internal distrust, it creates external distrust too. Because imagine, I'm a first-generation immigrant. My parents came from Ghana. They waited in line. They followed the rules, they came here, they continue to follow the rules. So that would be the upside and the downside there. On a humanitarian front, it feels better, but I think from a social compact point of view, it's worse. The other alternative is you remove them all from the country. Now, I think a lot of the time, my criticism of the way conservatives talk about this is it just lacks compassion. It's about, hey, let's forcibly remove them here. They're illegals. Like even the terms that they use are just really unsavory. I would like to see us find a solution where we actually incentivize people to leave the country of their own volition by actually just enforcing the law. Like it shouldn't be legal for corporations to employ people under the table. It shouldn't be legal for people to enter the country. So I'm glad that we have locked down the border. I think that's something that Trump has done objectively well. To your question of like, how do we prevent this from happening in the future? I think we should be incentivizing them to self-deport by actually paying them to self-deport. I think that would be a lot more palatable and from a humanitarian standpoint and logistically more feasible. And I know they actually offered $1,000.
All right. So LB says, I'm going to fight you a little bit. So LB says he's effing skin folk, not coming from me. It ain't. Listen, I'm just going to share with you. Okay, LB, I parasocially love you. I enjoy having you in chat. I'm never going to ban you. You're very funny. The skin folk comment for me is there's skin folk and there's kin folk, right? And so it's this delineation in tribal mentality where somebody who should be advocating for your minority group betrays that minority group, right? And then I don't necessarily care if you have a negative opinion of the man. I have a negative opinion of the man. I think he's way too nice, way too charitable to the Trump administration, et cetera, et cetera. However, but yeah, whatever 4690 is kind of pointing it out is you're saying that this dude is effectively betraying my interest, which, you can articulate that if you want. But with well, it's not racist if it's coming from me. I don't believe in that prejudice plus power bullshit. I don't. I get it. I'm on a Democratic friendly channel. I'm on, Valor is an offshoot of Midas. I understand like all that kind of stuff. However, like if you walked up to my son, and I'm not saying that you ever would because you're a beautiful person, but if you walked up to my son who's 7 or 8 years old and you're like, you hunky, you cracker, you this, you white, blah, 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 blah. If you started saying all those insults to my son, in my opinion, that's hella racist. Because even if my son did something bad, you're not attacking him off of his bad behavior. You're attacking him off of immutable characteristics. So if you want to keep the racism is power plus prejudice definition, you go for it, but I'm just telling you that is not my perspective at all. As a matter of fact, I think it's a toxic perspective that makes politics worse. K Soko says, wait, I'm white. Is it racist for me to call other white people honky? Is it? I don't know. It's not too early. I'm just saying I'm insufficiently caffeinated to do a racial hierarchy analysis of who can be racist to who and why and when and where, right? So, well, we'll figure it out. We'll like get not a Venn diagram. We'll do like a line diagram for racist insults and who can say what racist insults to who. Yeah, I'm insufficiently caffeinated. So.
$1,000 per illegal immigrant who self-deports. I don't think that's enough. I think it goes long. $1,000 goes further in a lot of these countries that people are coming from than America, but it's still not enough. But yeah, I would like us to raise the amount that we incentivize these people, help pay them $5,000 and give them a time frame where they get to choose when they leave. But this in-between zone where we allow people to be here as this weird...
LB makes an important distinction. Connor, you can't call Kaizen skin folk because you're not kin folks. I mean, here's my argument. I'm going to give you like the lib. I'm going to give you the lib argument, okay? You're all my kin folk. I know that's horribly racist, but we're all humans. We're all the same species. We all our destiny is to conquer this planet and hopefully spread to the stars, right? So, yeah, like I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying with kinship. I really do hope we move past this bullshit eventually, right? Like, even if there's some differences between, actual races that are like demonstrable through genetics or whatever, I hope eventually we're just like, yeah, we're all human. So LB says, you're my brother from another mother. All right. LB, you kind of get a pass, but just know that I disagree with the prejudice plus power definition. Old School says, you're correct that black people can't be racist, Connor, but getting worked up about racist words, honky or N-word, gives the words around the scumbags who use them too much power. We should get over it. I mean, I think that's the long-term goal. I don't know if that's where we're at right now. I hope all Europeans aren't colonized because people call it BS. Sure. Listen, my boyfriend is Polish. There's only the human race. We are Terran. True, exactly. Seraph unironically gets it. That's where I'm at. We're all Terran, okay? The United States of America and the Americas is the best country and continent on the planet. That being said, I'm a Polish white guy and my wife is black. That's awesome. Oh, we got 2 interracial couples that are Polish and black in chat. That's funny. That is actually mad funny. But we're all Terran, okay? We're all Terran.
Underclass, second-class citizens, and then we rationalize it economically. It goes against the spirit of America, and it's not sustainable. And I think it needs to be resolved.
He keeps saying not sustainable, but he's not showing what the existential. There's no existential. This is actually something that pisses me off. All right, rant time. I'm gonna talk to you guys very seriously, okay? I'm gonna look at you crazy too while I do it. There is no existential threat from too many Hispanics, okay? Barring geographic catastrophe like climate change destroying the planet, Mexico is going to exist in another 1,000 years, and the United States is going to exist in another 1,000 years. And having too many Hispanics in the United States is not going to destroy it. Okay, I keep logging onto Twitter and I find these like Alex Jones affiliated accounts, and I keep finding these Nick Fuentes affiliated accounts, and they're like, we can't keep doing this. We can't keeping so many Hispanics. And I'm just thinking to myself, it's like our homicide rate is 5 per 100,000, which is pretty stinking low. The developed world that doesn't have guns has a 2 per 100,000 homicide rate. Our economy, relatively speaking, is booming. There's a problem with the money only going to the top, and we need the money to go to the bottom as well, and we need to invest in our infrastructure, but that is not an existential threat. That's good governance, okay? So having a Hispanic neighbor, having too many Mexicans around you, having too many Puerto Ricans around you, that's not an existential threat. I'm sorry that you get annoyed when you see somebody littering, or you see somebody speaking a different language, or you see somebody in your school who doesn't speak your language yet. I'm sorry that that's annoying, but that's not a genocide, okay? That's not a democide. It's not any of that crap. It's not existential, okay? You're going to have Hispanic neighbors, and their kids are going to speak English eventually. It'll be okay. I promise you. Oh. Anyways. Yeah, not only that, when you look at us, Turner Hoffman says, they act like we don't have a buttload of open space in the middle of the country. It's so true. Dude, I was looking at I watched a documentary about Alaska the other day. Alaska has 95% of Alaska is uncolonized. It's undeveloped. Now, do you want to live in Alaska? Probably not. But Alaska, I think, is bigger than Texas. Look at this shit. And I'm not even saying you even have to go to Alaska. Sorry, we're going to go on a rant just because Kaizen's like, I'm going to steel man what Trump and Elon Musk are saying, and I'm never going to deal with the actual implications of their policy. So let me show you this shit. Okay, Google. And by the way, I'm not saying that the United States needs to become Central and South America. I'm not saying that it needs to do that. I'm just saying that like a 25% Hispanic population in the United States isn't going to kill you. Okay, it's not an existential crisis. So look at this. Mexico, very densely populated. This area, sparsely populated, but it's all desert. Look at all this territory, bro. And I'm not saying that we need to develop it. As a matter of fact, I'm kind of like a degrowth person. I'm like a eco-fascist, right? Here's me in Central Florida. It's probably because I'm surrounded by a bunch of people. But there is so much water and land and fertile land that can be converted to agriculture and industry in all of this territory. There's so much stuff. We are stuck, hard stuck on the coast. 90% of the population of Earth lives on coast because they have access to water, or we like the ocean or something. But the point is that you could pump in so much water into the Midwest and turn it into like a beautiful place. Same thing with Canada. If global warming becomes like a horrible thing that almost kills us all, and we need to move north in order to get more stable temperatures, look how much water we have. Look how much land we have. This is crazy. And then not just that, look at all of Alaska. 90% of Alaska's population is like right here. Fairbanks, Anchorage, and Juneau. This is 90% of the Alaskan population. And it's only like a few million. I don't even know if it's a few million. Look at all this territory. Now, it's probably cold. It's probably icy. It's probably not particularly habitable. But we have so much, man. We got so much. It's not existential. Grassroots says, the other thing as learning Spanish isn't really that hard to actually hype Americans being made to learn Spanish. Dude, I like being bilingual. I think that if you come to the United States, you need to speak English and you need to learn English. This is our domestic language. However, bilinguality is cool. Jonah Boy says, oh no, too many Hispanics. In just a few generations, everyone will know how to dance and all the women will have big butts. Notice how all the, like, I want to deport all the Hispanics people. Notice how they don't talk about Latinas that much, right? Eben says, Connor, you're wrong. It's genocide to all waistlines. Yeah, because we're all going to have big butts. This is Connor versus the show tune summarizing meme for summoning Brad Razzlecherry. Good. Yeah, let's talk about Hispanic butts for long enough that Razzlecherry shows up. London in the UK is minority English. Yeah, well, listen, y'all do you in Europe. I'm not going to be prescribing social or whatever prescriptions. But I do want to point out something really funny recently. LB says, Connor, you're getting more progressive by the day. Why? Because I don't hate Hispanics. Ali says, the problem is we have vastly different ideas of what American is depending on your region. What constitutes an American for a Floridian or Michigander doesn't necessarily apply to a Texan or Virginian. Okay, that all works in the liberal framework. How about this deal, Connor? We'll take in all the Central and South African immigrants, but we get Canada. We'll house the bad immigrants in Quebec. Okay, that's fine. Deal. Sacred Snow says, I'm pretty sure it's the same with Canada. The large majority is around Quebec. I think 70%. Jesus. Degrowth is bad. We just need proper governance. Sure. Only Alex Stein will acknowledge Latinas, and it's about how we should steal them. True. All right. Sorry, there's one other thing that I need to point out, okay, before we move back into the content. I was told the other day that the United Kingdom is on the verge of falling because of how violent and terrible the immigrants are. And by the way, I think that everyone who participated in a grooming gang who kidnapped girls from the foster system and then pimped them out to their boys, I think they should all be killed. Okay? Honestly, like capital punishment. If you have an ethno-religious bigotry that allows you to sexually enslave other human beings and you use that to like beat people, torture people, and sell their bodies, then you should be like either incarcerated or killed. Okay? Now, here's the thing though. The homicide rate in the United Kingdom is 1 per 100,000. The United States, by comparison, is 5 per 100,000. So if you want to, and it's been cut in half since the 1990s, similar to all of the developed world. So if you want to make a cultural or social argument for why you think that importing massive amounts of Middle Eastern and North African folk who are Muslim into the United Kingdom, you do so. But do not pretend that it is an existential threat of violence. That is not happening. You guys have the lowest homicide rate that you've had in decades. It's not existential. It's shocking. It's scary, but it's not existential.
This administration.
Yeah, I think that factually, for illegal immigrants, they are fiscally beneficial because a lot of them pay into government budgets. We don't get them generally in their child years, so we're not making big investments in them to raise them up to their tax-paying years. And then economically, they're beneficial because we're hungry for workers in the United States like crazy. Our unemployment has been incredibly low for long periods of time. The idea of deporting 10 to 20 million people is just wholly unrealistic. I think it's a fantasy wet dream by conservatives that it just serves some emotional end. It would just be disastrous in so many different ways. The additional funding we would need for ICE and CBP to do it, the additional funding we would need for, I think Texas was trying to volunteer giant facilities to hold people, the processing, everything, it would just be a disaster. I feel like the best way to do it would be, nobody wants to actually tackle this politically, but it would be some kind of like path to amnesty. If you want to make them pay a fine or something, that's fine. If you want to restrict them to just having green cards instead of ever becoming citizens, you know, whatever. But I think some type of path to amnesty where they can stay in the communities they're already at, they can continue, you know, paying for whatever housing, paying into whatever communities, paying whatever taxes they do, but just giving them some kind of tax ID or number and then more formally tracking them. I think that that's like the no-brainer solution if you actually want to solve the problem. Everything relying on deporting everybody, I just think is fantastical. Conservatives will say things like, we need a big wall with a big, beautiful door. I haven't heard any of these conservatives talk at all about making immigration into the country any easier. I haven't heard any of them talk about the fact that it takes 20 or 30 years for a legal person to legally immigrate from some of these South American countries or from Mexico into the United States. So it seems like at the end of the day, they just want to kick out a bunch of people. They have no alternative plan to replace them. And then they're just going to pretend that somehow that's all going to work.
Grassroots with the prison idea again, which I have to sympathize with because he's obviously my main supporter. None of this would be a problem if every adult was put in prison. They know what they did. Well, I indeed should have been incarcerated multiple times. So I guess I just have to, I have to concede to grassroots.
Work, and I just think there would be a catastrophe on like 7 different levels.
So before we talk about this, I'm experiencing this.
Well, conservative liberalism. So the UK is a mess. I've got friends in London and Birmingham. Murder stats don't tell the whole tale. You just mentioned the grooming gangs. It's violent crime. It's mass cultural change. That's what you need to argue about. You need to articulate why ethno-religious enclaves inside the United Kingdom are not good for the United Kingdom. Now, that can get really close to ethno-religious bigotry. So I understand that the cops might come and arrest you for talking about these problems. So I'm sorry that you don't have the First Amendment or freedom of speech or freedom of conscience in the United Kingdom. However, I think that's what you need to talk about. Because if you talk about murder or terrorism or grooming gangs, which I do agree are problems and should be aggressively prosecuted more than the United Kingdom is currently doing. However, that's not, it's just not borne out by statistics that these are things that are existentially threatening the United Kingdom. If you want to talk about like the social fabric or something, that's what you need to talk about. Grey Jedi says, off topic, I saw you repost that video of the black guys at the Ren Fair singing, loved it. That was so cool. There was 3 black guys at a Renaissance fair dressed in Witcher style medieval leather armor. And they were singing like a shanty, like a medieval shanty. It was awesome. Grasher says, you go to prison. Everyone gets free prison. All right.
This dynamic in the conversation between us where you're talking to conservatives, I'm talking to you. So what about my suggestions that we incentivize self-deportation by paying them more?
I mean,
to solve what problem is the question? What is the problem? And he's saying that the problem is it feels unfair for legal immigrants. And I think that Steven's going to say this is making the immigration process faster or better is the solution, not just kicking out tens of millions of people. Gen X says global warming becomes horrible. Lol. I'm in the 3rd hour of a meeting to vote on our coastal restoration plan, Louisiana being wrecked daily. Well, Gen X, number 1, it's Louisiana. So that's kind of tough already. But number 2, I do want to talk to you about like decarbonization because I know that you're in that sphere and effectively like carbon capture, I think is based. Turner Hoffman says, but should we care about the British? They don't even salt their food and they come on. We should care about everybody. We should care about everybody. Oh, the wenches love salsa. Trishan Valeris. As soon as I said that, you said, oh, the wenches love Sosa, but I heard Eminem salsa from D12. I heard that almost instantaneously. So, yeah.
It's supposed to be the same. It would be, but why would we destroy all the markets of these people overwhelmingly working like that? Where are the workers going to come from?
We can import them legally.
So would you be in favor then of dramatically increasing the amount of immigrants that we accept or making it much easier to immigrate here?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
If that was a position that anybody else took, I think I would probably be okay with that. Although at that point, I would say, why deport somebody, just have them reapply? Why not just do that? That basically sounds like amnesty with more steps.
No, so I wouldn't say you necessarily bring back the same exact group of people that you just deported.
Why not? Okay, this is the other thing. Is your cure worse than the disease? If the people didn't have a criminal record and they were already economically productive in their local communities, why wouldn't those be the people that you would select for?
I would say, hey, you get back in the line, but you do get penalized because there are people who have not broken the rules to get into the U.S. who are willing to do the same job, who are willing to enter here through legal means. So I wouldn't say it's amnesty for the same group because I think we're talking about a different group of people.
But then why would we shuffle?
Let me just finish what I'm saying. One group of people came here illegally and they're being removed from the country. The other group of people is here trying to come into the country legally. And I agree we need to make that significantly easier. And we need to have some sort of criteria for admitting people legally into the country that is transparent and needs-based. So if people are saying that, hey, illegal immigrants farm crops and, they build houses and all these things, I agree. They're providing tons of value to America. But let's have people come into the America on the right foot by following the rules and doing those jobs. And there's plenty of people in the world who would love to come in America and do those jobs properly, legally. So for me, it's like, okay, well, maybe the deeper question here, I'm going to say, and you let me know if it's not really a concern for you, but I think the deeper question here is why would we cause economic disruption given that these people are integrated into our economy? And I would say it's the price of fairness. It's a price of restoring trust in our systems of law and order. And yeah, to me, it's like if it would cost us $100 billion, $200 billion, some contraction of the economy, I would actually say that's worth it long term. Because I think part of the reason we have so much polarization and division, and one of the reasons why now twice Trump has gotten elected on a campaign that makes immigration the top issue, is because I think intuitively people just feel, hey, this is not how we do things in America. We don't get to selectively enforce rules. We don't get to just turn a blind eye. We don't just talk about freedom. We also talk about responsibility, because that's what made this country so great that people want to join it in the first place. So yeah, I mean, again, I just want to, I'm going to continue to push back every time talking conservatives, because like I'm Kaizen. I'm not conservatives. I'm not these other people.
I understand. I'm sorry.
Conservative liberalism says, I kind of hate how the anus of illegal workers is always put on the workers. He said onus. I'm being an anus. So I kind of hate how the onus of illegal workers is always put on the workers. Yeah, like, listen, conservative liberalism, you actually had what I think is a reasonable proposal, which is effectively that the local workers, let's say that they're undocumented, they become documented, they get work permits, but then their industries are negotiated. So it actually becomes a hybrid of imported labor and domestic labor who have an okay wage and decent benefits. Like, I would be okay with that. And I think the reason why you made that argument is you might be making like a moral argument, is that number one, we're effectively, we have a false price floor in these industries because we have the regulation, of minimum wage. And then we have the, how do I say this? We have the regulation of minimum wage acts as a false price floor, but underneath that, we have under the table work. But under the table work is even more incentivized for illegal immigrants, right? Because they're not going to be legal anyways. Ebon says, that's dumb as hell. Non-criminal immigrants who are already acclimated, over 11 million, have been here for a decade, should be granted amnesty. Dumb point by the Jedi Master in all white after Easter. So I think there's something to be said that there should be some kind of penalty, but I think the penalty should be evaluation. The penalty should be the federal government gets to go through your life with a fine-tooth comb. And if you're a coke trafficker or a weed trafficker or a sex trafficker, or you're involved in criminal gangs or any of that kind of stuff, you get deported. Whereas if you're a family man with a family back home or a family in the United States, and you've been working your ass off diligently for a decade and you don't have any crimes on your record whatsoever, then you get a work permit, right? Like, the punishment should be the federal government gets to turn your life upside down. Onus. Yeah, I was being an ass. JetX says, sure, Connor, I'm in Discord. You can message me. I'm surprised that Trump hasn't canceled the 45 credits for carbon capture. Interesting. It's part of the climate agenda. Ooh. We could advance a worker program for undocumented immigrants, but most of MAGA would just want them gone. They don't even admit that the U.S. needs immigrant workers. Well, yeah, but then that's the thing is, are they going to feel that way? Because this is my suspicion, Christian Valeris, is that what's going to happen is if and when we deport this 10 million people, which I don't think we're going to get that many people because they're probably in some level of hiding. And then also we've frozen new immigration because everybody's scared of Trump. In the next 2 years, if the prices of construction and the pace of construction slows down, and if the price of agriculture and the pace of agricultural cultivation slows down substantively to the point that we see cost increases in both industries, how much pressure is there going to be from those industries on Trump to redo the status quo? And how soon will Trump's replacement, after he's a lame duck president after the midterms and after he's replaced in 2028, how much is that other person going to go back to the status quo? Mega Zero says, a bit off topic, but how do you feel about the creator class situation? Not the Ethan Hassan Destiny stuff, but the lack of communication with the change of venue and date. It is what it is. I've been tracking the drama. Effectively, for those of you who don't know, there's a charity boxing event that the creator iDubbbz and Anissa Joma were running. And as a result of involving themselves in the Ethan Hassan Piker drama, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict became central to this charity event, and the charity event imploded, which is not good because the first charity event got $1 million for charity, and the second charity event had a $250,000 deficit that they had to make up with a live stream. So having a third imploded charity event kind of sucks. Grassroots for $10 says, you watch your mouth. I've been running criminal gangs for years and it's fine. I can tell because I have a bunch of money. Thank you for the money. Morally, you belong in jail, though. You want to put everybody in jail. You belong in the jail with us. All right. Anyways, I'm going to run and use the restroom, but I'm going to let Destiny and Kaizen fight it out for your amusement.
Well, I mean, like, obviously, I'm speaking to largely the conservative argument. I mean, if you want to talk about fairness, it's hard because you're defending, or you're not defending, but you're saying that Americans care about this in the same breath. Trump is a 34-time convicted felon who's dismissed cases against him, impeded his own investigations, and is engaged in, like, more overtly corrupt forms of lawfare than anybody, probably combined, every single president in U.S. history. So the idea that Americans have some intuitive feeling about fairness is just completely and totally unsubstantiated, in my opinion. Number one. And then number two, like, again, if you want to fine people because you think something's not fair or whatever, I agree that illegal immigration, it's not fair, I guess, that they came in illegally, but the amount of economic harm that you would cause to this country, like if we were a shining beacon of law and order, you know, through and through in every way, then I could see maybe there being some argument for it, but not with this president elected a second time. Absolutely not.
Okay, well, now we open Pandora's box and we're talking about Trump as a person and, you know, his legal breaches or ethical breaches and the Stormy Daniels case and these 34 convictions. I personally don't want to go there. I feel like it's been litigated till kingdom come. I don't know that we're going to convince anyone during this. And I think there's better things.
Sure, I only bring that up in response to the idea that we're like the law and orders nation. It seems like we are pretty flexible on that right now. So,
well, I think we've been flexible on it across every president, Democrat and Republican.
Nobody compares to the current one, not even remotely close. Yeah.
When we talk about this specific issue, which is people coming into the country illegally. And I don't want to blow out the conversation by talking about Trump and whether
even Reagan suggested amnesty, right?
Yeah, he did. And I think it was actually a mistake. He didn't just suggest amnesty, he gave amnesty in California. And I think that artificially distorted the political environment there. And that's why I'm actually considering moving from LA, because I think it's become a place that doesn't respect law and order and has a ton of inefficiency and is actually squandering a lot of the largesse that it naturally has. So I think that's actually the effect of providing amnesty. It's like it erodes the social fabric fundamentally in a way that I think is worth actually economic disruption. So I would personally say, yeah, I'd be willing for my life to be harder for a few years because we actually did things the right way. I'll be willing for my life to be harder if we said, hey, we're going to show these people the door as compassionately as we can. We're going to have them self-deport by enforcing the laws and providing incentives as compassionately as we can. And we reset the deck and we do this properly because no president has been willing to do it properly. I will say, as a critique of Trump, he has not talked about reforming the legal immigration process at all. And I think that's a failing because I think the way that comes across is, hey, not only do you not care about immigrants more generally, because it connotes this undertone of there's some sort of xenophobe. I'm not saying that's what he is, but that's what it can look like to a lot of people. I agree that illegal immigrants are providing a lot of value, and we need to get that value from somewhere. I'm just saying we can get it from legal immigrants, and as a point of fairness, those legal immigrants should be the people who have been waiting in line patiently to get into the country the right way, not people who broke the law and are already here and for whom it's inconvenient to leave the country because we started enforcing the law.
Sure, but if Donald Trump suggested tomorrow he can push a button to deport 20 million people with no path to getting anybody else in here, would that be something you would support?
Sorry, say the question again.
Let's say that we could push a button tomorrow and deport 20 million people, but there was no realistic mechanism to replace even a tenth of that. Would you support that? I just don't understand because because the fact that you even had to think about it says enough about that question. Because apparently Americans were so, and this is also a thing where I have a hard time figuring out what anybody actually cares about. Before we said Americans were so concerned about the economy, they were so concerned about like the cost of groceries and everything, and now we're like, I think we can actually sustain hundreds and hundreds of billions of economic damage to deport people that, for a lot of these people, they don't even see them every day. You know, people in swing states have these super strong feelings about illegal immigrants that are like in Texas and California. It's like, what?
Yeah, I mean, the reason
So Grassroots was talking about how he's a gang. We'll be in jail together. It'll be great. Excellent. That dude in the white is such a pick-me. Man, can y'all stop being racist? Seriously. TC, LB, playing nice, right? What we're trying to do, I mean, like, we're not really trying to do anything, you know? We're trying to make entertaining content so we can make some gosh darn AdSense revenue, right? But we're also trying to bridge the gap communicatively between a bunch of different, subcultures of politics that don't understand each other. And what happens when you do the pick me kinfolk, not skin folk, or skin folk, not kinfolk, whatever stuff, what happens is this dude just goes harder right. You know what I'm saying? He just becomes like more hostile to any kind of centrist or left-wing perspectives, and he stops being nuanced. And he's like, okay, well, you hate me for being a shill, so why don't I just go harder into being a shill? And that's how, no offense to anybody, but that's how you get characters like Candace Owens. That's how you get characters like TJ Kirk. That's how you get characters. I'm trying to think of who else is kind of like shilly, but you get these characters who they start out with principles, and then because their audience rewards them for parroting back things that they like, and then they get punished for having any level of nuance, they become psychotic freaks of random political ideology. So calling him a traitor or a ruckus or whatever is, that's, you want to say that in my chat because you don't like the dude, okay. But if you're actually engaging with this dude on social media, don't use that kind of language. I think it's wildly counterproductive. So, and you're right. I'm going to police how black folk talk in my chat. I'm going to use my white privilege to bully you into liberal normalcy. Gen X says our government is being run by a criminal gang of people with a bunch of money too. I mean, they are scumbags. Haylock12 epic chair react for $2. Thank you, King. Thank you for the donation. It is appreciated. It's like breaking bread with Nazis. I'll pass. Dude, I don't know if you're talking about this cat. This cat isn't a Nazi. He's like a center-right conservatarian. Connor, grifters are going to grift no matter what anyone says. They know who they are. Nah. People respond to the way that you interact with them. You and I respond to the way that we interact with each other. Turner Hoffman says, I get what you're saying, Connor, but this dude seems to be already be morally bankrupt and he just follows the money. No, listen, you guys think that everyone is a grifter, but oftentimes it's a combination of things. It's not just being a grifter. Okay, hold up. We need to have a chat. Chat, let's have a chat. Okay, I'm gonna look you dead in your eyeballs. Okay. I was a human being for a decade and a half before I started streaming and being a YouTuber. Okay, so I was in the Marine Corps. I got a 4-year degree. I was in law enforcement. I worked in the private sector while I was going to college and before I went into the military and after I went into the military. I've known things. I've done things. I have a really integrated sense of self. A lot of social media personalities don't have that. They start talking about politics or culture war bullshit when they're 18 or 20, and then they find their audience and then they get reinforced one way or the other over and over again. And part of it is probably not having a firm sense of self, but another part of it is social and economic validation. Imagine if you woke up every single day and somebody was like, here's $20 in order to say exactly what the Democratic Party wants you to say. And it's not just $20. Let's say it's like $500. $500 a day just to say exactly what Democrats want to hear. Or vice versa. Let's say you wake up every single day and then somebody hands you $500 and they say, go on social media and say exactly what Republicans want to hear. And then boom, you blow up and you make tons of money off of being influential. And then you start believing your own bullshit where you're like, oh, I'm the second coming. I'm Jesus Christ because I have 1 million followers on Instagram and I have 1 million followers on YouTube. You start believing your own bullshit. And so what ends up happening is, since you don't have in a difficult internal developed sense of self, your sense of self becomes whatever the audience wants you to be. So you might not even be aligned. You might be delusional. And so for you guys to just say, oh, they're all lying. No, they're not all lying. Some of them are lying. Some of them are delusional. Some of them are freaks. Some of them are crazy people. Okay. They're not all liars. Turner says, I get what you're saying, Connor, but this dude seems to already be morally bankrupt. Yeah, he's not bankrupt, right? He could genuinely be dumb or ignorant. Can't stand Candace. It's sad she's pretty and smart, but so stupid. Dude, Candace sucks so bad. Candace is a bad person, but I agree broadly with the race trader language. It's off-putting. And I'll tell you, for whites, speaking on behalf of whites, it's off-putting to whites, okay? Anyone right of center is Nazi or far right. Don't you know the rules? Well, I mean, apparently. You lost me with I was a human being. Hey, my eyes are up here. Kaizen wouldn't say half the stuff he says around black people, he would get his teeth knocked out. But that's kind of the point, LB. LB, that's kind of the point, is why can't Kaizen say, like I'm actually asking you, why can't Kaizen say that, what has he said so far? Sorry, let me pull up what we've talked about. Kaizen said that he's worried about the national debt and that he thinks immigration should be fair. Why does Kaizen deserve to have his teeth knocked out? What has he said? I don't even think he said anything against black folk. I think he's just said things against Hispanics. And it's not even explicitly anti-Hispanic. It's about like legalism and fairness and all that bullshit. Eben says, they're birthed in being a blanket reactionary. One group, I hate you. The other group says, we like you if you give us money. Yeah, 100%. Exactly. Fuck them. Well, dude, I just got really jaded from Sargon and the quartering existing. Turner Hoffman, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm not saying that your instinct, in order to be skeptical of pundits who seem to be audience captured or financially captured or ideologically captured, being hostile and critical of them is perfectly fine. What I'm saying, though, is assuming that everybody is a liar. Most of these people aren't liars. They're self-deluding. They believe their own bullshit. I believe my bullshit. Do you believe your bullshit? I believe my bullshit. So, could I have been brainwashed by the public education system and my parents and all the conservatives and all the fiscal conservatives and social conservatives that I was around growing up? 100%. Was I brainwashed by the Marine Corps? Yes, absolutely. Was I brainwashed in college in order to believe in mixed economy capitalism? Absolutely. Was I brainwashed when I was in law enforcement? To be honest, I saw where the rubber met the road. So I had a lot of really up close and ugly experiences that were not ideological. They were practical. So the one place that I didn't get brainwashed is law enforcement. I got brainwashed in law enforcement boot camp, and then I was not brainwashed when I hit the road because I understood what the road was. So, yeah. And then social media brainwashes us every day, okay? We're all pushed in different directions, right? Candace says, started out as a leftist and then sued her school for racism and wanted to create a system to dox neo-Nazis. Her career didn't take off, so she started parodying right-wing talking points as Christian Blair's. It's true. And then I remember when Dave Rubin platformed her and then she met TJ Kirk, and then TJ Kirk says, effectively, she said, you're pretty and black. Why don't you come work for me? And that was like the start of her social media career. Absolutely crazy. I remember that when it happened. LB says the same thing. The same people who hate Latinos are the same Fs who hate his blackness and mine. When you bootlick those people, you are skin folk. I'm sure other cultures have this sentiment. No. LB, I'm going to say it's different as a white guy. So as a white guy, I like Republican rhetoric. I think policy is dog shit. So Republican rhetoric is strong families, strong family values, be loyal to your wife, contribute to your community, pay your taxes, do your job, get rich. That's Republican, right? That's what it is. Now, what they want to do is cut taxes for rich folk. That's what they want to do. So Republican Party rhetoric, I love. Republican policy, I hate. I don't hate, but it sucks and it doesn't actually do anything socially productive. Democrats, in my opinion, very well-intended, create a bunch of systems that cause perverse incentives that can sometimes exacerbate the problems that they're trying to solve. And so Democrats, I think, are very well-intended people, but oftentimes the policies they propose suck, okay? So that's how I feel about it. So a white person can be an earnest Democrat, even Hispanic folk that I argue with. They can be an earnest Democrat or they can be an earnest Republican, and I don't hate them. I don't feel like they're a traitor to me. I don't feel like they're causing me existential grief where my life or death might be caused by them being of a different political persuasion. So I think it is different. I think you feel differently about politics than I do. Did you mean Charlie Kirk? Yeah, probably. If I said TJ Kirk, then I meant Charlie Kirk. Gen X says, sure, Connor, they aren't all grifters, but this guy is a grifter, I promise. Well, I'd have to engage with more of his content before I do that. Connor, I like women. How can I solve this problem? If you're Polish, then you can ask LB if she's willing to date two guys at once. LB says, I think you could apply it to police abuse against poor white people. For example, many white guys I know of a certain income level hate the cops because they have been abused by cops. Sure. Sure, I'm with you. And I understand that different people from different socioeconomic backgrounds and also different experiences with law enforcement and different experiences with government and school and all that kind of stuff, they're going to love and hate the government to different degrees. But I'm just saying, like, for me, if somebody disagrees with me, they're not like a traitor. It's not an existential threat. Grassroots for $20 says, or if you're Destiny, be loyal to her wife, her boyfriend, your boyfriend, and their boyfriend. Exactly. If you're a conservative Stephen Bennell, then be loyal to your multitude of partners. Whatever 4690 says, we are different sides, Connor, and I disagree on things, but you're hard to hate. You're so reasonable. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I try to be hard to hate. I try to, even when I'm talking to like race realists and incels and volcels, I try to see where they're coming from. I do like The Witcher. True. I should show you the black people singing Renaissance shanties. I'll see if I can find that tweet. Anyways, back to Kaizen. But the point is, maybe he's a grifter. Maybe Gen X is right. Maybe LB is right. Maybe there was some other gentleman, TC. Maybe they're right, and this dude is a total like grift. I have no idea. But my point is that language where he's like a traitor, he's a traitor to your kinfolk. I think it off-puts white people. So race is just an extra layer. We have to call out the bootlickers wherever they are. Well, I mean, if you want to call them a bootlicker, that's not racial to me. Be loyal to all 67 members of your polycule. Exactly.
I had to think about it is because it's actually a nuanced question. Like, what's worth it? What is it worth it to you to just solve the illegal immigration problem, take the economic damage, and have no route out? And I would say probably not. And that's not what we should be doing anyway. I think the better question is, are you in favor of removing people and simultaneously making legal immigration more viable? Or would you just rather keep people in the country and make legal?
LB says off-putting white people is a sport. Well, sometimes I feel that way on social media for sure.
Immigration more viable. It sounds like you're in favor of just keeping people in the country. And it sounds like we both agree that.
K Sogo says, well, I just stirred the pot in a meeting. People are not happy with me at work right now. Lol. Hey, listen, the truth hurts. So quick story, very quick story. I was in law enforcement and we were required to have 3 traffic stops per shift, but we were prohibited by the administration from calling it a quota. And I was brand new to law enforcement. And so in a meeting, I referred to it as a quota. And the chief of police like bristled and like walked out of the room. And everyone's like, ooh, you're in trouble now. Like it felt like very middle school because I used the wrong word to describe something, because technically quotas are not a quota, by the way. Yeah, quotas are illegal. And since we weren't compelled to give tickets, that's how the administration justified it, is they said like, well, number one, it's really easy to get 3 stops per shift. Number 2, because you can get 3 stops in 15 minutes, right? Well, not 15 minutes. You could get 3 stops in 45 minutes and it's a 12-hour shift. So it's really only requiring you to do 45 minutes of work per shift. It's really not that bad. But the truth is, it's a number, right? It's a number that you're required to get. And so in that way, it is a quota. And so my supervisor, I asked him, because I'm a sensitive little emo boy. I was like, hey, did I really fuck up? Is like Chief gonna like come after my job or whatever? And then he was my sergeant. I loved him so much. He's such a good dude. And he was like, listen, man, fucking truth hurts. So he basically called everybody in the room, including the chief of police, a fucking pussy. And that's where, like, if you rock the boat sometimes and you feel a little cringe for rocking the boat and people are pissed at you, but what you said is true, then it is what it is, right? The truth hurts, but the truth will also set you free. Quota says a fixed share of something that a person or group is entitled to receive or is bound to contribute. And I was bound to contribute a minimum of 3 stops per shift in a month. So it was a quota. He just didn't want to call it a quota because cops are legally prohibited from quotas. Gray says, I think he's a traitor to Americans because he comes on to debate and says time and time again he doesn't know what these topics he feels so strongly about. If you're talking about Kaizen, where Kaizen is like, well, it's very nuanced. Yeah, that's kind of annoying sometimes. BizD says, Destiny came out with a whole ass documentary. Interesting. Quotas are illegal, but you can have KPIs in any job. Yeah, they would probably call it a KPI. Conservative liberalism says the quota thing is weird. People really don't mind civilian interaction quotas. They just don't like ticket quotas. It's true. And I think that's how we got away with it, is it wasn't ticket quotas. So we were not compelled to give a ticket. And as a matter of fact, 70% of the police department did not give tickets unless it was a car accident. So yeah, then you shouldn't have made a quota. Exactly. Yeah. You guys all agree with me 100%. So I didn't care because 3 stops, dude. I could go to the stop sign. I worked in a city in Lake County. So there's a street called 7th and Donnelly. And it's a stop sign right outside of the downtown area. And people blow it all the time. And so within 45 minutes to an hour, I could have 3 stops, 3 warnings, and then go do the rest of my shift. So it wasn't that big of a deal.
Legal immigration needs to be made more viable. I am saying I would rather we gently remove and incentivize people to remove themselves from the country, because I agree forceful deportation of 10 to 20 million people is not logistically viable, and we do this the right way.
Why can't we just do like in Ellis Island, there were a ton of people that came in. They just wrote a name in a book. Oh, I know from Cuba, you had the Mariel boat lifts or whatever. Tons of people, tens of thousands of people just came in and they're like, okay, yeah, we'll take it. Why not write a law in Congress saying like, listen, if you're here, go to your office, sign up or whatever, and we're going to figure out a pathway to at least having a green card, since they're already embedded. They're already like, imagine if you're like a landlord, or imagine if you own a business and all of a sudden like the federal government has just excised half of your tenants or excised half your employees, and it's like, holy shit, I have to wait for all these other people. I guess like the harm would just be unreal.
I agree, and that's why I'm saying the ideal solution is not to just do one part. Let's do all of it at the same time.
But that's not what you're suggesting is impossible, right?
Sorry, why is it impossible?
That for every one, like if I'm a landlord and I've got 10 tenants and say I don't know this, but say 4 of them are illegal immigrants, you're gonna take one out and then in the next day swap in a legal immigrant?
Oh, no. I'm not saying do it in a single day. This can be.
Grassroots for 20. Thank you for the contributions, King. First lesson, my ass looks like hamburger meat, but at least I can still sit down. Based. And let me go ahead and shout out Grassroots, obviously being the king of donors, always helping out the channel. But we also had HLock12 for $2, also donating as well. So thank you kindly for your donations. Thank you for your viewership. Thank you for your chats. Thank you for your comments on the VODs. Thank you for your likes on the VODs. Thank you for your AdSense revenue. It is appreciated. And then I don't want Grassroots to bear the sole burden of the channel. He's dedicated to being my JMac, and I sincerely appreciate that about him. However, if you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, do so. Give us a super chat. If you don't like the stream, engage in chat. Appreciate you.
Drawn out over time, like
businesses and landlords, businesses and cities and people that have these people integrated into the parts of their economy, companies, they can't wait months and months and months with no employees, with no renters, with no.
Yeah, and I'm saying that's why, yes, we have to land the transition properly. And maybe this is something that happens over the course of a year. Maybe over the course of a year, you say, hey, look, people who are here illegally, you get $5,000 to $10,000 to leave the country by the end of the year.
To solve what problem, Kaizen? To solve what problem? Why are we giving people $10,000 to leave and then we're bringing in their cousin the next day? What problem are we solving? This is another thing. I feel like Kaizen has heard a bunch of conservative talking points and he regurgitates them well, but he's not capable of actually addressing, like, why do these talking points matter?
Simultaneously, we're going to increase the throughput of a legal immigration system. Hey, businesses, so you know, we've staffed the IRS, and I know you say we should staff the IRS, I agree, so that we can actually enforce the law, because you're not going to be able to continue to pay people under the table in perpetuity. So we give people a heads up, we give them a grace time to transition, and we do this delicately. It doesn't need to be we push a button and we remove 10 to 20 million people out of the country. I think the framing of that question is like, that's why I had to think of it as like, I mean, I don't really think it's a fair question because that's not what I'm proposing at all. But yeah, I think you pointed out a good trade-off. Like, are we willing to just remove 10 to 20 million people from the country illegally with no alternative? I think we should have an alternative.
No, LB. It does make sense. This is, I'm going to go ahead and steal man his arguments. You're forcing me to, because you're just calling him like a lying grifter, okay? Back when I was a teenager, okay, I was told that what's effectively happening is that there's a runaway deficit inside the country. There's a tax debt that we have that if we continue to run it up, we're not going to be able to pay it off. And so we have $36 trillion in debt. And I think it's like 1/6 of our budget right now goes to exclusively servicing the debt. All right. That means that $1 trillion every single year goes to paying our debt. It doesn't pay down the debt. It just pays the interest. Okay. And so if you were a household, this would be a completely stupid way to run your affairs, because effectively you're perpetually increasing your debt. And the argument from my parents was there will be a time in the future in which the debt will be so large and the payments to service the debt will be so large that we are going to have to cut entitlement spending. So we will not be able to do Medicare. We will not be able to do Medicaid. We will not be able to do any of that kind of stuff. We will not be able to have the military that we currently have because eventually we are going to have to deal with this debt issue. And if we continue to do it the way that we're doing it right now, then what eventually is going to happen is an economic implosion in which all of the world withdraws its faith from the economy of the United States, and then we collapse. And it's going to be like dog eat dog, Mad Max, crazy bullshit outside. This is what my parents genuinely believed, and this is what I believed for a substantive amount of time. The only reason why I don't believe that anymore is because decades of research and looking at the way that it works and kind of reconceptualizing the government, where the government doesn't really need to balance the books because a substantive amount of the debt that we owe is to ourselves and at incredibly low interest rates. Like I said, when I Googled it earlier, the average debt of the United States is like 3.28%, and inflation is like 2%. If I could take out a loan for a 1% interest rate, I would take out $1 billion in loans because I have the expectation that I would be able to reinvest that into the economy in order to grow the economy to the point that I would be able to either pay back that loan or at least service the debt sufficiently that the economic benefit of having access to $1 billion would far outweigh the interest rate that I'm paying on my debt. And so that reconceptualization changed the way that I view macroeconomics entirely. And then when it comes to illegal immigration, effectively the narrative is we're taking in 2 to 3 million people every single year on a bad year, right? Of people that are like 1 million, I guess. We're taking in 1 million people every single year. So our population is increasing by 1% every 3 years, which if we do not integrate these people into our culture, if they only speak Spanish, if they don't give a shit about English, if they don't care about the Constitution, if they're communists, then what we're going to do is we're going to collapse the United States of America socially and culturally. That was a narrative, and I still kind of believe it to a degree. But now what I believe is instead of taking in 1 million people, and we have to stop the flow of 1 million people, and we have to deport 10 million people who are in the United States, and that'll solve the problem. I don't think that'll solve the problem. I think it'll cause more problems than it'll solve. I think what we have to do is we have to vet the 1 million people who are coming into our country, and we have to intentionally integrate them into our society where they have a cultural, linguistic, educational program where if they want to be green card holders and temp workers, whatever, you go do whatever you want to do. You don't have to believe in American stuff. But if you promote terrorism, you get kicked out. Whereas if you want to become an American and you want to be a citizen, your kids and you are going to get a rigorous civic and economic education. That is what I do believe. So don't, I wasn't a Nazi a decade ago. I wasn't like a race realist, vicious piece of shit. I was like a mild milquetoast fiscal conservative and social conservative. And I still hold plenty of those beliefs. I just think that there's different policies to address them that address them better than what I was raised with in the Republican Party. We need to staff the IRS because there are tax notes not being collected. Listen, I'm just going to be real. I paid my taxes late for the past 2 years because I've gotten refunds every single time. And you don't get a penalty if you get a refund. Turner Hoffman says there's no way illegal immigrants would get 10K when GOP lost their minds when Biden tried to cut 10K out of student loans. Yes. More like chewed out. I've been chewed out lots of times. Exactly. LB says, I'll steelman Kaizen's argument better than he ever could. That's what good debaters do and do as Kaizen has butt kiss. Well, I appreciate you willing to do it. Eric says, don't do it, Connor. Well, I did. Conservative liberalism says borrow money to invest in the economy is a big part of what made the Great Depression so painful, though. No. What? Why? Why? Like why? So if you didn't borrow the money to invest in the economy, then what would have happened is more people would have been economically stagnant. More people would have starved. How did borrowing money to invest in the economy great in the Depression? You'd have to explain that to me. LB says, or you could make billionaires pay 37.5% like we all do and ban insider trading and make elections public finance only would start to float the boat. I don't agree with that high of a tax rate, but it's close enough that like I would say effectively once you get over like tens of millions of dollars, I don't care if you get taxed at 33%. but it's an effective tax rate of 33%. So you don't get 33% and then you get to do all these like tax incentives in order to get your liability down to zero. It would be like you either have a 33% effective tax rate over $10 million, or maybe like an effective tax rate of like 20% over $10 million, but then it's set at 33%. So if you don't do a bunch of incentivized tax behaviors, then you don't get that benefit. Eric Rhodes says Milton Friedman primarily attributes the pain of the Great Depression to the Fed not issuing enough money. Interesting. Yeah. You will have austerity whether you want it or not. Eventually. Just like black people for 400 years, but people still don't get called ghetto if they don't sound white. Well, LB, but here's the argument. I'm not being racist as I say something racist. LB. So this is my problem with what you've just said. Black folk are integrated. 95% of black folk are integrated. I'm not arguing that, okay? But if we look at homicide rate, Caucasian US. In the United States, rates significantly racial and ethnic groups. Overall races, 7 per 100,000. I don't even think that's accurate. I think it's 5. For white victims, the homicide rate was 4.2. Black homicide rate was nearly 4 times the overall national rate and nearly 7 times the white homicide rate in 2022. So if we're at 4, then black folk are at like 20 or 35. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't problems with economics, culture, education, all that kind of stuff. Of course there is. But I'm just saying, you saying like there are no problems? No, there's problems and they need to be addressed. Same thing with Hispanics. Hispanics don't have as high of a homicide rate, but of course the cartels need to be dealt with. Sacred Snow says, can we also give native-born Americans rigorous civics educations? Yes, please. Connor, that exists because we carry the currency. True. Biz D says, honest question, I thought rights were inalienable and granted by God and not the government. Is free speech not one of those rights? Well, Biz D, the Constitution claims that these are inalienable rights granted by God. However, the truth is a right is only as good as your ability to enact it. And therefore, I appeal to real power politics. North Koreans might have freedom of conscience or freedom of speech in theory as a right, but if they can't practice it because they're under a dystopian authoritarian government, it doesn't matter. LB says robber barons and tariffs in the 1930s created the Great Depression. Maybe we should learn Spanish. Maybe. I'm learning German. Based. LB. Right. Anyways. Y'all are being crazy. So y'all are being crazy. What does integrate mean? Speak English. Like mixed economy capitalism. Work hard. Pay your bills. Pay your taxes. Take care of your community. That's what I care about.
Let's just do this right.
Oh, that just is not a realistic thing in any way.
So we're giving up on that part of our mythos? I mean, you can keep it going if you want. I'm a deist. I don't even know if God gives a shit about human beings at all. So, I mean, if you want to say that God ordained freedom of conscience and freedom of speech and the right to self-defense, go ahead. But I'm a deist. I think God is tripping balls right now watching like Venus storm clouds. Like, watch this. I don't think God is watching me in the bathroom for whether or not I do, self hanky panky, right? Venus time lapse. I think God is super busy. Hold on. Venus clouds time lapse. Moon and Venus with plenty of cloud movement. No, that's not really what I want. This is kind of what I want. So I think that, hold on. Why are there not? I could have sworn to God we got a satellite in Venus's orbit. Was it Neptune? Satellite video of different planets. There's something, man. Real images from our solar system. Okay. So some of this, I don't know if this is AI shit or if this is real, but if this is real, if some of this footage is real, I think God just stares at this all day, right? He just like looks at different planets and like trips balls, right? That's what he does. He stares at this. What am I doing? I'm imagining what it's like to be God. There's no satellites orbiting Uranus. It's AI. No, whatever. You get my point, okay? God's tripping balls. He doesn't care about what I do in the bathroom. Let's go.
Such shape or form. The frustration I have is that these are real problems, and I think we need like real solutions for them. But it's always these like pie in the sky things that like this wouldn't even escape a Republican-controlled supermajority Congress of like we're going to push a button and deport, not push a button, but we're going to find a way to deport 10 to 20 million people. It's never happening. And then as a result of like entertaining these types of delusions, we just kick the can down the road and indefinitely never actually solve the issue. And it's actually so frustrating because these same people will then show up in 4 years and say this is a huge problem, and it's like, okay, well, can we actually do something about it? Yes, we're going to slowly deport 20 million people making legal. No, we're not. That's never happening, right?
Well, I maybe just call me an idealist. I think it can happen. I think with
what odds would you, if we were to bet $1,000, what odds would you take for that? Like I would give you 100 to 1 odds that we're not deporting 10 million people. 100 to 1 odds. It's a huge betting odds that we're not deporting 10 million people in the next 4 years. It's not happening.
Yeah, I don't think Trump is going to do it the way he's doing it. I'm talking about the way that we should do it, and I think that the way that we should do it requires generational leadership, and it's totally possible. I don't see anything infeasible.
I don't care about what's possible. There a lot of things are possible. 1 in a trillion things are possible. We should go for what's feasible and what's probable. Like what can we actually do?
So please explain to me what's fundamentally infeasible about overhauling our legal immigration system, providing incentives to illegal immigrants such that they self-deport, stepping up our forceful deportation so that the people who don't choose to self-deport, we do actually have to forcefully deport, unfortunately, and doing
I'm going to move on to the next chapter because, frankly, I think we understand Kaizen rhetorically, which is that he understands and is able to regurgitate conservative talking points, which, by the way, sometimes I agree with, sometimes I don't. But when you actually dig into the issue in order to see what policy is actually being effectuated by the Trump admin, he kind of just says like, okay, well, we'll see. It's very early into the presidency. That's effectively his answer for every rebuttal that Stephen has had so far. And then also when it comes to, well, what do you want to do? He kind of has an idealized theory of what he wants to do. But the practical, whether or not anybody would ever put this into practice, including conservatives, including Republicans, no, they wouldn't. So left and right, is God making up his mind and we are the neurons? Maybe. Awesome Kerbal profile pick at True Prussian. Love that game. Biden tried that and Trump killed it. Why do they need to self-deport? What is the rationale? Yeah, LB, what I would say is the cure is worse than the disease. I don't know what problem we're trying to solve. If you want to solve crime, beef up law enforcement, whatever. All right, anyways.
Barely need to stay here.
Let's talk about Russia-Ukraine. So it was widely seen in the West, the invasion of Ukraine as unprovoked, and people largely sided with Ukraine. However, some perspectives on the war shifted as the U.S. sent nearly $175 billion in aid. So was Putin's decision to invade at all justified, and how could the U.S. have improved its response to the war?
I'll
go first.
Yeah, I don't think that there was any justification for the invasion of Ukraine. There's a number of issues that people lay out, but I think all of them are red herrings. People can say it was NATO expansionism that did it, but that clearly wasn't the case because NATO has expanded. Russia hasn't gone to war with any countries like Ukraine. It only happened in response to the 2014 ousting of Yanukovych. Some people say that that it was for the denazification of Ukraine, and the Azov battalion is like a few hundred people. This is not true. So, it's just obviously not true. They had I believe it was a Jewish head of state and a Jewish vice president at the same time. Like the idea that there's some huge Nazi problem in Ukraine has just never been true. Some argue that it was because of the ethnic cleansing of ethnic Russians in the Donbass. That's not true. There was an active war that's been facilitated there by Russia for at least 10 years. I mean, the reason why they invaded Ukraine is because they wanted to control Ukraine in a similar way that they control Belarus. Putin more or less said this, that they're the same kindred spirit of people, and that he basically wants to see a reformation of like a Soviet Union-esque type nation state between Russia, between Belarus, between Ukraine. I think that the biggest issue that the United States had was we didn't have like a unified response to what we wanted to do. Initially, we were really big on supporting Ukraine, but for reasons and Trump and whatever random stuff, the conservatives started to break off from that and decided that we needed to become isolationists again, I guess, and not have any relationship with anything going on in the rest of the world, unless I guess it's pouring tons of money into Israel for whatever reason. So yeah, I think that the biggest mistake that the United States made was not to have when I say unified response, I mean that we're unified at home about how we're going to deal with this, and to not have Ukrainians sitting in a ditch waiting on whether or not they're getting artillery shells based on whether or not an immigration bill is going to be combined with foreign support for the war, I guess.
Okay, so what about how we would change, how would you change the response to the war in Ukraine? Like, would you change anything that Biden did? Would you change anything? I assume you'd want to change some things that Trump has done.
I think making greater weapon systems, F-16s and everything else like available to them from the start, I think would have been good. I don't think we should ever utter the word like nuclear anything. The idea that we should allow somebody to bully us around because of nuclear threats is absolute bullshit. And the idea that we need to be afraid of Russia and give them basically carte blanche to invade any country in the world because they have nuclear weapons is insane. I don't think Putin is that suicidal. And all the same arguments that people made about being worried about World War III or nuclear winter would apply the exact same if they were to invade a NATO ally. And I would hope that we wouldn't use the same arguments and abandon NATO as well, although Trump has talked about that and shown a desire to do that a ton. But yeah, I think that basically telling Ukraine, listen, as long as you guys want to fight, you have everything that's available to you that you can fight with. Good luck. As opposed to this, like, dishing out selectively weapons over time, depending upon what the political will is at home for it.
Whatever 4690 says, I watched today a Russian man on a drone video sitting crying in a field, having given up. They killed him anyways. Yeah. So whatever 4690, I'll just say this straight up. I think that kind of shit's evil. Glorifying and gleefully killing conscripts, because bear in mind, like, a healthy chunk of these people are conscripts. They're poorly trained. They're thrown out onto the front lines. They're normal working class and middle class schmoes. They might have some random patriotic instincts in their body where they're pro-Russia or pro-Ukraine. Ukrainians in particular, I know, are quite patriotic. So I feel like in some ways that, I almost feel worse for the Russians because I feel like they're compelled into it. But the point is that, yeah, that's evil. I don't bloodlust can be fun. Rage and righteous violence can be fun. Killing some random wagey conscript prole who's already surrendered is evil. Sacred Snow says bootstraps mentality is either completely delusional or devoid of empathy. Listen, I think that individually you should have a bootstraps mentality. Individually, you should say, no one's going to come help me. I have to do it on my own. I have to pursue my ambitions, et cetera, et cetera. But the truth is that nobody gets anywhere alone. My parents made sure that I went to the right schools, got a good education, et cetera, et cetera. The Marine Corps trained me and gave me job skills that have helped me for the rest of my life, and also gave me like a really tenacious mentality that has helped me a lot through quite a bit of adversity. Pursuing college was something that I went after, but of course I had like mentors and friends who helped me through some of the darkest parts of my life. Being in law enforcement, I made it 4 years. I would have not have made it 2 years if I didn't have the right mentors in law enforcement. And then finally with this job, the only reason why I got a job with Valor Media Network is because of, political friends in the space who helped me make the right connections to get the job. And then the only reason why we are able to kind of succeed as a channel is because of you guys. Because we only started streaming like a month and a half ago, and we got 50 people in chat, which isn't like a massive amount, but everyone, like, there are dozens of people in chat who are passionate, who are commenting, who are having fun, who are engaging with each other, who are engaging with the content, who are engaging with me, who are donating. So we're doing good because of each other. You should be as independent as possible, but you also need to be thankful for the people who give you shots. By the way, do I have to throw away all my Rocky movies and Survivor tapes on how Russia is our friend? No. We need to make Astartes and send them to help Ukraine. I mean, base, but I think the amount of food that Astartes actually need is crazy. Grassroots says, I'm super proud, pro-Ukrainian. I feel bad for the Russian kids. Dunk it, Connor. I just lobbed up that assist for you. I will. Thank you. Apes together strong. Exactly. Be a strong ape on your own, but work together. Sacred Snow says, I understand it feels bad, and I agree if there's a way for them to turn themselves over, that it's evil. However, surrendering to a drone is legally ambiguous and situationally impractical. What are they supposed to do if they aren't able to take them captive? Just let them go back and rearm? No, not really. Sacred Snow, I'm with you that there isn't like a good legal practicality, but, you know, I don't have any solutions. I just think seeing that war is horror, right? Anybody who's fought, I think that global war on terror veterans can be a little cavalier about war because our war was very limited and the people that we fought were like guerrilla insurgent dickheads. But I think the people who have done prolonged operations, like weeks or months of combat, those people actually typically hate war more than people who get into a 20-minute firefight and they kill the enemy and none of their friends get killed. They think that war can be fun and exhilarating and cool. The people who are in 90-day battles where 70% of their friends get killed, they kind of know the horror of war and are less enthusiastic about it. So LB says, it takes a village, and under a social contract and taxes, it's the government's responsibility to promote the general welfare. Yeah, but also don't rely on them either. Kyle says, I think protests are increasing in Russia. The war is taking its toll on their economy, and people are tired of seeing their children come back in caskets. Hopefully. They have 1 million casualties. They have like 200,000 deaths and 800,000 wounded. Think about that. That's 4 times Vietnam. Vietnam is an American horror show. We hated Vietnam. We lost 50K and we had substantively more wounded and substantively more psychological injuries. Think about that. Russia, despite being a smaller economy and a smaller population, just suffered a war worse, and they're still suffering, suffered a war 4 times worse than Vietnam. Grassroots says, I think that it's the same 50 people. I want there to be more ape together stronger. That's going to come from marketing and cross-pollination. I am working with other creators within coming weeks, so hopefully we can cross-pollinate into other audiences and get more people into our chat. We did start with 10, though. I will point that out. On my home channel, I'll get between 50 and 100, depending on the topic we're covering. And we have cross-pollinated. We have gotten a healthy chunk of people from Counterpoints over to Valor. However, not all of them, let's be real. And then also we need to cross-pollinate with other creators so we can get more people into our chat. So history will teach you that in war, there are only losers and worse losers. Kind of true. Ha ha ha. I went on a 3-day air assault that turned into a living foxhole for a week, Sarah says. Yeah. And I'm sure that 3-day air assault was fun. Inserting via helo, getting your equipment, running out, punching security, pushing out into the surrounding vegetation, making sure nobody ambushes you, all that kind of stuff, even if it's just a training exercise, right? And then by day 3, you're like, man, I would love to go home. I would love to stop eating MREs and shitting in bushes. I would love to, not have to pull watch for the 5th time. I would love to not be running on 6 hours of sleep or 5 hours of sleep every single day, right? They have blood to spend. They might. But I think Kyle correctly points out their economy will get worse since they're missing and will be missing a large chunk of their labor force. I agree. We crashed into a wadi on day 1. It was terrible. Yeah. So might have military operations can start out sexy and fun. I'll play something real quick. Well, I don't want to get copyright struck. But if you watch the opening to Black Hawk Down, that shit is sexy. Okay, there is something so cool about dozens of armed men like getting into helicopters and doing a hot landing into a war zone, taking down bad guys, and then hot exfilling. There's something cool about that. However, the actual reality of Black Hawk Down is they got 2 helicopters shot down, and then they had to dig in for like 48 hours and fight like 50,000 people. And 200 of their dudes got smoked. So it's actually like, war can be fun until it's not. Anyways, let's let Kyle respond.
Yeah, sure. So first to the question of justification. I mean, the question is like, what does justification mean? Are we talking about moral justification? Are we talking about, has there been any incentive provided? Have we provoked them in any way? Look, I don't think there's a moral justification for an invasion. I think it's clear that from just a purely moral standpoint, no, I don't think Putin should have invaded Ukraine. I think there were many options available to him. I think he was opportunistic. I do think that many people have been glazing over the things that America has done to at least give Putin plausible reasons to the international community to invade. So Stephen mentioned the ousting of Yanukovych and our involvement in the Maidan Revolution in 2014. It's like, yeah, that's a plausible reason why Putin could say, hey, you guys have been violating Ukraine's sovereignty. You guys have been turning Ukraine into a Western satellite. Now this is a security threat.
Interesting thing about that is in 2004, the Russians poisoned the prime minister of Ukraine with like a radioactive substance. So the argument isn't whether or not interfering in the sovereignty of Ukraine or good or is good or bad from a Russian perspective. It's not whether or not interfering with sovereignty is bad. It's who's doing it. They want to do it. They don't want the United States to be able to do it.
Does it warrant him invading? No, but it's something that he can say. Just like if, let's say, Russia was in talks with Mexico to create some sort of, Russian-Mexican, treaty organization or something like that.
If he said defensive alliance, I would respect him more. Let's let him get through it so we can actually address all of it. Sorry, I keep wanting to pause and go to the geopolitical analysis, but I do want to see what he actually says.
Like that. Would I say that that's, okay, we should just invade Mexico now? No. Would I say that that is part of a stack of reasons that needs to be addressed? Otherwise, it's eventually going to lead to military intervention? Yeah, I would say that. So part of my issue is that this like black and white framing of like Putin was completely in the wrong. It's irrational. He's just trying to take more land and reconstitute the Soviet Union. Well, if that's all you believe, then there's no appealing to self-interest and there's no reconciliation.
LB says, wrong, Connor. Interfering in another country's sovereignty is America's biggest problem. Sorry, LB. I'm a Western chauvinist and a neoconservative in many regards, in which I think that promoting democracy and republicanism worldwide and mixed economy capitalism worldwide is a good thing. And I don't subscribe to Westphalian sovereignty. As far as I understand Westphalian sovereignty, it's effectively that every country has a right to deal with its own borders as it sees fit. And I don't agree with that. When Pakistan runs a domestic culture that throws acid in the face of women, when they do the wrong thing sexually, I think that's a bad culture, and we should pressure them to stop. When Afghanistan has a similar culture, and they also have an authoritarian Islamist theocracy that is okay with harboring terrorists, I think that we should at minimum do soft pressure, if not military pressure. When Saudi Arabia is running, again, an authoritarian theocracy, or Iran is running an authoritarian theocracy that funds paramilitary organizations that intentionally attack civilians, I think that is our business. And we should not murder, but we should kill the paramilitary terrorist organizations, and we should put soft and hard diplomatic pressure on those countries to stop engaging in that negative behavior. So I don't agree with that at all. I think the world economy functions best when it's relatively stable, and I think the world economy is most stable when the United States security apparatus guarantees it. So I'm sorry, I don't agree. Sacred Snow, the whole ousting of Yanukovych followed by Western satellite state. Well, I agree with him. I just think it's good. Eben says, I'm also an American hegemony guy. America is the world power, and it owes it to the world to shepherd us away from evil shit. We protect global trade. We have so many levers of influence. Agreed. LB says, if we were actually doing what you say, Connor, I agree. Would democracy have women in Pakistan gain from American involvement? Nothing. But I don't agree with you, LB. I don't agree with you. So if you're looking at, what is it? When we were in Afghanistan, of course, it's like all falling apart now. But when we were in Afghanistan, we compelled them to have female education. We compelled them to send their kids to school. We compelled them to have democracy. Now, they rejected it, and they cut a hole in the bottom of the bucket of aid that we were providing, and they wasted all the money and energy. But if those people wanted democracy, if they wanted mixed economy capitalism, if they wanted to be a part of the global American hegemonic economic world, they could have. Afghanistan could have done that. Pakistan could have done that. And Saudi Arabia, to a greater or lesser degree, has done that. They have de-radicalized in a substantive amount of ways. They have started shutting down madrasas that promote Wahhabism. They have normalized relations between the sexes. Not as much as we want, but they have. LB says it's a lie. Not since 1945, World War II, has America done a damn thing for democracy. LB, I completely disagree with you. Even the Vietnam War was fighting for mixed economy capitalism and, Republican democracy. I don't agree at all. I don't agree at all. Look at Korea. Korea 100% was a military intervention in order to preserve mixed economy capitalism and liberal democracy. It started out dictatorial, but it's liberalized over time, and look at their economy and culture now. Kyle says leaving countries to their own devices is a high-risk situation. That's what the international community is for, to hold countries to account when they've crossed the legal boundaries. Sure. But the international community doesn't do shit because they're toothless. International community can act together, and that's great, but you create more problems than you solve by trying to unilaterally fix the world. Sure. It should be way more soft than it currently is. It's way more soft power. Whatever 4690 says, I disagree with compelling others, just me. It's up to those people. Meh. I have the facts on my sides. It doesn't matter if it's washed away by the next administration, aka it's a multi-billion-dollar nothing burger. What are you talking about? PEPFAR is something that we were talking about, which is a part of international American soft power. Americans spend $6 billion a year for the past 2 decades in order to save people who have HIV or AIDS. That has probably given us economic and social inroads into Africa. That is us meddling in their affairs. That is us telling them how they should be having sex and when. That is us giving their people medicine so they're more friendly to us. That is American soft power. Eben says, something I don't think has been talked about, how influential we've been on MENA countries. Just look at MBS saying the Quran should be viewed allegorically. The Quran, yeah. I don't know if MBS is MBS the current crown prince? Is that who you're talking? Mohammed bin Salman? What's his name? Salman. Yeah. So Mohammed bin Salman, who MBS is the de facto ruler of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So the king of Saudi Arabia is saying that we should have a more chill understanding of the Quran. That's how much American soft power has done in the past decade or two. That's crazy. Sacred Snow says, I think it's that referring to a citizen uprising that had like 75% support as a CIA coup is wrong. Yeah, sure. He's going to talk Russian counterpoints. I'll give you Korea. Thank you. What democracy for women in the East? Listen, it's a slow process. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Not So Gen X says, shit, I'm on PC and it uses my wrong account to comment for some reason. Based. What democracy for women in the East? I mean, Japan is a representative democracy. Korea is a representative democracy. We tried to pressure the Chinese to not go so hard on Hong Kong. That didn't work out, but we tried. We do speak for the Uyghur Muslims that are in Western China and try to make sure that they're not getting genocided. To no effect, they are getting genocided. We try to normalize relations with the Thai, the Sing, the Koreans, the Mongolians. We all try to push them towards mixed economy, capitalism, and democracy. So, yeah, I think that just pointing out because you do something and it doesn't work the way that you want it to, doesn't mean that you're not trying. A slow process with tons of war dead, it's not good enough. Okay. Well, LB, you can enlist if you want. You can fight for the American Empire if you want. I mean, I fought for the American Empire. I thought it was based. All right. Anyways, conservative liberalism says all we had to do to get Mohammed bin Salman to be more moderate is to look the other way when he had a journalist killed, chopped up, and carried out of an embassy in a briefcase. Good deal. Maybe. Khashoggi might have died in a horrific way, but, you know, if he bought us peace in the Middle East, it is what it is. Tunisia, too. They're more European culturally. Yeah. Soft power with a USA sticker slapped on the side goes much further. I agree with you there, LB. And I'm sorry if it seems like I'm yelling, but right now there's yard people outside who are cutting my neighbor's yard, and it's very loud. But soft power with the USA sticker goes so much further. I agree with you that it needs to be a mix of soft and hard power needs to be used very gingerly. Anyways, let's let Kaizen speak. I've been yapping.
Impossible, and the only possibility is total war, and I just fundamentally don't believe that. I think when we talk about justification here, the better question is, were there reasons why Putin invaded that we could have not furnished him with if we had approached our diplomatic approach differently? And I think yes. I think we've meddled in Ukraine, again, when we talk about 2014 revolution, in ways that I think would cause any neighbor in the surrounding region to be concerned. And I can totally see why Putin was concerned. And I think rather than subversively supporting a revolution and deposing someone who is more Russian aligned and replacing them with someone who's more Ukrainian aligned, we should have actually been in relationship with Russia. And I think that's one of the biggest failings of our foreign policy agenda. And I think since the 1990s, we've been stuck in this old view of Russia evil, Putin dictator wants to take over the world, next Hitler. We shouldn't even talk to him. And yeah, throughout 2022 and 2023, we saw that agenda be prosecuted to its logical conclusion, which is Biden's not talking to Putin. He's giving weapons to Ukraine. He's agitating Putin. And years later, this war is still going on. It's the bloodiest conflict on earth. And we've been out of pocket for over $100 billion. We weren't any closer to a resolution of this by the end of 2024. So when we talk about justification, it's like, no, I don't think him invading is justification. I think.
But he just provided him all of the excuses for it, right? So 20 from Grassroots, thank you, King. What should be noted is going back to reach for an annexation this long, you end up with 1783 Crimean annexation and the annexation of Texas. Yeah, I mean, 300 years of annexation of Texas has worked out so far. AF says, I just imagine you going into a recruiter's office, standing at parade rest and exclaiming that America is base and you're here to serve. Yeah, that's what I did when I was 17. I was like, sir, I'm ready to fight for rock and roll strip clubs and Jack Daniels. That's what I said when I walked in. I said, Staff Sergeant McCaskill, recruit Connor reporting to go fight for liquor and strip clubs. So hold on. Euromaidan, Revolution. Oh, yeah. I wanted to do geopolitical analyses. Do I already have a tab open? I do. All right, so let's take a look at this. So right here, when this thing loads, and let me make sure that you guys can see it. Okay, so when this thing loads, there is this area called Donetsk and Luhansk, and it's in the eastern area of Ukraine. These are majority Russian ethnic, and they were breakaway provinces that wanted to side with Russia in this conflict, and I don't think that Ukraine is getting them back. So I think that you should concede these. Russia has a major naval base in Sevastopol. And so when Ukraine went European Union and NATO friendly in 2014, bear in mind this conflict has been going on for way longer, but I'm just trying to give you the cliff notes. When Ukraine went towards us in 2014, they took over this little peninsula, which is called Crimea, because they have a major naval base here in Sevastopol. And Sevastopol is one of two Russian warm water ports, with the second one being in Tartarus, something like that. Tartus. I think this is the second Russian warm water port. So you ask, why were the Russians backing the Bashir al-Assad regime so hard, and why were we supporting the rebels despite there being jihadists in the rebel groups? And it's because we wanted to screw over Russia, which isn't cool. Okay, it's not cool that we helped fuel a civil war against Bashir al-Assad in order to screw over the Russians and also screw over Bashir al-Assad because we didn't like him, because during the Iraq war, or the war in Iraq, he sent a bunch of jihadists into Iraq in order to screw over coalition forces, primarily because he was trying to get rid of the jihadists in his own country, right? So Bashir al-Assad sends jihadists during the Iraq war, kills a bunch of U.S. troops. Then they come back to the country and they help start the civil war, quote unquote, in the name of democracy. We support the Syrian Free Army, I want to say. I forget all the names, but the point is that we support the rebels, and then Syria implodes as a result. Well, what's happened since then in the past decade is Russia did get kicked out of Syria. And so as a result, they lost this warm water port. But it seems like they prosecuted the war in Ukraine aggressively enough that they're probably going to hold on to Crimea and hold on to Donetsk and Luhansk. They still currently physically control the oblast of Kherson, which is right here. Although the Ukrainians control the city of Kherson, Russians control the surrounding territory. And then Zaporozhye, Russians also control. So what I would do, in my heart of hearts, I would give the Ukrainians everything to the west of Mariupol, and I would give them Mariupol over to here. I would let the Russians keep Crimea. I would let the Russians keep a majority of Donetsk and Luhansk, and I would call it a day. And then I would do a unilateral military and economic alliance with Ukraine, between the United States and Ukraine, to guarantee that their borders stay sovereign. And I would allow Ukraine to join the EU so they have economic ties to the rest of Europe. And then what effectively happens is Russia has a sphere of influence that is Russia, this little portion of Russia around Kaliningrad, which is a weird border, but bear in mind this is Russian territory right here on your screen, and then Belarus. And then boom, we call it a day. Most of Europe is European. Most of Europe has good economic relations. Almost all of Europe has a defensive military alliance against Russia. Call it a day. That's not because I hate Russians. I don't hate Russians. They're just dicks. They're just dicks, and they want a new Soviet Union, and they're not going to get it. Pam Bondi, last I checked, was a Qatari asset. I didn't know that she was Russian. How many countries were made worse by Western interference? I'll start with Iran. Well, you got to get that sweet, sweet oil, bro. Wrong, Kaizen. Russia needs to get in line and honor agreements. Right, but we are creating an international commercial empire. That's what we're doing. We only started seeing them undermine our country in 2015 and 2016 when they had already started under 09 because of Mitch hating Obama so much. Sure. Why do you want to serve? Well, sir, America is based in Omega Pilled. True. Not so many votes to utilize those ports now, though. Yes, a healthy chunk of the Russian deep water fleet has been sunk because of their military adventurism. Grassroots Judgment says, all my super chats are for Connor's service and not throwing me out of strip clubs. This is true. Based. Crimea was always Ukraine. Good luck with that. See if you can take it back. The Pontic Caspian steppe region has always been a bit different than the western portion of Ukraine, including Crimea. Agreed. But Connor, we had Pam Bondi. Again, I thought she was Qatari. Tulsi Gabbard. Yes, Tulsi Gabbard was 100% a Bashir al-Assad shill and a Russian shill. Kingslayer Damocles says, America shows up when asked, Russians show up when you don't. I mean, Gen X says, good thing Trump paused FARA and the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act enforcement so we can have foreign agents running our country. Yeah, isn't that awesome? Isn't it awesome having $400 million jets gifted to the Trump administration? Isn't it awesome having Jared Kushner running a $2 billion sovereign wealth fund on behalf of the Saudis, paying him off for what he did when he was at the State Department? Isn't it awesome having Pam Bondi, a Qatari agent, approving the $400 million airplane? Isn't it cool having, Tulsi Gabbard? Unfortunately, she wasn't able to save Bashir al-Assad, but isn't it cool having like a legitimate Russian shill in government? Don't you love this? You can make the argument that the rest of the government are Ukrainian and Israeli shills, but at least I feel like they can say it and be proud of it. These people, anyways, I'm trying not to get pissed off.
Call me an idealist.
No, wrong. Conservatism says Tulsi is a good girl. You take that back. Wrong. Tulsi Gabbard is hot. Okay, that is not the same as being a good person. I like Tulsi Gabbard, or liked Tulsi Gabbard. You know why? Because she does CrossFit, she shoots guns, she served in the military, and she seems like an American patriot sometimes with her rhetoric. However, I've seen her become a Bashir al-Assad shill. I've seen her become a contrarian Fox News pundit. I've seen her become a Russia shill. I've seen all that stuff. And then I've also seen her sell her soul to the Trump admin. So no, Tulsi Gabbard is not a good girl. She's hot, okay? She's got a little bit of acne scars from her teenage years, but she's got overall a symmetric face, good hair, good clothing. She's an attractive gal, okay? So no, you are wrong. She is not a good person. She is attractive. Don't get those things mixed up. All right, anyways, I need to get a water refill, but I'm going to let Kaizen give you Russian propaganda for a minute. Grassroots says, look, you can't be evil and that hot at the same time. Come on, we can have a little Tulsi evil. Sure. Yeah. Conservative liberalism says, as a center left guy, I'm just tired of losing anyone who resembled a blue dog. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's tough out there. All right. Anyways, content. I'm going to come back once I grab some water. Yeah. Kingslayer says, I remember when asked who's the biggest geopolitical threat to the U.S. and Romney said Russia, and Obama laughed and said we aren't in a Cold War anymore, Mitt. Yeah, and the media ran with that, and they act like Mitt Romney was an idiot for 6 months. That just shows you how fucking stupid. Sorry for the F-bomb. That just shows you how stupid our politics are, man. No, the populism sucks, okay? Anyways.
I don't think...
Be right back.
Offensive killing of people is ever justified. And there were things that we could have done before to actually prevent this from even getting to that place, or so that even if Putin was hell-bent on getting to this place, we actually would have been on the clear moral high ground. So there was a clear mandate to be unified in our response. And where I agree with Stephen is we've done this half in, half out thing. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, where we're saying we're going to send certain things and then we don't. And then we're saying that we're going to start negotiations and then we're backing into Ukraine's corner again, then we're backing to Putin's corner. It's very confusing. And it's protracted this conflict a lot longer than it needs to. I would have said either at the beginning, we need to be like fully, we stand with Ukraine. We give them everything that they need. This is now a proxy war through Ukraine. Let's fight it and win. Or we're completely out and we say, look, they're not a part of NATO and it's not our responsibility. And I, frankly, as much as my heart goes out to the Ukrainian people, because it sucks to get invaded. Like it sucks. They're the smaller country. They don't have the arms to fully resist Putin without our help. It's not our fight. And here we get to a more fundamental disagreement about what is America's role in the world. I tend to take, I mean, it's always a spectrum between isolationists and interventionists. I think we've gone too far in the interventionist direction. I think we keep on finding really hollow moral justifications for getting involved in conflicts. And to me, it's just about self-interest. Like that's the cleanest way to do this. I don't see a compelling reason why it's strongly in America's self-interest to donate hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine over any other conflict in the world. There's tons of horrible things going on in the world. I don't see why, I don't see why we believe that if we don't help Ukraine, then Putin's going to run roughshod over the rest of Europe, and all of a sudden we're going to be next, like Zelensky has said several times. We have NATO. If he invades a NATO nation, then we fight. That's the whole point of the agreement. So countries that are not a part of NATO, we should not be signaling like Biden was doing that, oh, Ukraine's going to join NATO, there's no timeline, and then giving Putin some sort of justification he can provide to the world, even if some of the world doesn't believe him. Instead, let's make commitments, let's honor them, and let's not go past them. And I think we've...
Yes, Biz D. Didn't Ukraine have nukes that they only gave up because we promised them protection? Yes, and Russia were signatories to that agreement as well. LB says, World War II is the history of the moral high ground. Russia was an ally, but now the want to be number one. If you're America first, how the F can you bootlick Russia? Well, LB, I don't agree with you. So I like the mythology of World War II, where we got involved for moral reasons and we ended up responding to some of the most grievous crimes in all of humanity. I like the moral narrative of World War II. But if you go back and you actually look at the way that it went down, the way that we actually got involved, when we committed and why and all that kind of stuff, all of the pragmatic, ugly realities that apply to conflicts today apply to World War II just as much. There's still arguments that effectively what happened was the U.S. 7th Fleet was launched away from Pearl Harbor. That way we didn't lose our fleet, even though we knew that there was like an incoming attack, but we didn't warn Pearl Harbor because we wanted there to be sufficient damage to justify declaring war on Japan and Germany. I said we were allies. Yeah, sure. I might have misunderstood what you're saying, but I'm just saying that there's a more, let me just state this without necessarily responding to your comment. There's a moral mythos to World War II about how we, joined the war for the right reasons and all that kind of stuff. And I think that if you actually go back to the politics of the time, it was just as messy and gross as modern politics. So, yeah. Yep. So, what are we arguing about? No idea. I'm getting tired. And Kaizen actually pisses me off a little bit. It's nothing personal, but this like soft conservative apologia, I understand why Steven gets pissed off about it. I try to own my bullshit. If I say something crazy and people are like, why do you think that? I try to say explicitly what I believe and back it with as much spine as I possibly can. This whole thing where it's like, well, I don't think it's morally good that Russia invaded. However, I think there's a lot of compelling reasons why Russia invaded. And I think that we should basically let Ukraine fend for itself and get eaten by wolves. It's like, you're not, don't talk about morality and then tell me about how free people should be enslaved to a kleptocratic, oligarchic, maniacal, freakish, authoritarian nightmare. Don't talk to me about morality. Okay? Don't talk to me about that. You don't know what it is. There are worse things than death, and there's worse things than war. Backing out of Ukraine is basically saying we don't give a fuck about denuclearization anymore. Good luck telling any country they can't have nukes unless you want hard power. Yeah. Yep. $10 from Grassroots. Tulsi Gabbard, awful person, solid problematic, would. Listen. Even my wife, I think, thinks Tulsi Gabbard is cute, okay? Or at least was cute. I don't know anymore. Come on. What was I thinking? Russian bootlicking, geopolitical analysis, Kaizen being, I don't want to say spineless, but being very gelatinous. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. To me, this is almost worse than MAGA just being assholes. I almost prefer it when they're out in the open assholes. I don't like this gelatinous, soft, tepid defense. Feels weak.
We've gone past them with no clear rationale.
The 2014 Euromaidan, the idea that the U.S. was involved in that, there's no substantiation to that in any way, size, shape, or form, right?
What was it? Was it Victoria Nuland?
Yeah, but it's a Nuland phone call where all we said was there is a one leader we prefer over the other. That's not substantiation in any way, size, shape, or form that we participated in that. There had been a whole series of protests up to that point, and they were good.
I wouldn't even care if we were. So I'm going to take it a step further and say, if we were involved in Ukrainian domestic politics where there was like riots and protests going up against the president, and then we said, okay, well, we're going to bus in people who are more friendly to us. I don't care. Russia, if you want to make a moral argument about who's involving themselves in politics, you can't cite Russia as the opposition. They poisoned their prime minister in 2004 with radioactive material. Listen, take a look at this. Russia poisoned Ukrainian prime minister. He survived the attack, but Yushchenko became the victim of an assassination attempt when he was poisoned with dioxin. He suffered disfigurement as a result of the poisoning, but survived. I don't even know what dioxin is. But what is this? Yushchenko? They always have names like this. Yushchenko dioxin poisoning. Images. So this dude was like a normal Ukrainian politician. He talked a little bit of shit about Russia, and then Russia was like, oh, bet? We're going to hit you with some poison. And then they poisoned his ass, and he was permanently disfigured. So if you want to bitch about the United States supporting protesters or rioters in Ukraine, that's totally fine. I'm just going to say, in 2004, Russia stabbed this dude with dioxin and melted his face. Okay? So, shut up. What is dioxin? God, I'm getting so grumpy. Kaizen's making me grumpy. A highly toxic compound produced as a byproduct in some manufacturing processes, notably herbicide production and paper bleaching. It is a serious and persistent environmental pollutant. So they took plant killer and they stabbed them with it. What a bunch of dicks.
Good reasons for the Ukrainian people to be mad. There's no evidence that the United States fomented that.
Yeah, so my understanding is the CIA actually did help foment that. So it was a grassroots revolution, just to be clear, something that the Ukrainian people wanted to do. My understanding is that we did covertly support that.
And what I don't, and how?
So my understanding is that, I don't know if there's a...
Oftentimes he says my understanding because he doesn't know the details of almost anything, which I'm not trying to be rude or shitty about, but it is very annoying. Stand on business, bro. You're in a debate.
There's a USAID thing or a separate part of the US of the CIA did this, but that we funded this and we helped provide propaganda to the Ukrainian community to help support this.
Okay, I don't think there's any evidence that's ever been presented of that. The only thing that's ever brought up is that Victoria Nuland phone call a billion times. So that happened all on its own, number one. Number two, the framing of...
Even if it did, who cares? Let's say, okay, hold up. As a neocon, okay? If there are pro-democratic forces in a different country that are fighting for a republic and fighting for democracy and fighting against authoritarianism and fighting for mixed economy capitalism and who want to be a part of the American global hegemony, why wouldn't you support them? Why isn't that preferable?
Russia had to invade Ukraine because Ukraine might have joined NATO. Like, what would be the threat to Russia if Ukraine joined NATO? The threat would be that they wouldn't be able to invade.
Considering Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, and Finland, which only joined because of the Ukrainian... Look at this shit. Sorry, I'm getting pissed off again. Because there's annoying talking points that conservatives just spit out without thinking about it twice. So the fear is that NATO is too close to Russia. Okay, right? That's the fear, is that Ukraine is right on Russia's doorstep. I've heard this a billion times. Guess who is in NATO already? Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Look how far away Moscow is, and look how far away St. Petersburg is. These are the two major population centers of Russia. Look how Finland, as a result of the invasion of Ukraine, joined NATO. So now, four NATO allies are like 20 minutes from St. Petersburg and 3 hours away from Moscow. If we wanted to bomb or nuke Russia into the Stone Age, we could do so almost instantaneously. And not only that, a ground invasion, there's major highways in here because they use it to get to Kaliningrad. Look at this. It's crisscrossed with highways. There's like 4 different approaches to Moscow that all of them could use. You could build up, where is this? In Latvia, you could build up military presence in Estonia and Latvia. The people who are in Estonia and Finland could take St. Petersburg in like an hour, and all the people in Latvia could deploy across 5 different highways in order to charge into Moscow. Now, there's an argument to be made that you wouldn't want Ukraine to join NATO because then, boom, you're getting attacked from 2 different directions. I could understand that. But the truth is, Russia is already screwed either way. So don't invade your neighbors. It's that easy.
Invade Ukraine? What?
Well, the threat is that we can mount weapons there. Like
Russia has nukes. So do we. And so does France. So does Israel. I think the United Kingdom has nukes. And, right? The reason, if you're saying Russia has nukes because you're saying we shouldn't invade because they have nukes, I agree. Let's never invade Russia. But Russia should also never invade its neighbors. It's actually that simple. Keep your hands to yourself.
We can mount weapons, and we already have countries that are bordering Russia in NATO.
And not all of them are within striking distance of Moscow.
You don't think that Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania could shoot missiles into Moscow?
They're not as close. It's
Yo, come on, Kaizen! You son of a biscuit! They're even closer.
more of an existential threat.
I don't think so. And they're close enough to shoot missiles into it.
And besides that,
not only are they close enough, they're closer to Moscow and they're closer to St. Petersburg, the 2 biggest population centers in Russia. Kaizen, you're just wrong.
you're making me respond to a framing that I did not provide. I didn't say that Russia had to invade. I'm just saying it's not even a good justification. I didn't say that this is only a security concern. I do think Putin had his own reasons for invading. I think, yes, part of this is about ethnic Russians, and he's viewing ethnic Russians.
Sure, I'm just going piece by piece. I'm saying for the NATO one, NATO's never attacked Russia, right?
Of course not.
So why?
But it did do, this is one thing where I feel like you should steelman the opponent's thing. NATO did do an offensive operation in the former Yugoslavia. So NATO is primarily a defensive pact, but it did do an offensive operation.
Does he think that Ukraine joining is magically going to be the time now that NATO is going to strike Russia?
Again, I'm not saying it's sufficient justification. I'm saying it's part of his justification.
I understand, and I'm attacking that part piece by piece. I'm not saying that alone. I'm just saying that the 2014 funding by the CIA has never been substantiated. The idea that NATO has somehow magically become a threat to Russia, I don't think that's substantiated. What was the tertiary reason?
I'm okay with Russia feeling threatened. Russia can feel threatened. They still should keep their hands to themselves. And if they want to take Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea, and they militarily can, and we can't respond, it is what it is. That being said, I want Ukraine to concede Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea, but I want them to get Mariupol back. I want them to get the Kherson Oblast and the Zaporozhian Oblast back. And then I want them to become members of the EU. And then I want them to have a unilateral military alliance with the United States approved by Congress that freezes their borders so Russia can't invade.
The only reason I can see to invade Ukraine is because he wants to invade Ukraine. I don't know what excuses we gave him or what we could have headed off.
Well,
no, we are trying to get Ukraine to become a part of our global commercial and military empire. So pretending that Russia shouldn't feel threatened by this move is inaccurate. The question is whether or not it sufficiently justifies invasion. They can feel threatened. It's okay to feel threatened. If they built bases in Mexico, I would feel threatened. But you know what I would support? I would support militarizing the Texan, Californian, and I forget which one. It's always like Nevada and New Mexico and all that kind of stuff. I would effectively support militarizing our border, but I wouldn't support invading Mexico just because Russians were cross-training with Mexicans.
At minimum, look, maybe there's some, and this is obviously hard to substantiate because we're talking about a covert operation that may or may not have existed, and Victoria Nuland's call may or may not substantiate the existence of this covert operation.
Well, to be very clear, the only thing that Nuland call said was that there was one leader who would prefer another. That leader didn't even get elected after Euromaidan. So, so that like I'm sure we have preferences for leadership around the world all the time. That doesn't mean we're covertly supporting some project to cause a revolution and to oust a leader in a country just because we prefer one over another.
Yeah, and of course, again, with covert
No, whatever 4690 asks a question that I think is important. NATO is defensive, right? So if Ukraine and NATO attacked Russia, that does not pull in the rest of NATO? No. So you can't do, in order to invoke Article 5, let's take a look. Let's not bullshit. Let's actually do a little bit of research. Article 5 NATO. Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty. This is an AI summary, my apologies, but whatever. Is the cornerstone of the alliance's collective defense, stating that an attack on one member is considered an attack on all. It's the only time the alliance has been invoked in the history is following September 11th. So I think that a country can't declare war unilaterally and then expect support. I think that that country has to be attacked. This is an article about it. An armed attack against one or more of them in Europe or North America shall be considered an attack on all. Okay. So, I mean, it might actually be a sentence. I have no idea. But if you want the specific verbiage, check out Article 5 of the NATO, I guess, Constitution or something. But the point is that, like, no. Ukraine attacking on its own. Poland would probably join them just for the shits and giggles of it. But no. The United States doesn't instantaneously become involved. They have to declare war against Russia if Ukraine invades Russia. That's not a thing. The issue is that Russia doesn't feel threatened. I want them to say they're empire building with their chest. It's obvious, and Kaizen is doing the enraging. Sure. He's doing propaganda for them. Absolutely. Thermonuclear weapons are a way different from yesteryear's atomic arsenals. More boom, less radiation. That's cool. I do like less radiation. What did Jonah Boy say? All right, whatever. You guys are having fun.
Operations, it's very hard to substantiate what happened or not.
Yeah, but we wouldn't believe it just because we can't substantiate it.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that I believe it 100%. I'm saying there's a perception, and let's say it is true to any degree. That to me, that's evidence that we are prosecuting an agenda of getting involved in countries that we don't need to.
Grassroots says, Poland is our little European Texas. Wonder if there's any historical context for that. There is, which is effectively that shitloads of American immigrants are Polish, similar to like I don't think they're as large of the Irish, but there's Polish enclaves the same way that there's Irish enclaves. And then also Poland was its own entity, its own kingdom for a long time. But the history of Poland is getting invaded by Germany and Russia over and over and over again. That's like the history of Poland. And so the Germans at times have considered them a part of their like tributary fiefdoms and states. And then the same things with the Russians. They've considered Poland not an independent entity, but like a tributary state or something like that. And so this is true through medieval history, but it's also true in recent history in the 20th century. So Poland has like uber nationalism, especially once the Soviet Union fell, because they never want to be under the thumbs of Germans or under the thumbs of Russians ever again. That's part of the reason why they're like ultra nationalist and don't want to take any immigrants from Middle East and North Africa, is because they want to keep their national character because it's been ripped down so many times. Taking Day says, maybe Russia should have spent more on improving their people's lives, education, and diversify its income streams instead of mostly weapons and gas. You would think. You would think.
To be involved in at all. And
you don't think Europe is an interest to the United States?
I'm not talking about Europe. We're talking about Ukraine.
Ukraine is in Europe, brother. Ukraine is in Europe, brother.
Ukraine is a part of Europe, and I think European sees that as an essential part of European security, right?
I'm saying some European countries are in NATO, and we've made commitments, and we've made the assessment that, yes, it makes sense to provide security to them. Ukraine was not one of them, at least not up to this point. Now,
sure, but I mean, they did give up their nuclear weapons, right?
Yeah, they did, and there was a Budapest Memorandum, and there's a reason why we didn't add in any enforceability clause, because evidently we didn't find Ukraine to be valuable enough to America's security to put ourselves on the line and say we're going to provide security guarantees. So
well,
again,
it was also probably because it was in '94, literally literally 3 years after the fall of the Soviet Union, and the United States providing a security guarantee to a country bordering Russia would be seen as an egregious overstep, because the entire world after the fall of the Soviet Union was really scared that a unipolar world was going to see the United States take over every single country. So it makes sense why we wouldn't provide a solid security guarantee there. But what message do we send to the rest of the world if we say, okay, well, you know how these guys didn't have nuclear weapons? Look what happened to them. And now you've got countries in the Middle East that are clamoring for nuclear weapons. I mean, wouldn't they look at Ukraine and go, yeah, clearly we need them because we can't rely on any help from anybody if we don't actually have nukes to defend ourselves?
Yeah, I think you're saying the second order effect is that people would be concerned that, okay, any neighbor can invade any other neighbor and no one's going to step in. And I think that's a reasonable concern. And I would say that's a concern that we contemplate by making a commitment prior to this and say, hey, okay, for the countries where we believe it's important for us to make formal security guarantees, let's do that. We didn't make that formal assessment for Ukraine. And I think it's reasonable to say, yeah, Ukraine was not essential to American interests. Now, post hoc, maybe you believe that they should have been already in NATO. Do you believe they should have been in NATO already?
This is like a weird catch-22. It comes back, it's almost like the immigration question, where conservatives or people will say that, well, if we were going to protect Ukraine, they should have been in NATO, or we should put a country in NATO. But then it's like, okay, well, are you in favor of expanding NATO? I think all the other people on that side would say no. So I don't know if it would be appropriate for NATO to expand. I do think it would be important to send a clear message that, hey, if you invade a country and try to steal land from them, that's just something we don't really do now in this century. We just don't. That's just not the rules of the world anymore. And if you do that, there should be an unequivocal message from the rest of the world saying you're going to be punished for this harshly.
Yeah, and I think the limits of that should extend to economic sanctions and the things that we have been doing toward Russia. It should not involve some sort of really committed military effort, which is what it would have been required in order for Russia to lose this war by now. And I agreed with you that we need to either be all in or all out. My preference is we're all out. It sounds like maybe your preference is we're all in because we need to preserve the global order. And I'm saying I fundamentally disagree. And yeah, there's countries invade other countries all the time, unfortunately, and it's not our job to police it on principle. We police it strategically with people we have prior agreements with.
Countries don't really invade countries all the time, especially in Europe. It's a pretty exceptional circumstance. I think that's why this is such an exceptional thing. Is that European security, I think, is a thing that fundamentally the West is like, I mean, the West is, right, like Europe and the United States. I think we all have a...
Whatever 4690 says, we all argue over the war in Ukraine. Meanwhile, over 1 million have died, some on camera. I'm not sure what you're referencing specifically. It's my understanding that each side has lost around 200,000. So I think actual deaths are around like 400K total for the Ukrainian conflict. And I think that Israel-Palestine is like 65K. So we have like around 500,000 dead. But then when you add in like wounded and maimed and all that kind of stuff, the numbers obviously climb up to more than 1 million. So I think it's around 1 million if you're talking about Russia-Ukraine. And then if you're talking about, if you're talking about Israel-Palestine, I think they estimate that the secondary and tertiary causes of death can lead up to 200K dead. So I'm not quite sure what you're referencing, whatever 4690. But my point is that with the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, I think we defer to the Ukrainians, okay? And the reason why we defer is because we're just providing them armaments. And if they're tired and they don't want to fight, and the average age of the infantrymen on the front line is 40, and their economy has taken a massive hit, then we say, hey, man, give up Crimea, Donetsk, and Luhansk. We'll help you get Zaporozhye and Kherson Oblast back through negotiations along with Mariupol. And then we'll call it a day. And then we'll give you a security guarantee. And then we'll help you freeze your borders. That's what I would do. I've said that before and I'll say it again. So I want the death to end. I want Ukraine to focus on internal economic development. I want Ukrainian young men to stop dying in trenches. I'm with you. Hawkslead says, Ukraine sent soldiers to help us in Iraq. They were under no obligation to do so. Sure. What do you think we're arguing? What's your solution? Yes, war is bad. Russia should stop. Sure. Seraph says, oh, yeah, if you ever get a chance, there is a Portuguese sausage called linguica. It's really good. Dope. I think Connor might be onto something. Good. Good to know. Good to know that sometimes people who oppose me politically, not saying like you're a massive opponent, but, obviously you like Sargon. Good to know that even people who dislike some of my politics can agree with it sometimes.
A big interest here, and letting Russia do this over and over and over again, I think is probably doesn't bode well for the future either.
Yeah, so if that's the case, then we need to contemplate it in our commitments. Like for me, it's actually just as simple as that. Like either we agree that Ukraine is so important to the global order and we want to protect Ukraine and we give them security guarantees up front. I'm saying there was an assessment made that it's not that important to us. And I think it's actually not even just that it's not that important to us, that Putin has made it clear that he does not want Ukraine joining NATO. Now, you can say that the subversive reason or the reason, the implicit reason is because he planned to invade it all the time, which is totally possible. But from my perspective, yeah, I don't want us getting into armed conflict with Russia unless we've already made a commitment. And in this case, we shouldn't have made a commitment to Ukraine, and we didn't. So we don't need to act like we have.
Can I just say, what would you guys both do respectively, you know, if you were in charge to wrap up this war? I believe both of you guys want peace in the region. So what would be the plan? What should we do right now?
You force Ukraine to give Russia another 99-year lease on Sevastopol because they really like that base and they need access to the Black Sea, and whatever part of their Black Sea fleet is left, then they can go ahead and have that, I guess. And then you force them to give back all the other conquered territory, the rest of Crimea included, no-fly zone over Ukraine, and you start shooting down Russian planes. And if Russia doesn't like it and Putin says he wants to nuke people, then you invite him to see if he wants to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, my view on this is obviously...
That's pretty ballsy, not going to lie. Gray Jedi says, the best thing about you isn't agreeing or disagreeing, but know that you will be consistent based on your views. I mean, I try, man. Obviously, we're all hypocrites to some degree. Some of the drama frogs were trying to say that because I was still friendly with Destiny, but like in 2023, I said that doxing was one of the worst things you could do, and I wouldn't fuck with anybody who did doxing. They were like, aren't you a piece of shit for still being friendly with Destiny? And I'm like, yeah, I guess. Kind of a piece of shit. But, you know, like if that's like the most amount of position inconsistency and hypocrisy that you can catch me on, I must be doing pretty good. The problem with war is they shoot back. That's true. That is true. It's not so much about Ukraine. It is about Putin. I agree. And I can't wait for that dude to die. A lot of these leaders who are causing issues on the world stage, they're all in their 80s and 70s, and they have 20 or 30-year-old ideas about how the world works. And I do think that when it comes to a newer generation of political leaders, they're of course going to have a whole host of new problems, but I do think they'll be less likely to do this Cold War era bullshit. Eben says, I read recently that Russia has ordered over 300K death certificates. The source was Ukrainian, so it's super sus, but the measure is based on Russian docs. Yeah. Yep. Either way, even if it's 200,000, that's still a shitload of people. Shitload.
Russia is a stronger opponent, but any victory that they would have is a Pyrrhic victory. Like they would lose a lot in order to try to conquer any further. So there is some leverage here. And that's the reason why I think we should not like completely pull out. I think if we completely pulled out, it would be more of a catastrophe for the Ukrainian people than is absolutely necessary. So yeah, unfortunately, they already control a lot of eastern Ukraine, and they controlled Crimea for some period of time now. So unfortunately, we have to cede that land to them. At minimum, hopefully we can structure an armistice, if not an outright peace treaty, so that even if they don't completely demilitarize, at least we stop the active conflicts. And I know that the U.S. and Ukraine entered this minerals deal. It's questionable how much we can actually harvest like the rare earth minerals from that minerals deal and create some revenue for both of our parties. But I think at least this signals to Russia that we are ideologically aligned with Ukraine, and any further incursions in Ukraine threaten the economic interests. Whether there should be a security guarantee past that.
I think my main beef with Kaizen is he is fairly knowledgeable. Like whenever Steven brings something up, Kaizen seems to be able to know about it and be able to speak to it to some degree, which is good. I also think he's intelligent. I think he uses like a lot of really like complex vocabulary that kind of tells me that he can at least conceptualize these ideas really well. However, in my opinion, he's not very insightful. He kind of just like regurgitates the talking points of whatever political tribe that he's kind of, and basically this is the disaffected lib thing. That's what it is. This is Dave Rubin. This is Tim Pool. This is the I left the left thing. Ah, man. I can't believe how frustrating this is. Like, no offense. Like I would love to do a I left the right shill, but no offense, lefties are crazy. It's not that the right wing isn't crazy. They're just dumb and, you know, they're predictable, right? So I would rather take like dumb, well-intentioned, predictable, principled people than lefties who, no offense, but you guys have some psychos, some legitimate communist psychos. MAGA CTE, true. Eben says, Connor, but that makes it worse in my opinion. In my mind, that means he's being deliberate in how he lies. Again, I leave it open that he could be self-deluding. He could be self-deluding. He could just think that these things are correct because they sound good, and then he just doesn't think about them a lot. Grassroots says, not that anyone trained him, more so that he trained himself. Maybe. What if we made condoms illegal? Would that not solve the population crisis? It could, but you're not getting condoms illegal. People love recreational sex, and they don't want to have a billion kids. Yeah. Good faith, Connor. Never change. I'll try.
I think it would depend on the specifics of that security guarantee. I mean, I know Zelensky has been clamoring for a security guarantee, and from his perspective, it totally makes sense. Like, he would want something like being in NATO. But again, if the bright line that has been drawn for over 20 years now, is that Ukraine can't join NATO, I think we need to respect that bright line unless we're really willing to fight Russia on this. And I don't think we are, and I don't think we should.
Okay. Yeah. And this is part of why I think these conversations are so essential, because, respectfully, saying you're on the right, you voted for Trump, you supported Kamala Harris, you're not exactly saying what, so-called narratives, you're saying, we shouldn't necessarily pull everything out. We shouldn't just stop funding them.
Grassroots says, make condoms mandatory for everyone. You should have to wear them at work while you send emails. Dude, what's so funny is there's a South Park episode from like 10 years ago where they're talking about sex ed. And Mr. Garrison is put in charge of it because, of course, he is. And he freaks out the kid. Oh, no. It was the teacher with like the really long boobs. I forget her name. But she was put in charge of sex ed, and she scared the boys about STDs. She was like, if you have sex, you will die. And like that was the episode. And so what the boys did is they just started wearing condoms, but they started wearing condoms all the time. So they were going to school wearing... Yeah, I can't say that name. Joey Appley and Grassroots remember her name. And one of the opening jokes is like, Miss makes me sick. And then she's like, no, my name is Miss Chokeson. And then she says the word. Yeah. Nah, we don't have to do story time. But the point is, watching a bunch of like elementary and middle school boys, walk around with condoms on all day instead of just when they're, having premarital sex is pretty funny. Anyways, sorry. Let's continue.
I mean, and you're saying that, Destiny, you're saying that we shouldn't continue to necessarily fund this for, eternity is what you're saying, right? You're not.
No, I think we should fund it for as long as I want to fight. Yes. And I think that the opposite position is an unequivocal, total surrender of Ukraine to Russia. The idea that they would give up the 5 whatever territories plus power plant to Russia, I think is the most catastrophic version of a surrender, basically, that Ukraine could have. I think we should fund them for as long as they're willing to fight.
So to clarify, no budget, right? You're just saying to continue.
Yeah. We haven't given them, I think, $30 to $50 million, I think, in actual cash or loan guarantees. The rest is a bunch of weapons. It's causing a lot of trouble for Russia, and they should be having a lot of trouble. They can't just invade Moldova. They can't just invade Georgia. They can't just invade Ukraine. They can't just get involved in level places all over the world over and over and over again with no repercussion. I think the United States is probably the best poised country to send a message to the rest of the world saying you cannot conduct yourself like this. You shouldn't be able to do it. And if the U.S. isn't going to step in and do that, I mean, I don't know who else will.
Okay. Do you want to, before we move to Israel-Palestine, do you want to comment on his point about funding the war?
Yeah, for me, look, the lens I look at this from is what is serving America's self-interest. I agree that morally it's reprehensible for Putin to be invading these countries.
And this is why I hate the isolationist. Tim Pool has done this a lot too. So you have to answer this question for yourself. Is freedom of conscience and freedom of speech good? My answer is yes. Is the right to self-defense good? My answer is yes. Is mixed economy capitalism good? My answer is yes. Is liberal democracy and representative republics good? My answer is yes. And so if you answer yes to those questions with me, these are not localized goods that are only good in the United States and Europe. These are universal human goods. And so if they're universal human goods, we don't have to go to war with everybody in order to promote these ideals, but we 100% should be willing to use soft power to gain influence across the world and push them towards our ideas. And number 2, if someone is coming towards these ideals and they're resisting an authoritarian, kleptocratic dictatorship dickheads, then we support those people. So Lost me on that last one. It happens. It happens, brother.
Countries in Europe. And at the same time, I don't consider this like some sort of domino effect that eventually will come, will hurt the U.S. I'm just fundamentally not concerned. So I don't see why we should have an infinite pocketbook open for Ukraine here, because I don't think it's worth that much to us to be involved in a fight that we didn't start, we weren't involved in. We may be provoked to a degree, but we certainly don't need to be involved in perpetuity.
Still sticking with foreign policy, Israel-Palestine. So the conflict has extended to challenging the definition of free speech in this country. Where do you guys stand on the State Department's approach of revoking visas for some pro-Palestine protesters, and what can be done to raise the probability of peace in the region?
I'll go first. Okay. So when we talk about their approach to revoking visas, we're talking about like Mahmoud Khalil, Mesa Ozturk, these people. I don't like it. I think it's been really...
Aww. Kaizen does have some liberal principles, based. And by the way, my opinion is Mahmoud Khalil should have been deported and Ozturk shouldn't have been. If you're generally critical of the Israeli state, I don't care. Be as critical and vociferous as you want to be. You can call them pieces of garbage all day long. You can say they're genocidal freaks. You can say that they're monsters. You can say they're a settler colonial project. You can say all that stuff. I don't care at all. My one very bright line, talking about Putin's red line, this is my red line, okay? Don't support jihadist organizations. That's it. Don't make excuses for their behavior. Don't make excuse for murder. Don't promote criminality. Don't promote murder. Don't promote rape. Don't promote terrorism. Don't promote any of that kind of stuff. If you're a citizen, we'll tolerate it because of the First Amendment. If you're not a citizen and you promote criminal behavior and terrorism, you get the fudge out of my country. Ozturk, to my knowledge, did not promote criminality, did not promote jihadism, and as a result, she should not have her green card, her student visa revoked. Mahmoud Khalil did work with an organization that promoted jihad, and therefore I think he should be kicked out.
Opaque. I think it's been really inconsistent. I think they say one reason to the public, and then you look at the legal filings, they state another reason. And I think we need to look at this case by case to see what the failings of this are. So, for example, one of the reasons that they've been citing in public is they're trying to fight anti-Semitism.
Thank you, Gen X. Thank you for the donation. See you tomorrow.
Right, so they're saying that Mahmoud Khalil and Ramisa Ozturk are fomenting anti-Semitism. Now, part of the problem here is what is actually anti-Semitism? Technically, it's hatred against Jewish people. But what I see often actually being conflated with hatred against Jewish people is...
LB, there isn't a crime. There isn't a crime to prosecute. Shilling for terrorist organizations isn't a prosecutable offense.
Criticisms of the actions of the Israeli government, which I don't think is fair. And particularly in Ramisa's case,
Biz D says that he's a naturalized citizen. Is he allowed to do it? Depends if it's less than 5 years. Within 5 years, you can have your citizenship revoked and you could be deported.
As far as I can see, the only evidence that she has of something even in the neighborhood of anti-Semitism is having written an op-ed where she was critical of her university giving money to Israel and wanting them to divest, which I think is a reasonable position for someone to take, even if you disagree on whether they should divest. I think it's okay for her to state that. So the Trump administration, they've been citing this one part of immigration law saying that someone who's here on a green card or a student visa can be removed if they engage in actions that have serious foreign policy adverse, create complications. And that's such a broad clause. And with super broad clauses, especially ones that are given to the executive branch that can be acted on unilaterally, my fundamental concern is not even how they're just using it now, but how it gets used in the future because of the precedent that's being set. If we're going to say that simply writing an article asking your university to dive...
All right, hold on. LB says something that we need to address because I've already addressed it on Twitter. Nobody likes my takes. The libs don't like my takes. But that's okay. There is something called deportable aliens, and it's all of the things for which you can get deported from the United States if you have a green card or a visa or a student visa. And one of those is terrorist activities, okay? So subsection, you can read all of them if you want. It's on your screen right now. But subsection 7 is my favorite. endorses or espouses terrorist activity or persuades others to endorse or espouse terrorist activity or support a terrorist organization. So subsection 7 of deportable aliens, this one is admissible aliens or inadmissible aliens, but deportable aliens references inadmissible aliens. So with deportable, if you endorse Hamas, if you endorse them butchering Israeli civilians, if you endorse their rapes, if you endorse suicide bombing, if you endorse any of that shit, or you try to convince other people to do that, then you're deportable. And Mahmoud Khalil was reviewed by a judge and approved for deportation. And if you look at the CUAD, which is an organization that Mahmoud Khalil negotiated with his university on behalf of, here's an article. And what it does, 1 year from Gaza's prison break, students flood Colombia. Where the people stand, we will honor our martyrs. Where the people stand is a subsection, if I remember correctly, that effectively gets a bunch of normie libs to say, oh yeah, killing civilians is based actually. We will honor our martyrs says that not only are they going to commemorate the civilians killed in the Gazan operations, they're also going to commemorate the Al-Qassam Brigade fighters. Lessons on guerrilla warfare is them valorizing the Al-Qassam brigades, which are the armed wing of Hamas. Students in Brazil is them encouraging other building occupations and riots and resistance. Resistance strikes deep into occupied Palestine. Gaza and Lebanon hold the line. This is more glorification of the Al-Qassam brigades. So yeah, if you're a member of this student organization and you are not a citizen, I have zero problems with you getting deported. And if a judge reviews the evidence sufficiently that you can be deported under inadmissible or deportable aliens, bye. See ya. Have fun. Not my problem. Not my problem. I'm not asking if I can. I'm asking if I should be allowed to. Yeah, after 5 years. I hate when people who were pro-cancel culture suddenly start talking about free speech. True. LB says you're wrong. The First Amendment applies to all persons. It has nothing to do with citizenship. Well, then go ahead and repeal that law. That's sad. I thought Connor was stronger First Amendment defender than this. Nope. I'm not. It's a shit take. Well, my least favorite of your chud takes. That's fine. Hit me with all of your booze. I've seen what makes you cheer. Ever watch Meat Canyon or Dungeon Soup? I've watched Meat Canyon. Marfin says, was he endorsing terrorism by showing support for Palestinians and their government, Hamas? No. He was showing support by being a part of CUAD, which is an organization that glorifies Hamas. This is such a good Adam impression. Based. Okay, I said that just to trigger you. Don't ban me. Based. I'll check it out. Based. You have to prove said person endorsed said terrorism. I don't care about articles. I care about due process. That article sounds like free speech. I wasn't talking about Ozturk. Ozturk should not be deported. And by the way, if you're a citizen, CUAD, you can't get deported. You're not an alien. We're at a hard disagreement here, and I absolutely disdain the pro-Pali movement. Hamas are a terrorist organization, but they're also the de jure leaders of Gaza. It's more of a complicated 1A issue. We need the Gaza pronunciations to combat the Gaza pronouncers. I don't know how to pronounce it correctly. That's okay. You can hate me. Then why isn't he deported then? Because I'm right and time will tell. Let's take a look. Has Mahmoud Khalil been deported? No, Mahmoud has not yet been deported. An immigration judge ruled that he could be deported, but his deportation proceedings are ongoing and he is still in detention. A federal judge also ruled that his detention and potential deportation, based on the Trump admin's claims of a foreign policy threat, was likely unconstitutional. Well, so this is interesting, LB. So according to Pisco, who is a lawyer, the Trump admin did not apply the inadmissible or deportable aliens substatute when they argued that he should be deported. So they could lose in court. So it's okay. I'm allowed to have a bad take every now and then. You guys can hate me. Hate me if you want. Correction, they used to be an official government of Gaza. Okay. Free speech is free. Keep it that way. No. So the process is working as it should, relatively speaking. The Huzzah supporters just say it like you just had your ninth cigar and were about to spit on the ground. Gaza. Yeah. If that's the case, supporters of the KKK would fall under that rule. Sure. LB. Well, we've already had this argument on stream before, so I don't want to bore the rest of chat with relitigating the arguments. If there was a foreigner, let's say that a foreigner participated in January 6th, deport him. Let's say that there's a foreigner who's a supporter of the KKK, deport them. Let's say that there's a foreigner who's a supporter of some white nationalist terrorist group, deport them. I don't give a shit. Huzzah! As a matter of fact, that should be our thing, okay? Oh my God, I'm gonna show you guys this. I love this. I don't even care if I get a copyright strike. There's this show that I watched the first season of, and I always watch the clips whenever I see them. Huzzah compilation, The Great. It's about, is it about Catherine? I forget if it's about Catherine, but the point is that they go to Russia, it's barbaric, and this lady like overthrows the king, who's kind of an idiot, but she gets introduced to the Russian court, who is also filled with idiots. And so they always say like huzzah, and then they like smash glasses, and that's how they celebrate anything. I love it. It's so dope. Like, okay, so even if we get copyright struck, let's watch this just for like 30 seconds. I love huzzah. Come on, let's go. This is who I want to be. This is, you know, like, obviously I don't want to be like a drunk psycho, but like this should be a soundboard. Watch this. Huzzah. Huzzah. That's me. That's 19-year-old me. If that was because they can't, huzzah! Gaza! Yes, yes, yes. Every time we say Gaza, we should say Gaza! The GH in Gaza, Levantine vocalizes the matriculaciones as rather than Geza. Eze. What? Levantine vocalizes the matriculaciones as EH rather than AH. Geze? Is that how they pronounce it? Why 5 years? Why not 10? I don't know. Ask whoever made the law. I thought the CUAD was about divesting from Israel financing, not promoting extremist ideology. Well, that's what they're going to claim, right? But that's a CUAD article that's published and it's still up. Huzzah! The OG oorah. True. This is the flip side of free speech, which I believe is worth the harms. Now, if we're saying the very same thing about a non-de jure leader of a region, I would 100% deporting him. Okay. LB says you're wrong. The First Amendment applies to all persons. Once you're on American soil, you get due process. I'm not saying you don't get due process. I love due process. Due process is my middle name. If they find him guilty, so be it, but let's keep free speech free. Okay. I love due process. Due process is my favorite. How many foreign KKK members are there? I know it's not 0, but it's probably not more than 3. Sure, but deport them. Who cares? We don't need them in our country. My heart goes out to the craftsman who made the glass. Yeah, true. 20 from Grassroots. I'm flattered that you want to be me, but it's a little weird. Okay, well. I'm surrounded by 400 broken glasses. All right. Let's continue with the Gaza segment.
Divest from Israel constitutes anti-Semitism or has serious foreign policy consequences, then that reason can be used to justify kicking anyone out of the country. I mean, we could have used that to justify people who are critical of the Iraq war and here on some sort of legal permanent resident status and saying, okay, you're back to the country because you're saying Bush shouldn't be invading Iraq and Afghanistan and all these other countries. So yeah, I strongly disagree with the way that they're going about this. And in some cases, I think there's more justification. So for example, with Mahmoud Khalil, he was a lead negotiator for Columbia University Apartheid Divest, or let's call it Quad. Quad has made statements on social media that is decidedly pro-Hamas, supportive of Hamas. They said that October 7th was a moral, military, and political victory. They've said that, hey, in the face of armed attack, only armed resistance is possible. Whether you agree with those statements or not, it's clearly pro-Hamas. It's clearly sympathetic to Hamas. Now, but rather than bringing up that evidence, like Marco Rubio and his team, they just say something vague like serious foreign policy consequences.
Oh, he's a better liberal than me. That's awesome. Congrats, guys. You now you have permission to like Kaizen more than you like me. That's dope.
To me, if they're going to have a standard, it should be clear, and they should make it super clear with specificity down to the incident every single time every individual has violated that. And that's the reason that we should deport people, not saying, oh, it's anti-Semitism, and then say, actually, it's about foreign policy. And then even when you say it's about foreign policy, you don't actually cite the exact reason. So all these cases are different. Again, in Mahmoud Khalil's case, I'm open to the argument that because he is a lead negotiator for Quad, he is responsible for the statements that Quad made. And it's not just guilt by association, it's responsibility by leadership. But again, the messaging around this has been so poor. I think it's unnecessarily breaking trust with the American people. I think it's actually going to foment more anti-Semitism, because the more that people feel like they're getting silenced for arbitrary reasons, the more they're actually going to have animosity toward the group that ironically the Trump administration is trying to protect. I do think we need to protect Jewish people from anti-Semitism, just like we need to protect every group in this country from any form of bigotry. And I think that the way the Trump administration is doing is not right.
My opinion is
he's a cute little lib, guys. You thought he was a chud. You thought he was a chud apologist, but he's a cute little lib. This is nice. Aw, this is cute. Evan says, never Connor, my parasocial love for you could never be bested by someone fool who maybe found themselves into liberal principles. Okay. Thank you, Evan. I appreciate that.
It's pretty simple. I think
I appreciate your loyalty. Thank you. Thank you kindly.
A lot of the anti-Zionism, I think, is just masquerading anti-Semitism. That being said, I don't care. I think that if you want to be anti-Semitic or anti-Christian or whatever, you have that right in America. You have First Amendment protections, even if you're a green card holder, even if you're a visa student. Any deportation that happens for people should be viewpoint neutral, so not in violation of the First Amendment. If somebody's providing actual material support to a terrorist group, meaning they're like sending them money or they're sending them arms, like not actual arms, but like firearms stuff, then I think there's an issue. But one of the confusing conundrums that we're kind of in now is, I think traditionally when a lot of laws are written and people are thinking about terrorist groups, usually you're thinking of non-state actors. So people like Al-Qaeda, you're thinking of these like groups that exist, you know, within countries or between countries or as like entities, you know. Hamas is the government of the Gaza Strip. Whether you think they commit terrorist acts or not, I happen to think they do, but it doesn't matter. It's a government of a place. So if I want to go out and I want to support Palestine, or if I want to support the people in the Gaza Strip and I protest, I'm kind of always going to be supporting Hamas in one way or another. Now, people can say, no, you can support the Palestinians without supporting Hamas, which is true. But like, if I was a visa holder, am I going to want to take that risk of being in a crowd of people supporting people in the Gaza Strip and some other dude has a Hamas sign and I gotta be like, no, I don't support Hamas. I just support the Palestinians in Gaza, which means we'll kind of like, you know, the maybe Hamas might be there. Like, that's stupid. If you're going to deport people on support for terrorist groups, it has to be material support. It can't be, you know, against foreign policy interests, you know, because like Kaizen said, what are we going to deport people in the future for not supporting, you know, like the war in Ukraine or not supporting, you know.
Yeah, but I again, they should be using the terrorist legalism subsection 7 of inadmissible aliens that also applies to deportable aliens. And sorry, I'm going to back up my argument real quick, even though you guys hate it. So just give me a little bit of latitude, even if you hate me and hate my take. Okay. So we have reasonable limits on the Second Amendment, right? Well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, okay? The operative word in the right of the people, right, to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, right? So that means that the people have the right to keep and bear arms. Now, we have to specify which arms, right? And so far, we've specified them down to semi-automatics, and I think that's about it, really. Like that's the major restriction is semi-automatics, barrel lengths, silencers, all that kind of stuff. And we've put those restrictions on firearms because we say, well, what's the public interest that needs to be served? And so for me, importing a bunch of terrorist sympathizers is not in the public interest. And so if you're a United States citizen, congratulations, you're in a free country. You got freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, do whatever the hell you want. If you're a guest in our country, then shut the fuck up and do your job and go home. Sacred Snow for 10. I still like you, even though we disagree where the 1A line should be. I've been getting more blackpilled on online 1A. I think you are more lib there. Also, this is for my Ukrainian rage posting as well. Well, thank you, Sacred Snow. I appreciate your donation. No one wants my 2A takes, probably. So I'm going to thank Grassroots Hegemon again, always being, a great donor, but we have had HLOC donate as well. We've had Gen X donate, and now we've had Sacred Snow. So we got a nice little half dozen of donors along with 50 beautiful souls hanging out in our chat, liking the stream, engaging in chat, having fun, shit posting, and hopefully passing their workday a little bit more fun hanging out with us. So it's okay. You can hate me. It's allowed to hate. You're allowed to hate me. Free dialogue is in the public interest. It's a wide net, but it should remain intact. Okay, good. We got a bunch of libs in chat, and they all agree with each other, and they do not like me. K-Soko says 2A is not an absolute right. The First Amendment is. Sorry if we disagree. That's okay. That's okay. Christian Valera says, the worst forms of terrorism besides jihadists, which are harder to commit terror attacks, here are domestic white supremacists, sovereign citizens. Okay, that's okay. We don't have to agree. You guys are allowed to hate me. Thank you for the donations anyways. Let's continue.
If we have
Oh, sorry, shill time. Like the stream, engage in chat, comment on the VODs, watch the VODs if you miss a stream. Super chats are appreciated, never required. Thank you.
third or fourth or fifth Iraq war or another Vietnam war, like that's just, it's stupid. It should be viewpoint neutral.
Okay, let's draw a line potentially here. So looking at the events at Columbia, at the Butler Library, for example, do you believe that crossed the line? Do you believe that the people who vandalize and break into?
Yeah, I think that crossed the line. I think if you did that, I think you should be charged with a misdemeanor crime or whatever and arrested, whatever that is. I don't think you should deport them. Okay, college kids by definition are crazy. They're crazy. They're college kids. You should be crazy when you're in college. Everybody was crazy. If you weren't crazy from 18 to 22, I don't know what you're doing with your life. We all believe in crazy shit. We're libertarians. We're anarchists. We're communists, whatever. Sometimes you might do some crazy stuff like a sit-in or a break-in or whatever. And if you do that, you should be held accountable. But like at the end of the day, most of these people grow up into reasonable adults. And our foreign students, this is like our best ability to brain drain from the rest of the world, are getting like the best and brightest people to come to the United States and to participate in, like, historically one of the last amazing institutions of the United States. Everybody knows, like Harvard, Columbia, these are prestigious.
No, don't give me a patriotic speech. Don't give me a patriotic speech about freedom of conscience and being youthful and reckless. Don't do that. Grassroots for $10. It'd be vaguely analogous to supporting Sinn Féin during the Troubles. A lot of people suddenly found themselves Catholics against their will. Yeah, Christian Valeris. Believing crazy stuff isn't the same as committing criminal acts. F this stupid noise. Okay. All right, good. Thank you, Christian Valeris. I needed a sober check. I needed somebody to get pissed off. I was like, I did do stupid stuff when I was 18 to 22. Maybe supporting terrorism is, maybe that's just like a funny 18 to 22-year-old shit post. And then you said, no, that's dumb. And I was like, yeah, you're right. That's pretty dumb. Sarah says, lol, I love you, Connor. We can share my 8-pack of Crayola Carons, dibs on blue. Okay, shotgun on red and orange, all right? Red and orange. Whatever says, grassroots solo pain, Connor's rent. Well, he definitely does float the channel, I'll tell you that. But nah, we're doing good. The cool thing is, so we gotta, just sharing a little bit on the inside, we did get a contract for 6 months. It runs through October with Valor Media. We're creating content from them. Obviously, the goal is to get the live stream up and running and all that kind of stuff. But I get to chop up the segments and put them onto my home YouTube channel. And so my home YouTube channel, of course, Grassroots is still a substantive amount of revenue back there as well. But also we're starting to see the snowball of content where if you're posting every single day, now, is 2,000 views, 3,000 views, is that going to pay my rent? Absolutely not. But if we cumulatively build up a 6-month library of fire content, and each one of them is $20, $40, $50, $60 in AdSense revenue, then that's the kind of thing that can snowball into a media career that actually ends up being quite lucrative and good for everyone. So no, we're not there. I am so appreciative of Grassroots and all of his support. I'm also appreciative of Sacred Snow, Gen X, M-lock, H-lock as well, because every dollar counts, right? Every like counts, every comment counts. So the fact that we have this many people helping out is great. Possum Nation says Pog, 65 likes, 47 watchers. That means that some people came in, were like, hey, I got to go to work. And then they liked the stream and they left. So that's actually kind of based. Obviously, we want everybody to hang out with us the whole time, but it also means that we have a very active audience. So that's good. I just wanted to play Halo. Me too, man. We should just play Halo. But anyways, let's continue.
TGC universities are known all over the world. If you do a break-in and you are committing crimes like that, that's bad. And, if you get caught and you charge with a misdemeanor, sure. But, we're really going to start revoking green cards or revoking visas from these people? Let them do dumb college shit. Let them grow up. I think we'll be okay.
Okay. And Trump's, rescinding funding to Colombia. Are you against that?
Yeah, that's abhorrent. Again, because it's none of this is viewpoint neutral. He's doing exactly what he said, what he accused the government of doing before, which was trying to control colleges and control the types of things that colleges are allowed to do. He wants to revoke these things based on DEI programs or whatever else. Listen, if you think that it's a bad program and you think you shouldn't do it, then let the college do it and fail, and let private colleges or your Hillsdales or whatever other colleges rise up in their ashes and outperform them. But again, these are our most prestigious universities. Why are we attacking something that the entire world looks upon favorably as a huge success of the United States? You're destroying some of the best things about this country, although I guess conservatives don't like our colleges or our universities anymore. But yeah, I don't know. I just think it's incredibly sad.
Kaizen, do you want to respond to the the vandalism and what Destiny had just said?
Yeah.
Whatever says 4.5 hours going for 5. Yep. Generally speaking, I stream from 9:30 to 2:30 Monday through Friday. That's what I do.
So I do think that when someone enters the country and they're not a citizen and they're here on some sort of green card or on a student visa, I think it is reasonable actually to hold them to a higher standard than you would a citizen. And this comes from a more fundamental view that if we're going to have people here in the country, we want people who actually add to the experience of America. So we want people who are upstanding citizens. And I would even say that we could say that a misdemeanor is actually grounds for removing you from here, because in your case, it's a privilege to be here. And that said, I agree with Stephen that the way they're approaching it is not viewpoint neutral. It feels discriminatory. It feels like it's conflating people who are just critical of the actions of Israel with genuine anti-Semites. And I think that this is a double-edged sword. It cuts both ways. And eventually, if Trump wields it this way, the left is going to wield it another way. And no one's going to like that either. But I actually think it's reasonable to say, hey, look, one of the conditions for you being here on a student visa is you actually obey all the laws. You don't get to take over a library. You don't get to stop students from going to class. Otherwise, you need to be on your best behavior, or you don't get to be here. So you're here on a provisional status.
Yep. Sorry. I agree with Kaizen. Hate me if you want, chat. You can throw tomatoes. Tomato emojis in chat right now. But I agree with Kaizen here.
No, yes, students do act stupid at times, but I think something like barricading a library goes beyond that, and I think there should just be super clear expectations laid out upon entry into the country.
You mentioned, Destiny, that you should be able to do anything, but you also mentioned that Palestine and Hamas are linked. So if a college student, a leader of a community group, gets to the center of campus and gathers a coalition that says, I love Hamas, and Jewish students feel unsafe, do you believe that the person who is gathering a coalition and saying, I love Hamas, should be held accountable?
Yeah, absolutely. Held accountable, and that people like me would say that you're gross and disgusting. And I think that's a really horrible foreign policy viewpoint to have, but held accountable insofar as you're going to be prosecuted for a crime or you're going to be kicked out of the United States. No, I mean, this is supposed to be one of the great things of this country is somebody could go in front of a bunch of, black people and say, I love the KKK, or in front of a bunch of Jewish people and say, I love Nazis, or, in front of a bunch of Israeli people and say, I love Hamas, or in front of anybody else and say, this is part of, what makes this country great. You could burn a flag, you can worship veterans, you can, say things that are to some people incredibly offensive and abhorrent, and people can look down on you for it and bully you for it, but you're protected by the law the same.
Okay. And Kaizen, with that same thought experiment, say that this person who's gathered the coalition is on a visa and they're saying those words. They're not vandalizing, but they are saying that they love Hamas and they're encouraging other people to say they're wearing Hamas headbands. Same thing. Just encouraging more Hamas activity. What would your response be?
Yeah, I'm actually conflicted, to be honest with you, because in principle, in my mind, we would not allow them into the country if they had done that in another country, right? So if someone had been gathering protests in the UK and saying, I support Hamas, and then they applied for a visa into the United States, we would deny them. We wouldn't let them in the first place. So clearly there's some sort of standard that we uphold for who we allow into the country. We don't say genuinely we support any person becoming a citizen irrespective of ideas. We say that once you're a citizen, you're free to express any idea. So there's a difference between how we treat people upon entry versus how we treat people who are here.
I not only do I agree with Kaizen, he's actually speaking specifically about the legality that I showed you, inadmissible and deportable aliens, which says that if you either openly support a terrorist organization or encourage others to openly support a terrorist organization, you can be deported.
My concern is actually more how this could be weaponized if we allow the government to decide, hey, you're now sympathizing with a terrorist and you can kick him out. And in my mind, the Trump administration has eroded confidence that this law could actually be enforced neutrally and objectively if we actually did say that once you're in the country, if you express terrorist sympathies, we're going to kick you out, because they've been very loose with what expressing terrorist sympathies actually is. And I think it's a loophole that could be exploited really badly. So I'm honestly conflicted on it. In principle, I would love it if we said, hey, very, very clear guidelines for you getting any kind of student visa or worker visa or green card. You don't get to violate these guidelines. We're going to kick you out, because this is basically a test period and there's a covenant between you and us, like you're a guest in our home until you have proven that you deserve to be a member of the family. But yeah, I mean, given the political climate, it's hard for me to say, yeah, I want to empower the Trump administration to do this, because I think they've been abusing it, actually.
Okay. So to quickly clarify, Destiny, you believe that college students should be able to say what they want, and Kaizen, you want more criteria of what would be take to get to port.
Yeah, I want a much clearer criteria than serious foreign policy consequences.
Okay. And Destiny, earlier in the debate, you mentioned sending money to Israel being different than, than sending money to Ukraine. Could you guys clarify your positions on funding Israel?
I just think that it's just funny that the administration, I guess because old people tend to support Israel in the country, is just like open pocket books when it comes to supporting Israel, with basically no qualifiers or no questions asked. And like now Netanyahu has become more unhinged and deranged than he ever was before. But when it comes to Ukraine, there's like a million strings attached. I just think that's really sad and weird, I guess.
I don't think we should be unconditionally funding Israel. I think it's insane for us to unconditionally fund any foreign power. There should always be conditions attached. They should be clear, and they should be transparent, at least within the administration, if not to the American people as well. There's a difference between wanting to support the Israeli people and supporting the Israeli government no matter what they do. And I think we've now conflated, just like anti-Semitism, we've conflated anti-Semitism with critiques of Israel, and we've conflated every action of the Israeli government with protecting the Israeli people. And I don't think that makes any sense. From this point forward, what I'd like to see us do is actually make our support conditional on some sort of peace plan for what happens after this war. Because that's my concern. It's like, sure, you can say that Israel has a right to defend itself. You can say that Hamas is irrational, that there's a logic of violence. You have to enforce some sort of boundaries in the region in order to make progress. And now, a year and a half later, I think those boundaries have been made pretty clear. And now we need to start talking about how are we actually going to end Hamas? And in my mind, Hamas is not just a political body, it's an idea. And it's an idea that doesn't go away by infinitely bombing the people who hold that idea. So Hamas has been weakened.
All right, I'm going to point out another wildly unpopular position, okay? You ready for it? You can infinitely bomb Hamas out of existence, but it's going to be ethnic cleansing, right? It's going to be genocide. You could genocide a people and an ideology off of the face of the planet. Now, that's bad. Let me be clear. Bad to do that, because you're going to kill a bunch of innocent people or sympathizers who actually have nothing to do with the ideology. And so as a result, you shouldn't do that. You also shouldn't do ethnic cleansing. So the question is, here's the question. Right now, we have Gaza. 2.2 million people live here. I guess it's technically 2.135 right now. And then we have the West Bank, which is kind of difficult to see. I don't know why I can't see the border map right here. But there's a border map right here. And these are technically areas that are controlled by Palestinians. Obviously under like strict Israeli military oversight and sometimes control. But that's it. So the question is, what do we do with the Palestinians? Do they become a part of a one state with Israel? Technically, you could do one state with Palestine, where the Israelis defer to a Palestinian state. You could ethnically cleanse them. You could genocide them. You could rebuild their infrastructure. You could create a Palestinian state separate from Israel and draw new borders. What do you do with them? And so that's the question. Is there's two people. They both historically claim this territory. Neither one of them, it seems like there's factions of both sides that don't really want peace at all. They seem to think that they can win the war in its entirety. And I think that's the problem, is that Israel can slow ethnic cleanse the West Bank and slow ethnic cleanse Gaza and ultimately win, whereas I think the Palestinians can't. So come on, chat. Solve it. Oh, man. The ideology is held by more than Palestinians, and the others that will hold it will be hardened in their view. I mean, that's true that if you genocided the Gazan population, you would inflame, if you genocided the people of Gaza, you might be able to destroy Hamas, but you would not destroy the ideology of jihadism, and jihadism would be inflamed by that action. How's the debate been? It's been okay. Kaizen makes some okay points, but I don't think that he's like entirely insightful. Whatever 4690 says, I agree with neither side. Both are right and wrong. Israel is simply stronger. Right. Area A is under full Palestinian control. Area B is under control of the Palestinians by the day and the IDF at night. Area C is under full IDF control. That's an interesting insight, Keel. Thank you for sharing. I parasocially love you guys. I'm going to go hang out with the family. I'm going to go do some pre-recorded content. I'm going to go do some scripting, all that kind of stuff. But I do appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I hope you have a beautiful day, beautiful week. I'm going to see you tomorrow. And yeah, have a great one. Bye for now. 07s.